What if Deku never got one for all, but inherited sun breathing from Yoriichi instead? No quirk, no flashy shortcut, just training, pain, and breathing so intense, even Bakugo starts beefing with oxygen. This story has 8 chapters, so stay tuned, like, subscribe, and let's watch Deku become the Dawn.
Let's start with Chapter 1, The Forgotten Archive, the Dawn Form. Izuku Midoriya and the inheritance of the sun. The doctor's office smelled like disinfectant, old paper, and quiet disappointment. Izuku Midoriya remembered that more clearly than the words themselves. The words were simple, clean, professional, spoken in the soft tone adults used when they wanted to crush a child gently. You're quirkless. There had been a computer screen showing an X-ray of his foot. There had been a glowing desk lamp. There had been his mother's hand tightening around his shoulder until her fingers trembled. There had been the doctor explaining something about joints and genetics and how rare it was becoming these days, but not impossible, not impossible. That was the phrase Izuku hated most. Because it sounded like hope. It sounded like there had been a chance, somewhere, somehow, and his body had simply missed it. On the way home, his mother cried. Izuku did not. He sat in the passenger seat with his All Might backpack on his lap, both hands folded over the smiling hero's face, staring out the window as hero billboards passed above the city streets. A man with a wing quirk carried 2 office workers away from a minor traffic accident. A woman with blue skin and glowing palms calmed a burning engine before it could explode. A sidekick in a bright yellow costume posed for cameras after catching a thief with a stretchy arm. The world kept moving. That was the first lesson Izuku learned after being told his dream had died. The world did not stop to mourn with you. When they reached home, Inko Midoriya tried to make katsudon because it was his favorite. She burned the rice. Then she apologized for burning it. Then she apologized for apologizing. Izuku said it was fine each time because he could not bear the way her face broke whenever she looked at him. That night, he opened his hero notebook. The first page had All Might's name written in bold letters. Under it, Izuku had once written, "A hero's body must be strong enough to carry people." He stared at that sentence for almost an hour. Then, with hands that refused to stay steady, he crossed out one word, not hero. Not strong, he crossed out body. Then he wrote above it, "A hero must be strong enough to carry people." It was not much, it was not a quirk, it was not a solution. But it was the first thing in 3 days that felt like breathing. The next morning, his mother began clearing old furniture from the storage unit behind their apartment building. She said it would help them make space. Izuku understood what she meant. She wanted to throw away things that reminded her of waiting. Old baby clothes, broken toys, a dusty training mat she had bought when Izuku was 4 because he had begged her for hero practice. Boxes of notebooks he had already filled. Plastic tubs packed with cheap, All Might merchandise from birthdays and festivals. She was not trying to erase the dream. She was trying to clean around the wound. Izuku helped because doing something was better than sitting still. The storage unit was narrow and smelled of dust, cardboard, and forgotten summers. Sunlight slipped in through the half-open shutter, cutting a pale gold line across stacked boxes and plastic-covered shelves. Inko moved carefully, lifting what she could and asking Izuku to label things with marker. Keep, donate, trash. Those 3 words became the laws of the morning. Old fan, trash, baby blanket, keep 3 cracked picture frames, donate, a wobbly folding chair, trash. All Might alarm clock with 1 broken arm. Keep, obviously. Izuku was dragging a box of old winter clothes toward the entrance when his foot struck something hidden under a rolled carpet. It made a sound unlike cardboard, a deep, wooden knock. He crouched and pushed the carpet aside. Behind it sat a cedar chest. It was not large, but it felt important in the way some objects did before anyone explained them. The wood was dark with age, its corners reinforced with dull metal brackets. A faded red cord had been wrapped around it 3 times, tied in a knot so tight it looked less like storage and more like sealing. Izuku brushed dust away from the lid. There were characters burned into the wood, not printed, burned. The strokes were uneven, as if someone had carved them with a heated blade. Midoriya Tsuru. "Mom," Izuku called. Inko looked over from a tower of old kitchenware. "What is it, honey?" There's a chest back here. It has our name on it. Our name, she came over, wiping her hands on her apron. For a moment, she simply stared at the chest. Then her expression shifted into the kind of uncertainty adults wore when the past walked into the room without knocking. "Oh," she said softly, "that old thing. You know it. I've seen it once or twice. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, I think, maybe older." She frowned, trying to remember. "My mother said it had family papers inside, nothing valuable." Izuku looked at the red cord. "Why was it sealed? I don't know." Inko gave a small, embarrassed laugh. "Maybe our family was dramatic." Izuku did not laugh. He touched the knot carefully. The cord was old but not brittle. Its color had faded, yet when he pressed it between his fingers, it held firm. There was something about the way it was tied that made him pause. Not because it was complicated, but because it was deliberate. Each loop crossed another at a precise angle, as if the knot itself had instructions. "Can I open it?" Inko hesitated. That hesitation lasted less than 2 seconds, but Izuku noticed it. He noticed everything when people hesitated around him now. Finally, she smiled, tired but gentle. "Go ahead. Maybe you'll find some boring family records and save me from carrying them." Izuku untied the cord. It took longer than expected. The knot did not resist like something tangled. It resisted like something waiting for the correct sequence. Pulling the wrong loop tightened it. Pulling the next loosened it. Izuku's brain, trained by years of analyzing hero costumes, attack patterns, rescue angles, and quirk limitations, settled into the problem automatically. 3 minutes later, the cord slipped free. The cedar chest opened with a dry whisper. Inside lay 3 objects. The first was a pair of Hanafuda earrings wrapped in yellowed cloth. They were beautiful in a strange, simple way. White rectangular cards marked with a red sunburst pattern, the edges worn smooth by time. Izuku lifted them carefully, afraid even his breath might damage them. The second object was a scroll. Its outer layer was cracked. The paper had darkened to the color of weak tea. It was tied with a thin black string, and even before opening it, Izuku could see that parts of it had been eaten away by time. The third was a journal, brown cover. Hand-stitched spine. No title. Izuku forgot the storage unit. He forgot the boxes. He forgot, for several precious seconds, that he was a quirkless boy standing in the wreckage of his own future. Because here was a mystery, and mysteries had systems. He opened the journal first. The handwriting inside was old, fashioned, and careful. Some pages were smudged. Some were written in older kana that made him squint. Izuku was not an expert in historical Japanese, but he had read enough archived hero documents and old newspapers to struggle through slowly. The first page began, "My name is Midoriya Tsuru. If this record survives me, then let it be known that I write not for fame, nor for proof, but so my descendants may understand why our family must remember the sun." Izuku stopped breathing, not intentionally. It simply happened. His eyes moved faster. Tsuru Midoriya had lived during the Taisho era. Her village had been small, mountain, bound, and poor. The journal did not speak of heroes, because heroes as Izuku knew them had not existed then. It spoke instead of sickness, winter, rumors, and night roads people avoided after sunset. Then came the name that was not a name. The man with the red scar arrived during the 3rd snowfall. Izuku leaned closer. Tsuru never wrote his full name. Maybe she had never learned it. Maybe he had refused to give it. She described him as tall and quiet, with long hair like dark flame, Hanafuda earrings, and a mark on his forehead. Like fire remembered by the skin. He had come wounded, not badly enough to die, Tsuru wrote, but badly enough that any normal man would have collapsed. He did not collapse. He asked only for water. For 3 days, he stayed in the Midoriya household. He slept very little. He spoke even less. But when he moved, Tsuru wrote, the room seemed to make space for him, not because he demanded it, because the world itself appeared to understand that he would pass through. Izuku read that sentence 5 times, then he copied it into his notebook. He did not know why yet, he only knew it mattered. The journal continued. Tsuru's father had begged the stranger to teach him swordsmanship. Bandits had been seen on the road. Wild dogs had attacked travelers. The village was afraid. The man with the red scar refused, at first. Then, on his final morning, he gave Tsuru's family a scroll. Not a complete inheritance, a fragment. He told them it was not meant to make warriors, it was meant to preserve breath. Izuku opened the scroll with trembling hands. The paper protested. He moved slowly, flattening it on the lid of the chest. Much of it was damaged. Entire sections had faded into ghost strokes. Some illustrations had been lost to water stains. But the central lines remained drawings of a human figure, foot placements, spine alignment, blade angles, breathing counts, not ordinary breathing, structured breathing, measured breathing. Breathing as mechanics, breathing as rhythm, breathing as power at the top of the scroll, written in brush strokes that looked both elegant and absolute, was a title, Hinakami Kagura, below it, in smaller writing, The Dance of the Fire God, a memory of the first breath beneath the sun. Izuku's heart started pounding, not with excitement, not exactly. Excitement was bright and quick. This was heavier. It felt like standing at the edge of a door that had been waiting for him before he was born. He scanned the first section. The instructions were strange. They were not written like martial arts manuals he had seen online. They did not begin with punches or stances or muscle groups. They began with air. Draw breath through the body as if the lungs continue into the bones. Let the ribs open without force. Let the heart slow. Let warmth gather beneath the navel. Do not chase flame. Become the place where flame may arrive. Izuku whispered the words under his breath. Then he read the next line. If the breath is incorrect, the form is empty. If the breath is correct, even stillness becomes a blade. Something inside him went very quiet. He had spent his whole life studying people who were born with power. Katsuki Bakugo could sweat explosive compounds from his palms and ignite them at will. All Might could throw punches that changed the weather. Heroes bent physics every day and smiled for cameras afterward. Izuku had always looked at them and thought, How did the wrist angle affect blast direction? How did recoil distribute through the elbow? How did rescue specialists stabilize civilians midair? How did heroes breathe under stress? That last question had always been a footnote in his notebooks, something small, almost embarrassing. He had written observations like, Mount Lady exhales before expansion impact, Kamui Woods holds breath before extending branches, possible stiffness All Might laughs while fighting. Is laughter breathing control, psychological tool? Both. He had never known what to do with those notes. Now the scroll answered with terrifying simplicity. Breath was not a footnote. Breath was the beginning. Izuku, his mother's voice made him flinch. He looked up. Inko stood beside him, holding a box of old curtains. Her eyes dropped to the scroll, then the earrings, then the journal. What did you find? Izuku should have said, old family records. That would have been normal. That would have been easy. Instead, he said, a training method. Inko blinked. Training? It's old. Really old. I don't understand all of it yet, but it's physical. No quirk needed. It uses breathing to increase oxygen efficiency and body control and maybe heat generation, but not like a fire quirk. More like. He stopped himself because the words were starting to spill too fast. I need to study it. His mother's face tightened, not in anger, in fear. Izuku, he knew that tone. It was the same tone she had used when gently taking away his All Might costume after the doctor's visit, as if the fabric itself might cut him. Mom, he said quickly, I'm not saying this makes me a hero. The lie hurt. He pushed through it. I'm just saying it's something I can learn. Inko looked at the scroll again. It could be dangerous. Walking outside is dangerous if you don't know how traffic works. That is not comforting. I know, Izuku, I'll be careful. You always say that when you are about to do something that makes me worry. He almost smiled, almost. Then his fingers tightened around the edge of the journal. Mom, he said, quieter now, the doctor said I can't have a quirk. He didn't say I can't have discipline. That broke something in her expression. Inko Midoriya was not a hero. She could pull small objects toward herself, cry very easily, and love her son with a force no quirk registry could measure. She looked at him for a long time, then she sat down on an old box across from him. Show me, she said. Izuku stared. What? Not outside, not with a sword. Not anything dangerous. She folded her hands in her lap, trying to look stern while her eyes shone. Show me the breathing. He looked down at the scroll. The first exercise was basic, sitting posture, inhale count, hold, exhale count, heart alignment. He could try that. Probably, maybe. Izuku sat on the dusty floor of the storage unit and straightened his spine. At first, nothing happened. Of course nothing happened. He inhaled too sharply and coughed. His shoulders rose too high. His chest tightened. He tried again, slower this time, counting in his head, 4 in, 2 hold. 6 out, again, 4 in, 2 hold, 6 out. The scroll's notes said not to fill only the lungs, but to imagine the breath expanding downward around the ribs, through the back, into the stomach. That made no anatomical sense, except it did, sort of, if he thought of the diaphragm as the actual control point rather than the chest. He adjusted. Inko watched silently. Dust floated in the sunlight. Izuku breathed, 4 in, 2 hold, 6 out. His heartbeat, which had been fluttering like a trapped bird since the doctor's office, slowed by one beat, then another. Warmth touched the bottom of his ribs. It was small, so small he might have imagined it. But Izuku Midoriya had spent his childhood noticing details everyone else missed. He did not imagine this. His eyes opened. His mother's hand covered her mouth. "What?" he asked. Inko's voice trembled. "Your face." "My face?" You looked. She searched for the word and failed. "Peaceful." Izuku had no answer to that. Peace had not been a word he associated with himself recently. Hope, yes. Panic, often. Determination, always. But peace. He looked down at the scroll again. The first exercise had 12 levels. He had barely touched the first. That night, Izuku did not sleep. He translated, he copied, he cross-referenced. He searched public historical databases for Tsuru Midoriya, Teisho, era swordsmanship, Hanafuda earrings, Hinakami Kagura, and breathing techniques. Most results were useless. Festival dances, folk rituals, old theater references. A few obscure martial arts forums talking about total concentration breathing. But half the posts were obviously fake, and the other half contradicted each other. So Izuku built his own system. He made a new notebook, not hero analysis for the future. This one had a plain black cover. On the first page, he wrote, Hinakami Kagura training log subject. Izuku Midoriya quirk status. None objective. Determine whether breath-based physical enhancement is reproducible, safe, and combat applicable. Then, after a pause, he added, secondary objective. Become strong enough to save someone. The next 6 months became a secret measured in breaths. Izuku did not begin with a sword. The scroll was very clear about that. A blade in the hand of an unprepared body teaches only bad habits. So he trained his lungs first. Every morning before school, he woke at 4:45, not 5 o'clock, not around sunrise. 4:45 exactly. He dressed quietly, left a note for his mother, and walked to the wooded area near a small river path 20 minutes from the apartment. It was not a real forest, not like the old mountains Tsuru had described, but it had trees, uneven ground, stones, cold air, and privacy if he arrived before joggers. The first week was humiliating. He thought he knew how to breathe. Everyone thought they knew how to breathe. Then the scroll corrected him brutally. His shoulders lifted too much. His jaw clenched. His lower back stiffened. His inhale was greedy. His exhale collapsed instead of releasing. His mind wandered. His heartbeat spiked whenever he imagined a villain attack, which meant his breath failed exactly when he would need it most, so he took notes. Day 3. Cannot sustain bass rhythm while walking uphill. Lungs burn after 90 seconds. Day 5. Warmth under ribs returns when exhale is longer than inhale. Possible parasympathetic activation. Day 8. Tried running with rhythm. Fell, mud in mouth. Do not run near slope before coordination improves. Day 12. Recovery time after sprint reduced by 14 seconds compared to baseline. Need more trials. He recorded everything. Pulse, temperature, breath count. Distance, muscle soreness, sleep quality, appetite, mood. He did not have a quirk, but he had data. Data did not pity him. Data did not tell him to give up gently. Data simply showed whether yesterday's Izuku had been weaker than today's. By the end of the first month, he could maintain the bass rhythm while walking. By the end of the second, he could maintain it while running. By the end of the third, he could sprint uphill without collapsing, though he did throw up twice and wrote a very serious note about not eating too much katsudon before training. His mother noticed changes. Of course she did. Mothers had their own version of the transparent world, though Izuku would not have that phrase for years. You're eating more, she said one evening, watching him take a third bowl of rice. Training burns calories, he said. You're sleeping earlier. Recovery matters. Your hands have calluses. Grip exercises. You grew 2 centimeters. That might have happened anyway, Izuku. He looked up. Inko's smile was small but real. You look happier. He froze with his chopsticks halfway to his mouth. Happier. Was he school was still school. Bakugo still called him Deku, still sneered when Izuku muttered, still laughed whenever someone brought up hero dreams. Their classmates still treated quirklessness like a contagious embarrassment. Teachers still avoided saying anything direct because adults loved pretending silence was kindness. But something had changed. Before, every insult had landed on empty space inside him and echoed. Now it landed on a schedule, on morning runs, on breath counts, on a scroll older than Hero Society, on a secret warmth under his ribs that grew steadier every week. He was still quirkless. But he was no longer waiting. That made all the difference. The first time he touched a practice sword, he cried. It embarrassed him so badly he almost hid it from his own notebook. Almost. The sword was not real, of course. It was a wooden bakken bought secondhand from a martial arts supply shop 2 train stations away. Its surface was scratched. The grip was slightly too large. It smelled faintly of varnish and someone else's sweat. Izuku held it in both hands beneath the trees before sunrise. The scroll's first form diagram lay open on a flat stone nearby, protected under a plastic cover because he was not insane enough to bring ancient paper into morning dew unprotected. First form. Dance. The illustration was simple. A step, a turn of the hips, a horizontal cut. Simple. Insultingly simple. Izuku knew better than to trust simple things. Simple meant there was nowhere to hide mistakes. He raised the bakken, inhaled, stepped, cut. The sword wobbled, his wrists bent, his shoulders tensed, his back foot dragged half an inch off line. The imaginary enemy survived easily. Izuku stared at the empty air in front of him. Then he lowered the sword and wrote, Day 97, first form attempt. Terrible. Entire body disconnected. Breathing failed at hip rotation. Sword is honest in a way notebooks are not. He tried again and again and again. For 3 weeks, first form remained impossible, not because it was complex, but because it demanded unity. Breath, foot, hip, shoulder, wrist, eye, intention, all of them had to arrive at the same point at the same time. Izuku could get 3 correct, sometimes 4, never all. When his breath was right, his footwork lagged. When his footwork improved, his shoulders rose. When his shoulders relaxed, his blade angle dipped. The scroll offered no encouragement, only one line beside the diagram. The sun does not argue with the horizon. It arrives completely. Izuku hated that line. Then, one morning in the 4th month, he understood it, not mentally. His body understood before he did. The air was cold enough to sting. His fingers ached around the bakken. He had slept badly because Bakugo had cornered him the previous afternoon and burned the corner of his newest notebook. Not enough to destroy it, just enough to remind him that wanting something made it vulnerable. Izuku had been angry when he arrived. Anger ruined the breath. So he sat beneath a tree and breathed until the anger became information. Not gone, not forgiven, just measured. Then he stood, raised the sword, inhaled. The world narrowed, not dramatically. No glowing aura, no music, no sudden ancestral voice, just alignment. His foot touched the ground. His hips turned, his breath moved. The bakken cut across the morning air with a sound like cloth tearing. A single leaf, falling from the branch above, split cleanly in 2. Izuku stared. One half drifted left, the other drifted right. The sword remained extended, his lungs burned, his hands shook. Then he made a noise that was half laugh, half sob, and immediately looked around to make sure no one had seen him. No one had. The trees kept their secret. He wrote for 2 full pages afterward. Most of it was analysis, some of it was not. I did it. He underlined the sentence 3 times. By the 6th month, Izuku's life had divided into 2 worlds. In one world, he was still Deku, muttering, quirkless, too small, too polite, too strange. The boy who filled notebooks about heroes he could never join. The boy Bakugo told to stop breathing so loud. During class, which would have been funny if it had not almost made Izuku laugh for entirely different reasons. In the other world before dawn, he became someone quieter, not stronger in the way heroes on television were strong, not yet, but steadier. He could run 5 kilometers while maintaining the bass rhythm. He could hold a plank for 6 minutes. Small cuts on his hands healed faster than expected. His resting heartbeat lowered. His body temperature ran slightly warm, enough that his mother once touched his forehead and accused him of hiding a fever. He was not bulletproof, he was not superhuman. But he was no longer ordinary in the way he had been ordinary before. That scared him sometimes. It thrilled him more. The scroll remained fragmentary. The first 8 forms were readable, though some notes were incomplete. The 9th appeared in partial sketches. Everything beyond that was damaged almost beyond recovery. Izuku could tell there had been more. He could feel the gaps like missing teeth. But he was not ready for more. He knew that. The base breathing alone had rebuilt his understanding of effort. First form had taken a month to perform once correctly. Second form made his calves feel like they had been replaced with hot wires. Third form required footwork so delicate that he spent 2 weeks doing nothing but stepping around chalk circles on the ground. No shortcuts. That became the rule. No shortcuts, because shortcuts were lies the body remembered. One Saturday, near the end of the 6th month, Izuku returned to the storage unit alone. His mother was at work. The air inside was warmer than before. Dust still gathered in the corners, but most of the boxes had been cleared. The cedar chest sat on a shelf now, wrapped in clean cloth. Izuku opened it and took out Tsuru's journal. He had read most of it by then, but one section near the back had resisted translation. The ink was faded, the phrasing archaic. He had avoided guessing because guessing wrong with something this important felt disrespectful. That day, with a dictionary app, 3 library scans, and 6 months of context, he finally understood enough. Tsuru had written about the stranger's final night. The man with the red scar had sat outside beneath the moon, holding his earrings in his palm. Tsuru, still young then, had asked why someone so powerful looked sad. For a long time he had not answered. Then he had said, "Because strength is only meaningful when it arrives in time." Izuku's throat tightened. He read on. Tsuru had asked whether the breathing technique could make anyone strong. The man had replied, "No. It reveals what the body is willing to become. That is not the same thing. Then, do not teach this to those who seek victory. Teach it to those who cannot ignore suffering." Izuku closed the journal. For several minutes, he sat in the storage unit with the book in his lap and the Hanafuda earrings beside him. Outside, someone laughed in the apartment courtyard. A bicycle bell rang. A child shouted for their mother. Life continued in all its careless, ordinary noise. Izuku thought of All Might. Not the billboard's smile, not the catchphrases, the videos, the rescues, the way he always arrived with laughter loud enough to make fear look foolish. Izuku had once thought being a hero meant being powerful enough that no one could stop you. Then he had thought being a hero meant having a quirk useful enough to save people. Now, sitting with a dead woman's journal and an older dead man's words, he wondered if he had been wrong both times. Maybe being a hero began before power. Maybe it began with not being able to ignore suffering. The next page of his training log started with a new heading. Hero application of Hinakami Kagura. He listed possible uses. Rescue breathing control in smoke, heavy environments, increased sprint efficiency for evacuation. Blunt, force disabling strikes against robots or armor, non-lethal deflection. Mobility training, heat tolerance. Then, at the bottom of the page, he wrote something that made his hand shake. UA entrance exam, possible. He stared at the question until it stopped looking insane. Then he circled it. When Inko found the application forms on his desk 2 weeks later, she did not yell. That almost made it worse. She stood in the doorway, holding the papers with both hands, and looked older than she had that morning. "Yua?" she asked. Izuku rose from his chair too quickly. "Mom, I can explain." "Can you?" "Yes, maybe. I mean, I know it sounds impossible, but the entrance exam allows physical enhancement and support equipment under certain categories, and technically applicants without quirks aren't banned. They're just, well, statistically, there are no successful cases in the modern hero course. But that doesn't mean, Izuku, he stopped. She looked down at the forms. You could get hurt. Yes. The honesty surprised them both. Inko's eyes filled immediately. Izuku forced himself not to look away. "I could," he said, "and I don't want to pretend I couldn't." "But Mom, people with quirks get hurt too. Heroes get hurt, students get hurt, people who do nothing get hurt. That does not make me feel better. I know. You are my son. I know. You are my only son." His breath faltered. For a moment, All the training vanished, and he was just 10 years old again, sitting in a doctor's office, watching his mother apologize because the universe had denied him something she could not give back. Then he inhaled, slowly, not to calm himself, to stay honest. "I'm not trying to throw my life away," he said. "I'm trying to build one." Inko covered her mouth. "I don't have a quirk," Izuku continued. "That hasn't changed, it won't change, but I have this. I have training, I have 6 months of data showing measurable improvement. I have forms that can be adapted for rescue and combat. I have." His voice cracked. He hated that. He kept going anyway. "I have something I can do every day that makes me closer to the kind of person who can help. And if I don't at least try, then every time someone needs saving, I'll know I decided for them that I wasn't enough." Silence filled the room. On his desk, All Might smiled from the cover of an old notebook. Inko sat on the edge of his bed. The application forms trembled in her hands. "You sound like him," she whispered. Izuku blinked. "All Might," she shook her head. "I don't know, maybe." Her eyes moved to the old journal lying beside his training notes. Maybe someone older. Izuku did not know what to say. His mother wiped her eyes. Then very carefully she placed the UA forms back on his desk. "I want to see your training," she said, so he showed her. Not everything, not the forms that strained his joints, not the sword arcs that might frighten her. He showed her the breathing, the running, the footwork. The way he could move across uneven ground without stumbling. The way his recovery time had changed. The way he could split a falling leaf with a wooden practice sword after 3 tries, then 2, then 1. Inko watched from beneath a tree with both hands clasped tightly in her lap. At the end, Izuku stood several meters away, breathing hard but evenly, sweat cooling on his face. "Well?" he asked, trying and failing to sound casual. His mother did not answer immediately. Then she stood, walked over, and hugged him so suddenly he nearly dropped the bakken. "You're still my baby," she said into his shoulder. His face burned. "Mom, you are. I don't care if you breathe like an ancient sword ghost, you are still my baby. That is not the technical classification." "I don't care," he laughed. It came out small, but it came out. She pulled back and touched his cheek. "If you do this," she said, "you do not hide injuries from me. I won't. You do not train when you have a fever. I won't. You eat properly. I already track calories. That is somehow not reassuring. I'll eat properly. And if your body tells you to stop, you stop." Izuku hesitated. Her eyes narrowed. "Izuku." "I'll stop," he said then, because he was trying to be better at honesty, he added, "eventually. Izuku." "I'll stop quickly." "Good," she sighed, looking exhausted and proud and terrified all at once. Then she said the words that would carry him through the next year. "I don't understand this path," Inko Midoriya said, "but I believe you are walking it seriously." That was not permission exactly. It was heavier than permission. It was trust. Izuku treated it like a sacred object. The night before submitting his UA application, he returned to the storage unit one final time. The cedar chest sat open. The Hanafuda earrings lay in his palm. He had not worn them. He was not sure he had the right. They belonged to the man with the red scar first, then perhaps to Tsuru, then to memory itself. Wearing them felt too much like claiming something he had not earned, but he held them just for a moment. The setting sun outside the storage unit turned the white cards gold. Izuku bowed his head. "I don't know who you were," he said softly. The air did not answer. No ghost appeared, no ancient power awakened. Good. Izuku had grown suspicious of easy miracles. He closed his fingers gently around the earrings. "But thank you for leaving something behind." Then he placed them back in the chest, beside Tsuru's journal and the cracked scroll. When he returned to his room, he opened his black notebook and wrote at the top of a fresh page, "Current status, bass breathing rhythm stable under moderate stress, forms, not combat ready. Physical improvement, significant but insufficient, quirk, none hero potential, unknown." He tapped the pen against the page, then he added one more line. "Next step, become undeniable." Outside his window, the city glowed with evening lights. Somewhere in that city, heroes were finishing patrols. Villains were making plans. Children with bright, impossible quirks were dreaming of UA as if the gates had been built for them. Izuku Midoriya sat at his desk, quirkless and warm, blooded, with old paper spread around him and dawn waiting in his lungs. For the first time since the doctor's verdict, the future did not look like a locked door. It looked like a horizon. and somewhere beyond that horizon, whether anyone knew it or not, the sun was already rising. Now began with Chapter 2. Embers at the entrance exam the dawn form, Izuku Midoriya and the inheritance of the sun. By the time Izuku Midoriya stood outside the gates of UA High School, he had learned one very important thing about dreams. They became heavier when they got closer. From far away, UA had always looked like a symbol, a shining castle for heroes, the place where All Might had trained, the place where future legends entered as students and left as protectors. The place Izuku had drawn in his notebooks so many times that he could sketch the front gate from memory, including the exact angle of the security cameras and the spacing between the metal pillars. But standing in front of it was different. Standing in front of it made the building look less like a dream and more like a question. What are you doing here? Students moved past him in waves. Some floated. Some sparked. Some had horns, scales, tails, wings, extra arms, metal skin, glowing hair, or eyes that shimmered like polished glass. A boy with stone-like shoulders rolled his neck and cracked the pavement under one foot by accident. A girl with vine-like hair walked with calm dignity while other examinees gave her space. Someone nearby was casually warming up by making small bursts of purple fire dance between their fingers. Izuku stood among them wearing a plain tracksuit, worn sneakers, and a wooden practice sword strapped across his back, not even a real sword, a blunt bakken. He looked, in the most generous possible description, like someone who had arrived at the wrong exam. A few people stared. A few people laughed. One boy with shark teeth looked at the wooden sword and whispered to his friend, "Is he doing a historical reenactment?" His friend whispered back, "Maybe his quirk is making sticks dangerous." Izuku pretended not to hear. He had become very good at pretending not to hear things. He adjusted the strap across his chest, lowered his gaze, and inhaled through his nose. 4 counts in, 2 held, 6 released. Warmth gathered beneath his ribs, not enough to be visible, not enough to impress anyone. Enough to remind his body that fear was information, not command. His mother had cried that morning. Of course she had. She had cried while making breakfast, cried while pretending not to cry, cried while checking his bag for the 3rd time, and then cried harder when Izuku hugged her at the door and promised he would come home in one piece. 1 piece, she had repeated. Yes, all pieces attached. That is included in 1 piece. No hospital surprises. I'll do my best. That sentence is not legally strong enough. He had smiled at that, a real smile. Then she had reached into her apron pocket and placed something in his hand, not the Hanafuda earrings. She knew he still did not feel ready to wear them. Instead, she gave him a small cloth charm from a neighborhood shrine, green thread tied around folded paper. For safety, she said. Izuku had accepted it with both hands. Now it sat inside his jacket, tucked close to his chest. He could feel it when he breathed. That helped. Deku. The word struck the back of his neck like a thrown pebble. Izuku did not turn right away. He finished his exhale first, then he looked over his shoulder. Katsuki Bakugo stood several meters away, hands in his pockets, shoulders loose, expression sharp enough to cut metal. He wore black athletic gear and the casual arrogance of someone who expected the world to move aside before he had to ask. Several examinees nearby recognized him immediately. Of course they did. Bakugo had spent middle school like a firework inside a classroom. Loud, brilliant, impossible to ignore, and occasionally dangerous to furniture. His explosion quirk was already famous among local schools. Teachers had called him gifted. Classmates had called him amazing. Bakugo had called himself future #1 because, in his mind, that was not ambition, it was basic math. His red eyes moved from Izuku's face to the wooden sword. For 1 second, confusion flickered. Then his mouth twisted. You actually brought that thing. Izuku's hand brushed the strap near his shoulder. Good morning, Kaken. Don't good morning me. Bakugo stepped closer. What are you doing here? Taking the entrance exam? No. Bakugo's voice lowered. What are you actually doing here? Izuku looked at him. The old answer rose automatically. Sorry for being in the way. Sorry for making you uncomfortable. Sorry for standing too close to the dream you thought belonged only to people like you. He did not say it. Instead, he breathed. Katsuki noticed. His eyes narrowed. That was the strange thing. Bakugo was loud, violent, and often cruel, but he was not stupid. He had instincts, combat instincts, predatory instincts, the kind of instincts that told a person when a supposedly harmless object had changed shape. Izuku watched the exact moment Bakugo realized something was different, not what. Just something. I'm taking the exam, Izuku repeated. Same as you, a spark snapped in Bakugo's palm. A few nearby examinees stepped back. You think training with a stick makes you special now? No, that answer landed wrong. Bakugo expected argument, denial, panic. The old stammering storm of explanations. Izuku gave him nothing to push against. Bakugo's jaw flexed. You're quirkless. Yes, you can't be a hero. Izuku's fingers tightened once, then relaxed. I know that's what everyone says. For a moment, Bakugo looked like he might explode right there in front of the gate. Then a robotic voice echoed from the speakers. All examinees, please proceed to Orientation Hall B. Written exam materials and practical exam briefings will begin shortly. The crowd shifted. Bakugo leaned close as students moved around them. If this is some kind of joke, he said, voice low enough that only Izuku could hear. I'm not laughing. Izuku met his eyes, I know. Then he walked toward the hall. Behind him, Bakugo did not speak. That silence worried Izuku more than shouting would have. Orientation Hall B was enormous. Rows of seats descended toward a stage where a massive screen displayed the UA logo. The air hummed with nervous energy, whispered speculation, and the soft mechanical buzz of camera drones moving near the ceiling. Izuku chose a seat near the middle, not the front. Too visible, not the back. Too avoidant, middle gave the best observation angle. He opened a small notebook and began writing immediately. Entrance exam observation log candidate types observed. Fire emitter, moderate control stone mutation, high durability possible telekinesis user, low confidence engine calves. Blue-haired student, excellent posture, zero visible quirk indicators in at least 11 candidates besides Bakugo. Elevated aggression, no surprise he paused, then added emotional state, controlled, hands slightly cold, breathing stable. A shadow fell over his notebook. Excuse me. Izuku looked up. A tall boy with dark blue hair, rectangular glasses, and posture so straight it looked personally offended by slouching stood beside him. You are muttering while writing, the boy said. It may disturb other examinees. Izuku froze. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was doing it out loud. It's a habit. I'll stop. Thank you for pointing it out. Actually, not thank you for being bothered. I mean thank you for telling me instead of silently resenting me, which would be understandable because exam pressure creates. The boy raised one hand. Izuku shut his mouth. Your self-awareness is appreciated, the boy said stiffly. He sat 2 seats away. Izuku stared down at his notebook, face hot. Note, reduce muttering volume in public settings. A moment later, someone sat on his other side. A girl with short brown hair, round cheeks, and bright eyes leaned forward slightly, smiling. Your sword is really cool. Izuku blinked. It's not a sword. I mean, technically it's sword-shaped, but it's a wooden practice weapon not sharpened in UA. Equipment rules allow non-lethal training tools under. That's still cool, she said. Izuku's brain stalled. He had prepared for ridicule. He had prepared for questions. He had not prepared for someone simply deciding something about him was cool. Thank you, he managed. I'm Yoriichi Achako. She said, Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. The blue-haired boy leaned forward from the other side. If you intend to socialize, please do so after orientation. Yoriichi flinched. Oh, sorry. Izuku bowed his head. Sorry. The boy nodded, satisfied, as if he had successfully prevented civilization from collapsing. Then present mic exploded onto the stage, not literally, which at UA was an important distinction. Welcome, little listeners, to your UA entrance exam briefing. The sound blasted through the hall so hard that several students jumped. Izuku's pen moved immediately. Present Mike explained the practical exam with the energy of a radio host who had eaten lightning for breakfast. Examinees would be divided into mock city zones. Villain robots were worth points based on difficulty. 1 pointers, 2 pointers, and 3 pointers. Destroy or disable as many as possible. Avoid unnecessary damage to other examinees. Rescue points existed but were not explained directly. Izuku caught that omission. He underlined rescue points, hidden metric likely 3 times, then the blue-haired boy stood up. "Excuse me." Every head turned. Izuku slowly lowered his pen. The boy pointed at the screen. There appear to be 4 robot types listed in the handout, yet only 3-point categories have been explained. If this is an error, it reflects poorly on Japan's top hero academy. Additionally, his arm snapped toward Izuku. The examinee in seat 37 has been muttering throughout the presentation and distracting others. Izuku's soul attempted to leave his body. Yoriichi whispered, "Oh no." Present Mike grinned. "Excellent observation, examinee. The 4th robot is worth 0 points. It's more of an obstacle than a target, so avoid it unless you want your day ruined." The screen changed. A massive robot silhouette appeared. Several examinees gasped. Izuku stared at the proportions, too large for standard urban combat evaluation. Heavy lower frame, probably slow turning radius. Thick armor plating, high center mass. Primary danger, environmental collapse, not direct pursuit. His pen flew. The blue-haired boy sat down with stern satisfaction. Izuku did not look at him. He was busy calculating how many people could be trapped under debris if a 0-pointer appeared in a narrow street. After the written portion and several rounds of logistical checks, Izuku reached the support inspection station. That was where the real trouble began. UA. Technician with tired eyes looked at the registration tablet, then at Izuku, then at the Bakken. Quirk. None. The technician looked up again. None listed. No, none present. A pause. You are applying to the hero course. Yes. With a wooden sword. Yes. Another pause. The technician turned to a nearby staff member. Can you call legal? Izuku closed his eyes. He had known this might happen. He had prepared documents, possibly too many documents. When the support staff nearly turned him away, Izuku unzipped his bag and produced a folder thick enough to qualify as a blunt weapon. I brought medical clearance, non-Quirk physical enhancement classification references, equipment compliance forms, assigned parental liability acknowledgement, UA. S publicly available policy regarding applicants with non-standard combat methods, and a letter from Aldera Middle School confirming I have no disciplinary weapon incidents. The technician stared. You brought all that? Yes. Why? Izuku's expression was completely serious. Because I'm quirkless. The technician had no response to that. Legal arrived in the form of a woman with silver hair, sharp eyes, and a coffee cup that looked emotionally necessary. She reviewed the forms, asked Izuku 3 questions, inspected the Bakken, then sighed. Breath-based physical enhancement. Yes, ma'am. No external chemical support. No, ma'am. No concealed blade. No, ma'am. No quirk factor. No, ma'am. You understand that UA. Takes no responsibility for injuries caused by attempting to compete against quirked examinees using non-quirk methods. Izuku swallowed. Yes, ma'am. She looked at him for a long moment. Something in her expression softened, though her voice did not. Your equipment is approved. Do not stab anyone. It's blunt. Do not blunt force stab anyone. Yes, ma'am. She stamped his file. Just like that, the gate remained open. Izuku bowed so deeply his forehead nearly hit the table. Thank you very much. The technician watched him walk away, then he looked at legal. Is he going to die? The silver-haired woman sipped her coffee. No idea, she said, but his paperwork is beautiful. Battle Center C looked like a real city. That was the first thing Izuku noticed, not a playground, not a simple obstacle course, a city, concrete roads, glass-fronted buildings. Side streets, alleyways, fake shops, overpasses, street signs, drain covers, balconies, windows. Rubble zones already staged for destruction. Urban combat was not open. Field combat, visibility mattered, angles mattered, sound mattered. Civilians, even fake ones, would change everything. The examinees gathered before a massive gate. Some bounced on their heels. Some stretched. Some bragged. Some tried to look bored and failed. Bakugo was in a different battle center, which removed one immediate variable but did nothing to settle Izuku's nerves. Yoriichi stood a few meters away, rolling her shoulders. When she saw him, she waved. He lifted one hand awkwardly. The blue-haired boy from orientation stood nearby too, staring straight ahead with militaristic focus. Izuku checked the strap on his Bakken. Then he untied the safety wrap around the grip. His palms were dry. That was good. His heartbeat was slow. That was better. He inhaled. The breath moved low, ribs open, shoulders quiet, heat beneath the navel, no chasing flame, become the place where flame may arrive. Present Mike's voice burst from the speakers overhead. Start. Nobody moved for half a second, because most of them expected a countdown. Izuku did not. He had read the exam structure carefully. Heroes did not get countdowns. He moved first, not fastest, not yet, but first. His body slipped through the opening gate, while others were still processing the command. His footsteps struck the pavement in a rhythm so even that for a moment he felt like he was running inside the beat of a drum. A one-pointer rolled from an alley to his left, small frame. Wheeled base. Two claw arms, sensor cluster on top. Izuku's eyes took in the weak points automatically, hydraulic neck joint. Exposed side piston. Balance dependent on front wheel. He did not attack immediately, that would be wasteful. He angled right. The robot turned to track him. Slow rotation, too slow. Izuku stepped inside its claw range, planted his left foot, and drew the Bakken in a clean horizontal arc, first form. Dance. To anyone watching from a distance, it looked like he hit the robot once. To the robot, the strike arrived at the exact point where three structural stresses met: the neck joint, the sensor housing, and the upper frame weld. The wooden blade did not cut metal. It did not need to. It transferred force so cleanly that the robot's own turning momentum finished the break. The sensor head snapped sideways. The robot locked, then collapsed onto its own wheelbase with a sad mechanical whine. 1 point. Izuku exhaled, no celebration, no disbelief. Record later, move now. A 2-pointer emerged from the next street, heavier and bipedal. Its arm swung down with enough force to crack pavement. Izuku slid back. The fist hit the ground where he had been. Concrete spat upward. He felt a chip graze his cheek. Too close. His body wanted to panic. His breath refused. He moved with the exhale. Second form was not ready for full power, but he did not need full power. He needed elevation. Second form, rising scorching sun. His step drove upward from the rear leg, hips turning as the Bakken carved a diagonal line under the robot's arm. Again, wood did not cut steel. But it struck the elbow actuator at the instant the robot tried to pull back. Force met motion. The joint buckled, the robot staggered. Izuku pivoted behind it and struck the exposed rear stabilizer. It fell forward. 2 points. His lungs burned, but not badly. He ran. Inside the observation room, silence gathered around one monitor. That was unusual. UA teachers were not easily impressed. They had watched thousands of entrance exams. They had seen children turn concrete into sand, punch through steel, melt robots, freeze streets, and scream loud enough to shatter windows. But the green-haired boy in Battle Center C was doing something different. He was not overpowering the robots. He was solving them. Present Mike leaned closer to the screen. "Yo," he said, quieter than usual. "Is that the quirkless kid?" Aizawa Shota, wrapped in his capture weapon like a man trying to become a blanket with judgmental eyes, stared at the footage. He has no quirk signature. Power loader checked another screen. Support inspection confirmed it. No emitter output, no enhancement quirk markers, no hidden tech besides the approved wooden weapon. Midnight folded her arms, watching Izuku disable another one, pointer by stepping onto a wall, redirecting off a signpost and striking its rear balance unit. "That's not normal martial arts." "No," Aizawa said, his eyes narrowed. Izuku's movement bothered him, not because it was flashy, because it was efficient. Children were rarely efficient, talented children especially. They wasted motion because power let them afford waste. Bakugo Katsuki, in another battle center, was currently turning robots into scrap with magnificent brutality. Impressive. Loud. Effective. Midoriya Izuku was different. Every step had a reason. Every breath had a job. Every strike seemed to arrive not where the robot was strongest, but where it was most ready to fail. Aizawa did not like unknowns. He especially did not like unknowns wearing the face of a nervous child. "How long has he been training?" he asked. Power loader opened the file. No formal dojo record. No registered combat instructor. Medical records show quirkless diagnosis. Physical exam from last year indicates below. Average muscle mass for age. Current exam check shows significant improvement, but nothing outside human limits. Aizawa's eyes stayed on the screen. Human limits are wider than people think. On screen, Izuku stopped running. 3 robots blocked the street ahead. 1 pointer, 2 pointers, bad formation, narrow street, limited escape routes, overhead walkway damaged but intact. A direct charge would invite crossfire. Izuku's grip shifted. The first 2-pointer lunged. He moved third form, scattering mist. The name was misleading. There was no mist, only footwork. Izuku's body seemed to split its intention in 2 directions at once. His shoulders suggested left. His feet chose right. His head turned just enough to pull the robot's targeting system off center. The machine adjusted to a movement that never fully happened. Then Izuku was under its arm, strike to knee actuator, pivot, strike to rear cable housing, duck. The second 2-pointer swung. Izuku used the falling first robot as cover. Metal struck metal. The crash threw sparks across the street. Izuku was already moving through them. The 1-pointer fired a foam training projectile. He leaned aside by less than an inch, not because he was showing off. Because more movement would cost time. His Bakken struck the 1-pointer's wheel assembly. It spun out. He climbed the side of the collapsing robot, pushed off its shoulder, twisted midair, and brought the wooden blade down onto the second 2-pointer's exposed neck column. The strike landed with a crack that echoed between the fake buildings. The robot dropped 5 more points. Izuku landed badly. Pain shot through his ankle, not injury. Impact stress. He corrected his stance immediately. Too much aerial movement, not enough landing control. Record later, move now. The speakers announced time remaining. Izuku did not hear the number clearly. His focus had narrowed, not into tunnel vision. Tunnel vision was dangerous. This was different. The world became layered. Sound, movement, heat, breath, distance, threat. He could feel when his breathing began to slip. He could feel fatigue gathering in his calves. He could feel the Bakken's vibrations through his palms and knew the wood would bruise his fingers later. He had destroyed enough small robots to earn a respectable score. Not enough. Respectable did not save people. He turned toward a wider intersection where explosions had just sounded, not Bakugo's, different battle center. Here, it was a student with a blast-type quirk taking down 3-pointers from range. Another examinee with long arms was smashing 1-pointers against walls. A girl with floating debris orbiting around her was laughing nervously as she dropped chunks of concrete onto robot heads. Izuku adjusted his route. Do not compete for targets already engaged. Find neglected threats. A 3-pointer crashed through a storefront to his right. Large frame. 4 legs. Heavy armor. Central eye recessed. Front plating too thick for wooden impact. Side joints partially exposed during turning. It saw him. The machine charged. Izuku inhaled, not first, not second, not third. He had practiced fourth form for months and still hated it. It demanded curved movement under pressure, a flowing defense that became offense only at the final instant. It was designed for attacks that could not be stopped directly. A charging 3-pointer qualified. His foot slid back. The robot's front limbs stabbed down. Izuku moved around it, not away. Fourth form, burning bones, summer sun. The Bakken traced a circular path, striking not to break but to redirect. First contact changed the angle of the robot's limb. Second contact guided the overextension. Third contact landed behind the shoulder joint as its own weight pulled it forward. The 3-pointer stumbled. Izuku's muscles screamed, too heavy. He could not finish it with one sequence. The robot rotated faster than expected. A metal arm clipped his side. Pain flashed white. He hit the pavement, rolled, and tasted blood where his teeth caught his cheek. For half a second, the old voice returned, "You are quirkless." The robot loomed, "You should not be here." His fingers tightened around the Bakken. "You cannot be a hero." Izuku exhaled. The voice dissolved into air. He pushed up as the 3-pointer attacked again. This time, he did not redirect the limb. He let it pass. Then he stepped onto the robot's lowered arm and ran up the moving surface. Several examinees nearby shouted. Izuku did not process the words. He reached the shoulder. The central eye turned toward him, too slow. Fifth form, setting sun transformation. A backflip slash, insane on paper, worse in practice. Useful only when elevation, rotation, and target exposure aligned perfectly. This was not perfect. It was close enough. Izuku threw his body backward, using the robot's own upward recoil to create rotation. The Bakken whipped down in an arcing strike that smashed into the recessed sensor eye from above. The casing caved inward. The three-pointer froze. Then collapsed with Izuku still falling. He hit the pavement on his back. Air left his lungs in one ugly sound. For a terrifying second, he could not inhale. Then training took over. Do not gasp. Gasping panics the ribs. Small inhale, control. Again, warmth returned in sparks. He rolled onto his side and forced himself up. 3 points, also possibly cracked pride. He allowed himself exactly 1 second to smile. Then the ground shook. Not from his fight, from something far larger. Across the mock city, the zero-pointer rose above the buildings. Even knowing about it did not prepare him. The robot was enormous. Its head cleared rooftops. Its arms were as large as buses. Its steps crushed fake asphalt and sent tremors through the battle center. Examinees scattered immediately. That was the correct response. 0 points, obstacle, avoid. Izuku's body began to turn away. Then he heard the scream. It came from a side street beneath the zero-pointer's path. A girl's voice, Yoriichi. Izuku moved before thought completed. That was important. Later, he would realize that this was the first moment his training and his dream became indistinguishable. Until then, he had been fighting robots. Now someone needed saving. The difference was everything. He sprinted toward the sound. The street ahead was collapsing. The zero-pointer's foot had crushed part of a building facade, sending concrete slabs and metal beams down across the road. Dust filled the air. Examinees ran past him in the opposite direction. Don't go that way. It's 0 points. Are you crazy? Maybe. But crazy did not matter. Yoriichi was trapped near the base of a damaged support frame, one leg pinned under rubble. Her hands were pressed against a chunk of concrete, probably trying to activate her quirk, but panic had made her breathing ragged. The zero-pointer's next step would bring a rain of debris directly over her. The distance was too great. Izuku could not carry her out in time. Could not break the rubble fast enough. Could not stop the zero-pointer, so he looked up, not at the robot, at the falling girder, long steel beam. Dropping at an angle, if it hit the ground, it would crush the area around Yoriichi, but its rotation was uneven. One end was heavier due to attached concrete. Its path could be changed, not stopped, changed. His mind calculated and rejected possibilities faster than language. First form, too linear. Second, wrong angle. Third, no. Fourth, possible but insufficient. Fifth, too risky. Sixth. He had never used sixth form under real stress. He had practiced it against falling branches, swinging sandbags, and once against an old metal pipe. His mother had specifically told him not to use for training because tetanus existed. Sixth form was not an attack. It was a spinning deflection. Momentum redirection, the scroll had called it, Nishai no Kageaki. Radiance of the sun. Izuku ran, his lungs opened. The world slowed, not magically, but through the brutal clarity of focus. He reached Yoriichi just as the girder descended, her eyes widened through the dust. Midoriya. Cover your head. He planted his feet. Too much force, bad angle, wooden sword might break, body might break first, no time. He inhaled until his ribs felt like they would split. Warmth became heat. The girder fell into range. Izuku spun. Sixth form, Nishai no Kageaki, the Bakken met steel. Not head-on, never head-on. The blade slid along the girder's edge at an angle so precise that impact became rotation. Izuku turned with it, feet grinding against pavement, arms screaming as force traveled through wood, wrist, elbow, shoulder, spine, hips, and into the ground. For one impossible second, he was not stopping the falling beam. He was joining its movement, redirecting it, convincing disaster to arrive somewhere else. The girder swung sideways. It crashed into the street 3 meters away, throwing dust and shattered concrete into the air. Izuku's Bakken split down the center. Pain ripped through both arms. He dropped to one knee. Yoriichi stared at him. You came back, she whispered. Izuku looked at the zero-pointer's shadow covering them both. Not done yet. He grabbed the rubble, pinning her leg. Too heavy, his fingers slipped. Yoriichi touched the concrete with both hands. Release, she gasped. The chunk floated. Izuku pulled her free. Can you stand? I think. The zero-pointer's arm swung down, not at them directly, at the building beside them. The impact would bury the whole street. Izuku looked at the broken Bakken in his hand. Half a weapon. Not enough. His body was exhausted. His arms were numb. His breathing was fraying at the edges. He could run. He could drag Yoriichi and maybe reach partial cover, maybe was not enough. Then the blue-haired boy from orientation appeared at the mouth of the street. His engines screamed. He shot forward, grabbed Yoriichi under one arm with surprising gentleness, and looked at Izuku. Move, Izuku did. The boy carried Yoriichi clear with burst speed. Izuku followed, slower but still moving. Debris exploded behind them as the building collapsed. A concrete slab tumbled toward Izuku's back. He heard it, turned, too slow. A piece of rubble floated upward and away. Yoriichi, still being carried, had slapped her fingertips together with a strained smile. Got it, she said weakly. Izuku stumbled clear. The exam siren blared. Time's up. Everything stopped, not the dust, not the ringing in Izuku's ears, but the fight. Robots powered down. Gates opened. Recovery bots rolled into the streets. Teachers and medical staff entered with practiced speed. Izuku stood in the middle of the ruined road, holding half of a broken wooden sword, arms shaking so badly he could barely keep his grip. He looked at Yoriichi. She was sitting upright, shaken but smiling. Good. Then he looked at the blue-haired boy. Thank you, Izuku said. The boy pushed his glasses up, though they had somehow not moved. A hero does not abandon trapped civilians. Izuku blinked. The boy looked away, suddenly stiff. Also, your earlier action was impressive. Izuku's face warmed. Your rescue was faster. Speed without correct timing is recklessness. Timing without speed can fail. They stared at each other. Then Yoriichi laughed. It was breathless and dusty and a little pained, but real. You two are weird. Izuku looked down at his broken bakken. Probably. Recovery girl arrived 2 minutes later and hit him with her cane. Sit down before you fall down. I'm okay. She hit him again. You are the worst kind of okay, the standing kind. He sat. His arms were bruised. His palms were torn. His side hurt from the three-pointer strike. His ankle throbbed. His cheek was bleeding lightly. None of it was catastrophic. Recovery girl examined him with the expression of a woman mentally adding his name to a future problem list. No broken bones, she said. Muscle strain, deep bruising, overuse, mild heat stress. Izuku winced. She narrowed her eyes. You expected worse. I prepared for several possibilities. Of course you did. She healed only what was necessary, warning him that her quirk drew from his stamina. He thanked her 3 times. The 3rd time, she told him to drink water and stop being polite at his injuries. In the observation room, the teachers replayed the girder deflection once, twice, 5 times. Power loader leaned so close to the screen his helmet nearly touched it. That should not have worked. Aizawa said nothing. Present Mike was unusually quiet. Midnight's expression had lost its teasing edge. The footage showed Izuku meeting the falling beam with a wooden sword, spinning with the impact, redirecting thousands of pounds of force away from a trapped examinee. It looked impossible. But frame by frame, it was not foot placement, angle rotation, controlled contact, insane strength tolerance, yes, but not random, not a miracle, technique. That wasn't a robot point, Power Loader said. No, Aizawa replied. Rescue points. Aizawa watched Izuku pull Yoriichi free, then watched Ida arrive and carry her clear. Yes, how many? Aizawa's tired eyes sharpened. All of them. The official results came 1 week later. That week was worse than the exam. Izuku could handle pain. Pain had measurements. Bruising faded. Muscle strain responded to rest, protein, hydration, and his mother hovering aggressively with soup. Waiting was harder. Waiting had no form. Bakugo did not speak to him at school, not once. That was new. Usually Bakugo filled silence with insults like other people filled cups with water. But after the exam, he only watched Izuku from across the classroom. His expression was not fear. Izuku knew fear. He had seen it on enough faces. This was calculation, their classmates noticed. How'd the exam go? Bakugo destroyed it. Bakugo snapped. Of course. What about Midoriya? Did he actually show up? Before Izuku could answer, Bakugo's palm sparked. Shut up. The room went quiet. Izuku stared at his desk. That single command changed more than any defense would have. No one teased him about UA for the rest of the week. On the 7th day, the envelope arrived. It was thick. That seemed good. Unless UA sent thick rejection packets. Maybe they included counseling materials. Maybe legal forms. Maybe medical warnings. Maybe a polite but firm explanation that quirkless applicants with antique breathing hobbies should consider other career paths. Izuku stood at the kitchen table, staring at the envelope. Inko stood behind him, gripping a dish towel like it had personally offended her. "Open it," she whispered. "You can open it. It is addressed to you. You're my mother. That does not give me legal authority over UA mail. That has never stopped you from opening my middle school behavior reports." That was different. Those involved explosions. Izuku laughed once, too high and nervous. Then he opened the envelope. A small disc projector fell into his palm. He placed it on the table. Light burst upward. All Might appeared in golden projection, larger than life, smiling with impossible brightness. Izuku stopped breathing, not trained stillness, actual shock. "I am here as a projection," Inko screamed. Izuku nearly knocked over a chair. All Might continued proudly, as if this was normal. "Young Midoriya, congratulations on completing UA's entrance examination. Your written score was excellent, as expected from such detailed analysis. Your combat score placed you second within your battle center and among the highest of all quirkless applicants in UA history." Izuku's knees weakened. Inko grabbed his shoulder. All Might's smile softened. "However, heroism is not measured only in villains defeated. When danger appeared, you ran towards someone who needed help, even though there were no points promised. That action earned you rescue points from every observing judge." The projection shifted. Exam footage appeared. Izuku saw himself from above, tiny beneath the zero-pointer's shadow, spinning under the falling girder. It looked reckless. It looked terrifying. It looked like someone he barely recognized. Then All Might returned. "With your combined score, you have passed the UA Hero Course Entrance exam." Izuku's hand covered his mouth. Inko made a sound that was definitely the beginning of crying. All Might leaned forward in the projection, his voice lower now. "Young man, you proved something important. Power can be inherited, power can be born, power can be given, but courage must be chosen in the moment it costs something." Izuku's vision blurred. "So come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia." The projection ended for 3 seconds. The kitchen was silent. Then Inko tackled him, not metaphorically. She hugged him with enough force to aggravate at least 2 bruises. Izuku did not complain. He held onto her and cried into her shoulder like he had not cried in the doctor's office, like he had not cried after Bakugo's insults, like he had not cried through 6 months of lonely dawns and torn palms and breath counts that felt like prayers. He cried because the door had opened. "Not all the way, not safely, but enough. I got in," he whispered. Inko nodded against him, sobbing. "You got in. I got in. I know. I'm going to UA. I know, baby. I'm going to be a hero." His mother pulled back just enough to look at him. Her eyes were red. Her smile shook. "Yes." She said, "You are." That night, Izuku returned to the storage unit. The cedar chest waited in the dark. He opened it and took out the Hanafuda earrings. For a long time, he simply held them. He still did not feel worthy, but maybe worthiness was not something that arrived before the path. Maybe it was something built by walking. He clipped the earrings on carefully. They felt lighter than expected. Then he bowed toward the old scroll. "I passed," he said softly. No ghost answered. No ancient voice praised him. But as Izuku stood there in the quiet, the earrings swayed beside his face, catching the thin moonlight from the storage unit window. For one impossible moment, the red sunbursts looked warm, almost alive. The next morning, Katsuki Bakugo found him on the school roof. Izuku had gone there during lunch for quiet, but he should have known better. Bakugo always found high places when he was angry. For a while, neither spoke. The wind moved between them. Bakugo's hands stayed in his pockets. "You got in," he said. Izuku did not ask how he knew. "Yes." "What was your score?" "I don't know the full ranking." "Don't dodge." Izuku looked at him. "Second in combat points in my battle center. Rescue points pushed me high enough to pass." Bakugo's jaw tightened. "You saved someone?" "Yes." "With that breathing crap." Izuku's fingers brushed one Hanafuda earring. "With training." Bakugo took one step closer. The old Izuku would have flinched. This Izuku did not. Bakugo noticed. Of course he did. "What are you?" Bakugo asked. The question was not loud. That made it more dangerous. Izuku thought about the scroll. About Tsuru, about his mother crying in the kitchen, about the girder's weight traveling through his arms, about All Might's projections saying courage had to be chosen when it cost something. Then he answered honestly, "I'm still figuring that out." Bakugo stared at him. Then he clicked his tongue and turned away. "TCH, don't get cocky, Deku. I won't." Bakugo stopped at the stairwell door, his voice came back quieter. "And don't lose before I beat you." The door slammed. Izuku stood alone under the afternoon sky. Below him, students shouted, laughed, complained, and lived ordinary lives beneath a sun none of them bothered to look at directly. Izuku closed his eyes, inhaled 4 counts, held, exhaled 6 counts. Warmth gathered beneath his ribs. The path ahead was longer than ever. UA would be harder than the exam. He would be surrounded by people born with gifts that could bend the world. His forms were incomplete. His body still had limits. His sword had broken. His technique had nearly failed. One mistake under the 0 pointer would have ended everything before it began. But the fear did not own him, not anymore. He opened his notebook to a fresh page. At the top he wrote, UA. Hero course, preparation notes below that. Known weaknesses. Weapon durability insufficient under heavy impact arms, vulnerable to force transfer strain, aerial landing control, poor 6th form usable, but dangerous under high mass redirection. Need legal support equipment review, need rescue. Specific application training, need to understand Bakugo's change in behavior. He paused. Then added, known strengths. Breathing stable under exam stress, forms 1-6 combat, viable rescue, instinct, activated without hesitation, quirkless status. Did not prevent admission. His pen hovered above the next line. After a moment, he wrote, conclusion. This is possible. Then beneath that, smaller, do not waste it. The wind turned the page slightly. Izuku held it down with one hand and looked toward the distant shape of UA. High school rising beyond the city. The first ember had caught. Now he had to become dawn. Finally, Chapter 3. The shape of a sword in a room full of guns, the dawn form. Izuku Midoriya and the inheritance of the sun. The first day at UA did not feel like entering a school. It felt like stepping into a battlefield where everyone was politely pretending the war had not started yet. Izuku Midoriya stood outside classroom 1, with one hand on the strap of his bag and the other resting lightly against the wrapped wooden sword at his back. Not the broken one from the entrance exam. That one now sat on his desk at home, split down the middle and carefully labeled as Bakken no. One failed under high force rescue deflection, retained for structural study. His mother had called it a terrifying keepsake. His new Bakken was reinforced hardwood, still blunt, still legal, but heavier and better balanced. He had spent 3 evenings adjusting the grip wrap until it sat correctly in his palms. It was not ideal. Against UA training robots, it might survive. Against serious villains, probably not. But for now, it was enough. The hallway around him was full of students who looked like future heroes. Some looked confident. Some looked nervous. Some looked bored. One student with 6 arms was calmly checking the classroom number. Another with pink skin and horns was chatting as if this were an ordinary school morning. A boy with a bird head stood silently by the wall, radiating dramatic mystery without saying a word. Izuku's notebook was already in his hand. He had promised himself he would not mutter too loudly. He had not promised not to take notes. Class 1. A First Impressions. High variation in mutation. Type Quirk's emotional atmosphere. Competitive but not hostile, several students physically relaxed despite unknown environment, possible overconfidence among high output emitter types, need to identify rescue specialists early. Are you just gonna stand there forever, Deku? Izuku's pen stopped. Bakugo Katsuki stood a few steps behind him, hands shoved into his pockets, shoulders loose in the way only Bakugo could make look like a threat. He wore the UA uniform like it had offended him personally. Izuku turned. Good morning, Kaken. Bakugo's eye twitched. You still say that like we're friends. You still respond like you heard me. A dangerous silence followed. Izuku realized what he had said half a second too late. Several nearby students looked over. Bakugo stared at him. Then slowly, his mouth pulled into something that was not quite a grin. TCH. He walked past Izuku and yanked the classroom door open. Izuku exhaled. That had been reckless, not suicidal, but reckless. He wrote, note, confidence and provocation are not the same thing. Avoid confusing them. Then he entered classroom 1A. The room was enormous. That was the first thing everyone noticed, desks sized for students of wildly different body types, reinforced walls, high ceiling, wide windows. A teacher's podium that looked normal until Izuku noticed concealed impact shielding along the front edge. UA did not build classrooms. It built containment chambers with desks. The blue-haired boy from the entrance exam was already inside, standing stiffly beside his seat and scolding Bakugo for having his feet on the desk. Remove your feet from school property. Such behavior is disrespectful to the institution and to those who came before us. Bakugo leaned back farther. Who are you, my furniture's lawyer? I am Ida Tenya from Sumi Private Academy. Good for you, chair police. Izuku quietly chose a seat behind them. Yoriichi entered a moment later and brightened when she saw him. Midoriya, you're here. Yes. He said, then immediately wondered why he had confirmed something obvious. I mean, good morning. You made it into class 1A. That's amazing. You did too. Yeah, but you did it with a sword. It's technically a training weapon. That's still cooler than what I did. I mostly panicked and floated things. You saved me from rubble during the zero-pointer collapse. Oh, she blinked. Right. Ida turned toward them sharply. You two are the examinees from Battle Center C. Yoriichi smiled. Yep, Ida straightened. Then I must apologize. Izuku stiffened. For what? I misjudged you during orientation. I assumed your muttering indicated a lack of seriousness. In truth, your exam performance demonstrated both courage and analytical discipline. Ida bowed with mechanical precision. I was wrong. Izuku stared. Apologies from classmates were not completely unknown to him. They were just usually followed by the word but. Thank you, he said. You were also impressive. Your speed response during the zero-pointer incident was exactly timed. Ida's glasses flashed. You observed that. I observe most things. Bakugo made a noise from the front of the room. Yeah, he does that. Creepy nerd habit. Several students laughed, not cruelly, not yet. Izuku lowered his eyes, but before the old embarrassment could settle, Yoriichi leaned over and whispered loudly. A useful creepy nerd habit. That made Mina Ashido laugh from 2 rows away. Izuku's face warmed. For the first time in years, people laughing near him did not feel like a blade. Then the yellow sleeping bag on the floor moved. Everyone froze. The bag unzipped. A tired man with long black hair, stubble, and eyes like a disappointed alley cat emerged from the fabric. It took 8 seconds for you all to quiet down, he said. That's not rational. Nobody spoke. Izuku recognized him instantly. Eraser head, underground pro hero, capture specialist. Quirk, erasure, cancels quirk activation through line of sight. High mobility with binding cloth, known for ambush tactics and short, efficient engagements. Avoids media. Rarely photographed, Izuku's pen moved before fear could stop it. Aizawa Shota's eyes shifted toward him. Izuku stopped writing. Aizawa stared for 1 long second, then he said, Midoriya. Izuku's spine straightened. Yes, sir, your muttering carries. The class turned. Izuku died internally. Sorry, sir, control it. Aizawa pulled a gym uniform from inside the sleeping bag and tossed it toward the class. Put these on and meet me outside. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. Ida shot up from his seat. But orientation is scheduled for. If you want to waste 3 years on ceremonies, attend a normal school. Aizawa's gaze swept across the room. UA is not normal. Izuku felt the room change. Excitement vanished, competition sharpened. This was the first real test, not of entrance scores, of who they were when comfort was removed. Outside, the training field waited under a bright morning sky. Aizawa stood before them with a tablet in one hand and the expression of a man who had already decided at least half of them were exhausting. You've all taken physical fitness tests before, he said. No quirks allowed. Here you use them. Softball throw, sprint, grip strength, long jump, repeated side steps, endurance run. Your results matter. Then his eyes landed on Izuku, Midoriya. Yes, sir, you have no quirk to activate. The words landed heavily. Class 1 went still. Some students already knew. Yoriichi did. Ida did. Bakugo obviously did. Others turned with surprise. The pink-skinned girl whispered, Wait, seriously. A boy with a tail blinked. He got into the hero course quirkless. A blonde boy with a black lightning streak in his hair grinned nervously. That's kind of terrifying, actually. Izuku kept his breathing steady. Aizawa continued. Your registered method is breath-based physical enhancement. Since it cannot be activated or deactivated like a quirk, you will perform the tests under your standard controlled breathing state. No weapons unless instructed. Izuku nodded. Understood, Bakugo scoffed. So he gets special rules. Aizawa's eyes slid toward him. He gets measurable rules. You get the same when your quirk creates classification problems. His gaze sharpened. Unless you prefer, I ban explosions for being disruptive. Bakugo shut his mouth. Aizawa turned back to the class. Last place will be expelled. The field erupted. What? On the first day? Is that legal? Aizawa smiled slightly. Welcome to UA. Izuku did not panic, not because he was calm, because panic had no useful function here. His notebook was not in his hand. His sword was not on his back. He stood in gym clothes among students whose quirks could change weather patterns, melt robots, launch bodies through air, and break concrete. This was bad. Bad did not mean impossible. He inhaled. 4 counts, held 6 out. Warmth gathered. The tests began. Grip strength was first. That was humbling. Shoji Mizo crushed the measurement easily with one of his larger hands. Sato Rikido scored high after eating sugar. Bakugo produced an explosive grip burst that nearly damaged the device until Aizawa told him not to be an idiot. Izuku's result was strong. Not spectacular. Several students looked surprised anyway. Yaoyorozu Momo, a tall girl with black hair tied high and eyes that looked like they were always reading 3 books ahead, glanced at the number. For someone without a strength enhancement quirk, that is considerably above average. She said. Izuku blinked. Thank you. What is your training load? Daily breath conditioning, footwork, bodyweight strength, hill sprints, form repetition, flexibility work, recovery tracking, and dietary monitoring. She stared. How many hours? Currently 3.5 on school days, 5 to 6 on weekends, not counting study. The blonde lightning boy nearby made a choking sound. Bro, that's not a workout. That's a villain origin story. Izuku tilted his head. I don't think villains usually stretch enough. Mina laughed loudly. Even Aizawa's tired eyes shifted, just slightly. The 50-meter sprint was worse and better. Ida dominated it so thoroughly that the air cracked behind him. Bakugo blasted forward with explosive acceleration. Todoroki Shoto, quiet and unreadable, created ice under one foot and slid with controlled precision. Izuku crouched at the starting line, no quirk, no sword, just breathe. When the signal came, he launched. His first 10 meters were not impressive compared to the monsters in his class. No engines. No explosions, no ice path. Then his rhythm settled, his feet struck the ground lightly, his upper body stayed still. His breathing did not break. He finished far behind Ida and Bakugo, but ahead of several students with quirks that were not movement-focused. The result appeared, 5.91 seconds. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, the class murmured. That's without a quirk, Kirishima Ijiro asked, red hair bright in the sun. Izuku bent forward, hands on his knees, exhaling slowly. Without a quirk, Kirishima grinned. That's manly. Izuku looked up, unsure how to respond to being called manly by someone whose hair looked like it could challenge a knife. Thank you. The repeated side steps showed another difference. Izuku was not the fastest in raw movement, but his transitions were clean, left, right, left, right. No wasted bounce, no panic correction. His score climbed higher than expected because his form did not degrade. Aizawa watched. He did not write much. That worried Izuku more than if he had written pages. The softball throw came next. Bakugo made an explosion, assisted throw that vanished into the sky. Die. Aizawa looked at the result. 705.2 meters. The class reacted. Izuku did too, mostly by imagining shoulder strain. Then Yoriichi touched the ball, released it, and threw it into infinity. Result: infinity. Kaminari whispered, that's cheating in such a legal way. Izuku smiled despite himself. Then it was his turn. He held the softball, no sword, no robot weak point, no rescue situation, just a ball and a field. His ordinary throw would be decent, but not enough. Could he use breathing to improve rotational force? Yes. Could he use a sword form without a sword? Maybe. Should he? Aizawa's eyes watched him. The answer became yes. Izuku stepped into position. He inhaled, weight on back foot, hips closed, shoulder loose. The motion resembled first form in structure but compressed into a throw. His body turned as one piece, force rising from the ground, through the legs, into the hips, then the shoulder, then the arm. He released. The ball flew, not explosively, not infinitely, but cleanly. Aizawa read the result. 118.4 meters. Silence. Then Kaminari said, "Okay, that is weirdly impressive." Bakugo's expression darkened. Izuku rolled his shoulder carefully, too much strain. He had forced the movement. He made a mental note. The endurance run was where things changed. At first, the high-output students surged ahead. Bakugo, Ida, Todoroki, and several others took early leads. Izuku did not chase them. He knew better. Breathing was not speed alone, it was sustainability. Lap 1, steady. Lap 2, still steady. Lap 3, several students began slowing. Lap 4, Bakugo looked back and saw Izuku still the same distance behind him. Lap 5, Ida maintained excellent pace, but even his engine quirk required fuel and cooling management. Lap 6, Izuku passed Kaminari, who looked personally betrayed by his lungs. Lap 7, he passed Mina, who shouted, "How are you still breathing like that?" Izuku answered honestly as he ran by, "Practice." That was not helpful. By the final lap, only a handful remained ahead of him. Ida won. Bakugo finished ahead through sheer violent refusal to lose. Todoroki finished with minimal visible strain, though Izuku noticed his breathing was slightly uneven. Izuku crossed shortly after them. He did not collapse. That was what everyone noticed. He slowed, exhaled, placed both hands on his hips, and began recovery breathing immediately. Yaoyorozu watched him with open analytical interest now. That recovery rate, she murmured, should not be possible with his measured output. Todoroki looked at Izuku for the first time with something more than quiet curiosity. Bakugo said nothing. That was becoming a habit. At the end of the tests, Aizawa displayed the rankings. Izuku was not first, not close. Students with physical quirks, mobility quirks, and raw output advantages scored higher overall. Ida, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu all ranked above him. Others beat him in specific categories. But he was not last. He was not even near the bottom. Izuku Midoriya, quirkless, placed 9th, Class 1, stared at the board. Nobody said the obvious thing, so Aizawa said it for them. "Anyone here still think quirkless means helpless?" No one answered. Aizawa's gaze moved to Izuku. "Do not look relieved. 9th is not impressive enough to relax." Izuku bowed sharply. "Yes, sir," and the expulsion threat was a logical deception. The class exploded again. "What? That was a lie. That's cruel." Aizawa looked unmoved. "The world is cruel. I was efficient." Izuku watched him carefully. That was not completely true. The threat had been a test, not of scores, of reaction under pressure. Aizawa caught him looking. For the second time that day, Izuku had the uncomfortable sense that his teacher could see more than he said. After class, Aizawa told him to stay behind. Bakugo paused near the exit, then, after a moment, kept walking. That hesitation was noted. Izuku stood on the training field as the others left, sweat cooling on his skin. Aizawa waited until the class was out of earshot. Breathe normally. Izuku blinked. "Sir, stop your technique." Izuku hesitated, then he let the rhythm go, not completely. That was harder now. 6 months of training had made parts of it unconscious. But he allowed his breath to become ordinary enough. His shoulders rose slightly. His heart rate shifted. Warmth faded. Aizawa's hair lifted. His eyes glowed red. Izuku felt nothing, no pressure, no suppression, no sudden weakness beyond what came from stopping the technique himself. Aizawa's eyes returned to normal. He stared. Izuku swallowed. "It does not interact with erasure." "No." Aizawa's voice was flat, but Izuku had learned that flat voices could hide very sharp thoughts. "Your method has no quirk factor. Nothing for my quirk to target. I expected that might be the case." "Of course you did." Aizawa folded his arms. "Can you use it while sleep-deprived?" "Less effectively. Injured. Depends on injury. Panicked. I'm improving." "That means no." Izuku lowered his eyes. "Yes, sir. Can it be taught?" That question landed differently. Izuku thought of the scroll, of Tsuru's journal, of the line, "Do not teach this to those who seek victory. Teach it to those who cannot ignore suffering." "The base breathing can," he said carefully. "The combat forms are more dangerous. They require conditioning and precise control. Teaching them incorrectly could injure someone badly." Aizawa studied him. You understand that your existence creates classification problems. I'm sorry, don't apologize. Problems are useful when identified. Aizawa looked toward the empty field. Hero society depends heavily on quirk assumptions. My quirk works because most opponents rely on activation. Against you, it is irrelevant. Izuku did not know what to say to that. Aizawa continued. That makes you valuable. It also makes you dangerous. Izuku's breath caught. I don't want to be dangerous to people. Intent does not erase outcome. Aizawa looked back at him. A rescue tool can become a weapon if used badly. A weapon can save lives if used correctly. Your job is to know the difference faster than your body moves. Izuku absorbed that. It was not encouragement, it was better, it was instruction. Yes, sir. Aizawa turned away. Write a full report on your technique categories, known limitations, injury risks, and support equipment needs. Send it by Friday. Izuku's eyes widened. A full report on sun breathing for UA. His entire brain lit up. How many pages? Aizawa stopped. Behind him, Izuku's face had become dangerously sincere. Reasonable length. That is subjective, sir. Aizawa closed his eyes briefly. Under 20, Izuku tried to hide his disappointment. Aizawa noticed. Midoriya. Yes, if you submit 50 pages, I will burn it. Under 20, sir. Good. He walked away. That evening, Aizawa opened his private student file and wrote his first full assessment of Midoriya Izuku. Student, Midoriya Izuku Quirk, non-combat method. Breath-based physical enhancement combined with inherited sword forms primary concern. Unknown ceiling secondary concern. Self-sacrificial instincts under stress erasure compatibility. None, cannot suppress. Closest reference point, historical combat records. No modern analog. He paused before adding the next line. Do not underestimate due to absence of quirk. Student has built identity around becoming useful despite systemic dismissal. This produces high discipline and high risk tolerance. Monitor closely. He stared at that final sentence, then added potential. Significant. For Aizawa Shota, that was practically a standing ovation. The following week was culture shock in every direction. Class 1 was not like Aldera. That was obvious in the big ways. Nobody threw Izuku's notebook in a pond. Nobody told him to jump off a roof. Nobody said he should give up being a hero because he lacked a quirk. But difference also lived in smaller things. Kirishima asked him about sword training and actually listened. Mina wanted to know if breathing techniques could help with dancing. Kaminari asked if sun breathing meant he could survive spicy ramen better. Tsuyu Asui, who had a calm frog-like bluntness that Izuku appreciated more than expected, asked whether his warm body temperature affected hydration. Yaoyorozu asked for his training data. That conversation became alarming very quickly. She reviewed his calorie logs during lunch with the focus of a medical researcher. Midoriya, your intake is insufficient. Izuku nearly choked on rice. It is, for your output, yes. She tapped the page. If these numbers are accurate, during extended form practice, your caloric burn would be extreme. A normal human body would suffer severe fatigue or tissue strain over time. I track soreness and recovery. That does not negate the deficit. I increased protein. You also need fats, micronutrients, and better periodization. Kaminari leaned over. Did she just academically tell you to eat more? Yaoyorozu looked serious. Yes, Uraraka nodded. Honestly, I support this. Midoriya eats like he's trying to apologize to the food. Izuku looked betrayed. I eat efficiently. That's worse, Mina said. Todoroki sat across the table, quiet as usual. Then he asked, your technique produces heat. The table stilled slightly. Izuku turned to him. A small amount at my current level, mostly internal regulation. It is not a fire quirk. Todoroki's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes sharpened. Can it burn? Not externally. At least, not in the way people usually mean. Izuku hesitated. The scroll describes advanced states metaphorically, but I do not know how literal they are. Todoroki looked at him for another moment, then nodded. That was all. But after that, Izuku noticed Todoroki watching whenever he trained, not openly, not rudely, just with the intensity of someone studying a language he had once refused to speak. Bakugo watched too. That was worse. Todoroki watched like a student. Bakugo watched like a storm choosing where to strike. It happened after combat fundamentals class. All Might had entered the classroom with dramatic flair, nearly giving Ida a spiritual crisis, and announced basic battle training. Indoor team exercises would come later, but for now, Aizawa had insisted on controlled sparring evaluations before anyone was thrown into villain-hero simulations. No quirks at full output, no severe injury, no lethal force, no environmental destruction beyond marked zones. Bakugo looked directly at Izuku when the sparring pairs were announced. Aizawa, because he was either cruel or very rational, paired them together. Bakugo Katsuki versus Midoriya Izuku. The class went quiet. Kirishima whispered, "Oh, this is gonna be intense." Uraraka looked worried. Ida looked like he wanted to object on procedural grounds, but could not find one quickly enough. Izuku stepped onto the training mat with his bakken in hand. Bakugo rolled his shoulders, his palms crackled. Aizawa stood at the side, eyes half-lidded but focused. "Controlled output," he said. "Bakugo, if you blast him through a wall, you fail. Midoriya, no strikes to the throat, eyes, or joints with disabling force." "Yes, sir," Izuku said. Bakugo grinned. "Ready, Deku?" Izuku inhaled. The old nickname did not vanish, it changed weight. Once it had meant useless. Now, in Bakugo's mouth, it sounded like a challenge he could not stop saying. "Ready, begin." Bakugo attacked first. Of course he did. Explosion from the right palm, body launching forward, left hand already preparing a second blast to adjust direction. Classic aggressive opening. Fast enough to overwhelm most opponents before they finished reading the first movement. Izuku did not retreat straight back. That would let Bakugo control range. He stepped diagonally. First form would be too direct. Third form. Bakugo's blast tore past his shoulder. Izuku's footwork shifted. Third form, scattering missed. He did not disappear. That would be impossible. But his intention blurred. His shoulders suggested a retreat. His feet angled inward. The bakken dipped like he was defending low, then rose at the last second to intercept Bakugo's wrist. Tap, not hard. Enough to mark contact. Bakugo's eyes widened, then he grinned wider. Again, he came faster. Explosion. Turn. Low sweep. Palm blast toward the floor to create upward smoke and force. Smart. Bakugo had watched the entrance exam footage somehow or reconstructed enough from rumors. He knew Izuku needed sight and timing. Smoke filled the mat. The class murmured. Izuku closed his eyes for one breath, not because sight was useless, because panic liked smoke. Breath first, heat under ribs, sound. Bakugo's right foot scraped, left palm primed, weight forward. Izuku stepped inside the blast angle, fourth form, burning bones, summer sun. The bakken curved around Bakugo's arm and guided the explosion away from Izuku's centerline. Heat flashed past his cheek. The force still shoved him back half a step. Bakugo used that. He followed with a shoulder rush, not an explosion. Good, very good. Izuku barely avoided it. Bakugo was learning mid-fight. That had always been his most dangerous trait, not power, adaptation. Izuku's next counter missed. Bakugo laughed. "There he is. You're still slow when surprised." Izuku did not answer. He adjusted. The next minute became the strangest fight Class 1 I had ever watched. Bakugo dominated space. Every blast forced choices. Every step he took created danger. He was faster in bursts, stronger in raw output, and far more naturally aggressive. He fought like the air itself belonged to him, and everyone else was trespassing. Izuku did not dominate anything. He survived. Then surviving became reading. Then reading became answering. A tap to Bakugo's forearm before an explosion fully formed, a step behind his blind shoulder. A low strike to the mat that made Bakugo adjust his landing, a spinning deflection that turned a palm blast just enough to miss. Not victory, not yet, but accumulation. Bakugo's breathing grew harsher. Izuku's stayed even, though sweat ran down his face and his arms ached with every force transfer. Aizawa watched without blinking. Yaoyorozu's lips parted slightly as she tracked the exchange. "He is not outspeeding Bakugo," she said quietly. Todoroki answered. "He is arriving earlier." That was exactly it. Izuku was not faster than explosions. He was faster than decisions. Then it happened. Bakugo feinted high, dropped low, and launched himself with both palms in a twisting burst, meant to attack from Izuku's left blind side. It should have worked. It would have worked. But for one impossible breath, Izuku saw something, not with his eyes, not exactly, Bakugo's body became lines. Shoulder tension, hip rotation, weight distribution, muscle intention. The world thinned into structure. A gap opened 3 inches to the right of Bakugo's attack path before the attack fully existed. Izuku moved into it. The glimpse vanished, his Bakken touched Bakugo's chest, lightly. Exactly over the heart, Aizawa's voice cut across the mat. Point. Midoriya, silence. Bakugo landed for a moment. He stared down at the wooden sword touching his chest. Then his face changed. Rage came first, then disbelief, then something worse, recognition. Izuku withdrew immediately. He expected shouting. He expected explosions. Bakugo's palms sparked once, then stopped. Again, Bakugo said. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Match is over, I said again. And I said match is over. Bakugo turned away, jaw clenched so hard it looked painful. Izuku stood still, trying to understand what had just happened. His heart was pounding now. The breath had slipped, that glimpse, those lines. He had seen Bakugo move before Bakugo moved, not guessed, seen, only for 3 seconds, maybe less, but enough. Aizawa's gaze found him. Izuku knew immediately that his teacher had noticed something. After sparring, Bakugo did not speak to him for 4 days. This was different from before. Before, Bakugo's silence had been sharp and watchful. Now it was heavy. He came to class. He trained. He shouted at Kaminari for being an idiot, snapped at Kirishima during drills, argued with Ida because breathing near authority annoyed him, and acted normal to everyone except Izuku. To Izuku, he said nothing. Not Deku, not nerd, nothing. It should have been peaceful. It was not. Izuku found himself watching Bakugo too, trying to understand the shape of the silence. On the 4th day, Izuku arrived early at the training ground. Dawn had barely touched the sky. The air was cool, perfect for breathing practice. He set his notebook aside, drew his Bakken, and began moving through the forms. First form, dance. Second form, rising scorching sun. Third form, scattering mist. Fourth form, burning bones, summer sun. Fifth form, setting sun transformation. Sixth form, Nishai no Kageyaki. The 7th and 8th were still unstable, but improving. The 9th existed mostly as fragments reconstructed through careful comparison between damaged diagrams and Tsuru's journal descriptions. Izuku moved slowly at first, then faster, not full speed, precision before force, always. When he finished the sequence, he sensed someone nearby. He turned. Bakugo stood at the edge of the field, hands in pockets, hair wild in the morning light. How long have you been there? Izuku asked. Bakugo ignored the question. What was that thing you did? Izuku lowered the Bakken. Which thing? During the spar. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. You moved before I did. Izuku considered lying. That would be pointless. I don't fully understand it yet. Don't give me that. I'm serious. Izuku looked down at his hand. For a few seconds, I could see the structure of your movement. Muscle tension, balance, direction. It was like there was a gap before the attack happened. Bakugo stared at him. That a quirk? No, you sure? Yes. How? Izuku looked up. Because if it were a quirk, Eraserhead could erase it. Bakugo's expression tightened. That answer landed. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Bakugo clicked his tongue. I hate that. I know. No, you don't. Bakugo stepped closer. I hate that you didn't get handed anything and you still found something. Izuku's breath stopped. Bakugo looked furious, but not only at Izuku, at the world. At himself, at a story he had believed since childhood beginning to collapse under its own weight. You were supposed to stay behind, Bakugo said. The words were ugly, but the voice beneath them was worse. Honest, Izuku held the Bakken at his side. I know, Bakugo's eyes flashed. Don't say that like you're forgiving me. I'm not. Silence. The answer surprised them both. Izuku's hand tightened around the wooden grip. I'm not forgiving you just because I got stronger. That would make what happened okay, and it wasn't. Bakugo looked away first. That had never happened before. Izuku's heart hammered, but his voice stayed steady. But I'm also not staying behind so your world makes sense. The morning wind moved across the field. Bakugo said nothing. Then, very quietly, he asked, can that breathing make explosions stronger? Izuku blinked. What? Bakugo scowled. Don't make me repeat it. Izuku's brain shifted so violently into analysis that emotional whiplash almost gave him a headache. Possibly. Not the same way it works for me. Your quirk depends on sweat production, ignition control, shoulder stability, oxygen demand, and recoil management. Better breathing could improve stamina and reduce muscular tension during repeated blasts. It might also help with heat tolerance and recovery between high-output movements. Bakugo stared. You already thought about this. I think about most things. TCH. He turned as if leaving, then stopped. Show me the basic version. Izuku nearly dropped the Bakken. What? Bakugo glared over his shoulder. The breathing, not the sword crap, the basic version. Izuku thought of the scroll. Teach it to those who cannot ignore suffering. Bakugo wanted victory. That was obvious. But victory was not all he wanted, was it? He wanted to understand why he had missed something standing in front of him for years. He wanted to know why power alone had failed to explain the world. That was not noble, but it was a beginning. Izuku set the Bakken down. Fine, but you have to listen. Bakugo scoffed. I'm serious, Kaken. If you force it, you'll tense your chest and make your breathing worse. I know how to breathe, nerd. That is what everyone thinks before they learn they don't. Bakugo looked ready to explode, then he inhaled aggressively. Izuku winced, already wrong. The first lesson lasted 12 minutes. Bakugo hated every second. He hated being corrected, hated slowing down. Hated that his shoulders rose too much. Hated that his exhale collapsed. Hated that Izuku could identify the issue instantly, but he did not leave. That mattered. When other students began arriving, Bakugo stepped back as if nothing had happened. Tell anyone about this and die, he said. Izuku picked up his Bakken. That would interfere with your breathing progress. Bakugo's eye twitched from across the field. Kirishima waved. Morning, Bakugo, Midoriya, were you guys training together? No, Bakugo shouted. Yes, Izuku said at the same time. Kirishima grinned. Manly. Bakugo looked like he might commit a school rule violation. Izuku smiled into his sleeve, small, quick, but real. That afternoon, in combat theory, Aizawa reviewed threat categories. Most villains, he explained, fell into predictable patterns based on quirk confidence. Emitters created distance. Mutants relied on body advantage. Transformation types often had activation windows. Support users used tools to compensate for limitations. Then he looked at Izuku. Some combatants do not fit modern categories. Class 1, a turn toward him. Izuku tried not to sink into his chair. Aizawa continued. Do not assume visible power is the only power. Do not assume lack of a quirk means lack of threat. Do not assume your quirk solves every problem. His gaze swept across the room. Hero Society teaches you to identify quirks. I will teach you to identify danger. That sentence stayed with Izuku long after class ended. That evening, he opened his training log. A new section had begun. Transparent world, preliminary observations. He hesitated before writing the name. It came from one damaged line in the scroll. The characters had been nearly illegible, but he had reconstructed them weeks ago. Tsukitoru Sekai. Transparent world. He had assumed it was poetic, a metaphor for awareness. Now he was not sure. He wrote carefully, observed during spar with Bakugo Katsuki. Duration, estimated 3 seconds. Conditions, high stress, stable breathing, intense focus, opponent familiar but unpredictable. Perception, muscular structure, balance, attack intention, not future sight, more like reading movement before execution. He paused, then added risk, over-reliance, if misread, catastrophic. His pen hovered. Below that, he wrote, emotional note, Kaken asked to learn breathing. This is either progress, strategy, or both. Do not assume friendship. Do not assume hostility. Observe, at the bottom of the page, he listed his current combat status, Forms 1-6, reliable under stress. Forms 7-8, operational but inefficient. Form 9, partial, requires more study, transparent world. 3 5-second glimpses, unreliable, primary weakness. Durability, weapon limits, overuse strain. Primary advantage, cannot be erased, difficult to classify, high precision. Then he looked at the final blank line, the one he always used for conclusions. For a long time, he did not know what to write. UA had changed things faster than expected. He was no longer alone in the woods before dawn. He was surrounded by people who could push him, challenge him, misunderstand him, respect him, fear him, and learn from him. That was more dangerous than loneliness. Loneliness only asked him to keep going. People asked him what kind of hero he would become. Izuku turned the page and wrote one sentence. A sword in a room full of guns must not pretend to be a gun. He stared at it, then smiled faintly. No, that was incomplete, he added. It must remember why it was shaped. Outside his window, the city glowed beneath the fading sun. Inside his chest, warmth gathered with every measured breath. Somewhere in the old scroll, hidden between damaged lines and missing forms, there was still more to understand, somewhere in UA. Bakugo Katsuki was probably angrily practicing breathing and blaming Izuku for how annoying oxygen was. Somewhere in the future, villains were moving. But for now, Izuku Midoriya sat at his desk, quirkless in a world of miracles, and sharpened himself one breath at a time. The sun did not hurry, neither would he. Here we go, the Chapter 4, USBCRIBE, the Dragon and the Decay, the Dawn Form, Izuku Midoriya and the Inheritance of the Sun. The first thing Izuku Midoriya learned about rescue training was that disaster had shape. People liked to think disasters were chaos. They were not. A collapsing building had rules. Smoke had patterns. Floodwater followed gradients. Fire climbed, curled, consumed oxygen, and hunted for openings. Panicked crowds moved like liquid until someone gave them direction. Injured people lied without meaning to because shock made the body stupid. Heroes did not survive disasters by being brave. They survived them by understanding the shape of danger before it finished arriving. That was why the unforeseen simulation joint took Izuku's breath away. Not literally. His breathing stayed measured. But for one full second after entering the facility, his mind simply stopped producing words. The USJ was not a gym. It was a world built to break. A massive domed structure stretched above Class 1, sunlight filtering through the glass ceiling in pale white sheets. Beneath it lay multiple disaster zones arranged like fragments of different nightmares. A flood zone with deep artificial water, a landslide zone of unstable rock, a burning urban block with blackened buildings, a storm zone, a ruin zone, and open plazas designed for evacuation drills. It was beautiful. That was the unsettling part. The place looked like a cathedral to catastrophe. Beside Izuku, Uraraka whispered. Whoa, Kirishima grinned. This is insane. Iida adjusted his glasses with reverence. UA's resources are truly extraordinary. Kaminari looked around nervously. Am I the only one thinking this place has way too many ways to die? No, Tsuyu said, finger near her mouth. That is probably the point, Ribbit. Izuku was already taking notes. USJ initial observations. Multiple terrain types visibility varies by zone artificial, whether possible rescue training emphasis likely. Environmental adaptation structural collapse simulations may use controlled breakpoints high, risk zones for non-flight students. Flood, landslide. Fire Aizawa stood at the front of the group, tired eyes moving over his students. Today's training focuses on rescue procedures. Combat is not the only part of hero work. If you cannot save people after the fight starts, your strength is just property damage with better branding. Kaminari muttered, that sounded personal. Aizawa ignored him. Beside him stood 13, the space hero, their rounded rescue suit gleaming under the dome lights. Izuku had 3 pages of notes on 13 already, including quirk range limitations, rescue applications, and the terrifying moral discipline required to use black hole without killing everyone in sight. 13 stepped forward. My quirk can easily kill, they said, voice gentle but serious. Many of your quirks are the same. Even powers praised as heroic can become deadly when used carelessly. Today, I want you to learn how to use your abilities to save lives first. Izuku's hand tightened around his notebook. Beside him, Bakugo clicked his tongue, but he did not look away. That mattered. Since the sparring match, Bakugo had changed in ways no one else would notice unless they had spent years studying him for survival. He still shouted, still insulted, still treated patience like a disease. But during morning training, he sometimes arrived before anyone else and stood just far enough from Izuku to pretend coincidence. He never asked for help in front of others. He never said thank you. But his shoulders had started rising less during high-output blasts. His breathing was improving. He would rather swallow a grenade than admit it. Izuku had written 3 pages on that too. Todoroki also watched the rescue briefing intently, though his face remained unreadable. Yaeyurazu stood with calm focus, already analyzing likely tasks. Ida looked ready to take legal responsibility for the entire class. Yoriichi seemed nervous but excited. Tsuyu was relaxed in the way amphibians and competent people often were. Aizawa opened his mouth to divide them into groups. Then the lights flickered, not dramatically, just once. A tiny hesitation in the facility systems. Izuku noticed, so did Aizawa. The temperature shifted. A cold ripple spread across the central plaza. Izuku's pen stopped moving. At the bottom of the stairs, in the open space near the fountain, the air twisted, not like heat shimmer. Like space folding around an injury. A dark purple-black mist opened in the middle of the USJ, spreading outward in a circular gate. It widened silently at first, then with a soft, unnatural sound like cloth dragging across stone, people stepped through, not staff, not rescue actors, villains. Dozens of them, some masked, some armed, some mutated, some grinning like this was entertainment. Their costumes were mismatched, ugly, improvised, but their presence was coordinated. That was worse than the number. At the center of them stood a young man with pale blue hair and hands attached across his body like dead spiders. His fingers twitched at his neck. Beside him towered something that made Izuku's breath catch, a creature, huge, muscular, black-skinned, exposed brain, beak-like face. Arms hanging heavy enough to dent the floor beneath its knuckles. Not human, not animal, not machine. Aizawa moved before any student fully understood. 13. Protect the students. His voice was flat, that made it terrifying. Those are real villains. The class froze. For one heartbeat, the USJ's beautiful artificial disasters became meaningless. A real disaster had arrived. Aizawa's capture weapon unwrapped from his neck, his hair lifted, his eyes glowed red. Get to the entrance. Ida stepped forward. But sir, we can assist. No. Aizawa did not look back. This is not training. Then he jumped. The first wave of villains barely had time to react before a racer head hit them. He moved like a blade wrapped in cloth. One villain's quirk failed mid-activation. Another was dragged off balance. A third took an elbow to the jaw. Aizawa did not fight like a tournament athlete. He fought like a man removing threats from a room as efficiently as possible. Class 1 erupted into motion. 13 turned toward them. Everyone, stay together and evacuate. Izuku's mind split into layers. Fear first. Of course fear. His body knew these were villains. His body knew one mistake could mean death. His body knew the black creature near the fountain was wrong in ways he did not have enough categories to describe. But breath came second. And breath ruled fear. Inhale, hold, exhale. Warmth gathered. The world sharpened. He saw the mist villain shift, a small movement. A widening of the portal body, not retreat, expansion. Scatter incoming. Izuku shouted. 13 turned, too late. The mist villain spread across the stairs like a living storm. Greetings. The voice said from everywhere and nowhere. We are the League of Villains. We have come to end All Might. 13 raised one arm. Black hole activated. The mist warped but did not vanish. It folded around the pull. Aizawa was too far below. The students were too close together. Bad formation. Horrible formation. Izuku moved toward Yoriichi and Ida, but the mist swallowed the space between them. For one dizzying second, he felt weightless. Then the world tore sideways. Izuku hit sand. He rolled immediately, not because he knew where he was, because falling without rolling broke bones. He came up on one knee, hand already reaching for the bakken strapped across his back. Heat struck his face, dry air, open space. He looked up. Landslide zone, no. A hybrid area near the landslide and fire zone boundary. Loose rock underfoot, broken concrete structures. Several villains appearing through separate pockets of mist nearby. 3 classmates scattered across the terrain. Kirishima was there, so was Bakugo, and Todoroki. The mist had made a mistake. Or perhaps, Izuku thought, looking at the 3 strongest combat personalities in class, it had tried to isolate dangerous students and accidentally placed several dangers together. Bakugo's palms sparked immediately. Villains, huh? His grin was sharp enough to draw blood. Good. Kirishima hardened his arms. This is really happening. Todoroki's right side frosted over. Stay focused. Izuku drew his bakken. It felt suddenly inadequate. Wood against villains, wood against death. No, wrong thought. A weapon was not courage. A sword did not become useless because the enemy was frightening. It simply demanded better hands, a villain with blade, like forearms charged from the left. Bakugo moved first, blasting forward. Die, controlled. Izuku shouted automatically. Bakugo's explosion hit the villain square in the chest and slammed him into a wall hard enough to crack concrete. Bakugo landed and glared back. He's alive. That is an extremely low standard. Kirishima barked a laugh despite himself, then blocked a club strike from another villain with his hardened forearm. Todoroki ended 3 fights in 6 seconds. A wave of ice swept outward, trapping villains from the waist down, pinning weapons, sealing movement. His control was terrifying. Not wasteful, not emotional. Clean. Izuku almost wrote that down in his head before a villain lunged at him with a serrated knife. The blade flashed toward his ribs. Izuku stepped inside the arc, too close for a full swing. He used the Baken's hilt, strike to wrist, elbow to sternum. Foot behind ankle. Turn. The villain hit the ground with air knocked from his lungs. Izuku kicked the knife away, non-lethal, efficient. Move. 3 more came, one with stone skin, one with extending fingers, one with a mouth full of needle teeth and no visible sense of self-preservation. Izuku inhaled. First form would work against the finger villain, second against the teeth. Stone skin was a problem. Bakugo solved the stone skin problem by exploding him into a rock pile. Next, Bakugo shouted, "This is not a line." Izuku snapped, then ducked under extending fingers. Third form, scattering mist. His body shifted through the attacks, shoulders lying, feet telling the truth. The finger villain overextended. Izuku struck the elbow joint twice, then the shoulder nerve cluster. The arm went limp, needle teeth rushed. Second form, rising scorching sun. The upward diagonal caught him under the chin with the flat of the Baken. Teeth clicked shut. His head snapped back. He dropped. Kirishima whistled. Midoriya, that was brutal. He bit at my face. Fair. More villains arrived from the rocks, not endless but enough. Izuku's first instinct was to count them. His second was to listen. Distant explosions, screams, water crashing from the flood zone. Aizawa fighting below, 13's voice faint and distorted. They were scattered across the USJ. The attack was not random. The mist villain had separated students by terrain disadvantage. The League expected panic, isolation, easy kills, perhaps hostages. Their primary objective was all might, but eliminating students would serve psychological warfare. Izuku's stomach turned cold. They're not just attacking us. He said. Bakugo blasted another villain aside. No kidding. No, they separated us by zones. They're testing responses. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. You think this is planned beyond all might? Yes. Kirishima punched a villain in the jaw. That is deeply unmanly. Izuku glanced toward the central plaza below. From their higher terrain, he could see parts of the main fight. Aizawa was still moving, but slower. Too many enemies. Too many angles. Erasure required line of sight. Every blink mattered. Every time he disabled one quirk, another physical attack came from behind. He was winning tactically and losing mathematically. Then the black creature moved, the Namu. Izuku did not know its name yet, but his body understood threat before language arrived. It crossed the plaza with impossible speed. One moment it stood near Shigaraki, the next it was behind Aizawa. Izuku's breath stopped. Aizawa-sensei, too far. The Namu grabbed him, not like a villain grabbing a hero, like a child picking up a doll. Aizawa's body slammed into the ground, once. Twice, the sound traveled up the stone slope. Class 1, a froze, even Bakugo. Something inside Izuku went very still, not calm, not peaceful, still in the way the air becomes still before lightning chooses where to land. The Namu held Aizawa down, hand crushing into his arm. Shigaraki walked closer, scratching at his neck. Izuku could not hear every word, but he saw the posture, casual, interested, cruel without heat, a man studying decay as if it were a hobby. Izuku's vision narrowed. No, he forced it open. Tunnel vision killed. He needed all of it, the plaza. The distance, the slope, remaining villains, Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, Aizawa's position, Namu's movement, Shigaraki's hands, mist villain location unknown, 13 unknown, all might absent, no help immediate. What's the plan? Kirishima asked, voice tight. Bakugo's palms exploded. Plan. We go down there and kill that thing. No killing, Izuku said automatically. Bakugo rounded on him. Are you serious right now? Yes. Todoroki's ice spread under his feet. Direct engagement is suicide. Aizawa, sensei dies if we wait, Bakugo snapped. Izuku was already moving toward the slope. Todoroki looked at him. Midoriya, I know. You cannot overpower it, I know. Then what are you doing? Izuku tightened his grip on the bakken, looking. Bakugo stared. Looking, Izuku inhaled deep, lower than lungs, into bone, the warmth under his ribs sharpened into heat. I need 4 seconds. Then he ran down the slope. Behind him, Bakugo cursed so loudly it echoed. Todoroki moved immediately, sending ice down the incline to create a faster path. Kirishima followed, hardened body absorbing loose rocks as he slid. Bakugo launched himself overhead with explosions, anger turned into propulsion. They did not discuss teamwork. They simply became it because there was no time to argue. At the plaza, Aizawa's face was bleeding, his arm was broken. The Namu's hand pressed against his skull. Shigaraki crouched nearby. You erased quirks really well, Shigaraki said, voice light and ragged. But that thing is not using a quirk right now, it's just strong. Aizawa's eyes shifted. He saw Izuku coming. For the first time since Izuku had known him, Aizawa looked afraid, not for himself. For the student running toward the monster. Midoriya, he rasped. Run. Izuku did not. Shigaraki turned. Oh, the Namu's head twitched. It released Aizawa and blurred, fast, too fast. Izuku barely saw the first strike. He did not dodge it completely. The punch grazed his side as he twisted, and even a graze felt like being clipped by a moving truck. Pain detonated across his ribs. He hit the ground, rolled, and came up choking, not broken, maybe, no time. Bakugo's explosion slammed into the Namu's back. The blast did almost nothing. Smoke cleared. The creature's skin regenerated around scorched tissue. Bakugo's grin vanished. What the hell? Todoroki encased the Namu's legs in ice. For 1 second it held. Then the Namu shattered the ice by flexing. Kirishima charged and struck its side. His hardened fist hit muscle like iron. The Namu turned and backhanded him. Kirishima flew across the plaza and crashed through a low wall. Kirishima. Izuku shouted, I'm alive. Kirishima groaned from the rubble. Badly. The Namu stepped toward Izuku. Good, bad, good because it was focused on him. Bad because it was focused on him. Izuku inhaled again. Transparent world. He had reached it in glimpses before. 3 seconds. 5 if calm. This was not calm. Aizawa injured, classmates in danger. A monster beyond any category, his body screamed for movement. The scroll whispered otherwise, see before striking. The Namu lunged. Izuku did not counterattack. He watched. 1 second, muscle fibers bunched under black skin. 2 seconds, the chest expanded strangely. Breathing unnecessary, artificial, irregular. 3 seconds, regeneration patterns visible. No, too much movement, need stillness. The Namu's fist came down. Izuku moved at the last instant. The shockwave cracked stone beside him. 4 seconds, there, not the brain. Everyone would aim for the brain. Exposed, obvious, horrifying. A trap, maybe not intentional but functional. The brain regenerated too quickly, and the skull structure was reinforced beneath soft tissue, the upper spine. A cluster of dense cellular activity near the cervical column, pulsing like a second heart. Not a weakness exactly, a hub. If overloaded, the transparent world snapped shut. Izuku gasped. The Namu turned. Shigaraki tilted his head. You saw something, he said. Izuku's blood went cold. Shigaraki smiled behind the hand on his face. That's annoying. The Namu attacked again. This time, Izuku moved with purpose. Bakugo, he shouted. Blind its right side. Don't order me. But Bakugo moved. Explosion, bright, loud, angled toward the Namu's face. The creature did not flinch like a human, but its head turned half an inch. Enough. Todoroki, freeze the ground behind it, not the body. Ice spread instantly across the plaza floor. The Namu's rear foot lost traction for less than a second. Enough. Kirishima, low impact left knee. On it. Kirishima burst from rubble and slammed into the Namu's leg with hardened shoulder. Not enough to damage, enough to shift weight. Izuku stepped in. The form he needed was not stable. He had found it in fragments, a damaged illustration, 3 lines from the scroll. A note from Tsuru describing the man with the red scar practicing at dawn, blade moving as if stitching sunlight through falling snow. 11th form, Kokutsu dance, not a killing form, not exactly. A rapid sequence of precision strikes along a line of structural importance. In the scroll, It seemed designed for enemies whose bodies did not fall to single cuts. Demons, perhaps, monsters with unnatural durability, things that refused ordinary death. Izuku had never landed it in combat. He had barely drilled it in controlled practice. This was stupid, this was necessary. Those were often the same sentence in hero work. He entered range. The Namu's arm came around too fast. Izuku dropped under it, left foot sliding across cracked stone. First strike, base of neck. The Bakken hit with a sound like wood against wet iron. Second, half-inch lower. Third, angled toward the cervical joint. The Namu reacted. Its elbow drove down. Izuku twisted. The blow missed his head and smashed his shoulder instead. Pain flared, his left arm went numb. He nearly lost the sword. No breath, fourth strike, fifth, sixth. The cellular hub in the transparent world flashed in memory, not sight. He aimed where he remembered it. Each strike landed not to break bone, but to force regeneration response. Damage, repair, damage, repair, damage, repair, overload the rhythm. Make the body answer too many questions at once. The Namu roared. That was new. Shigaraki's posture changed. Namu, Izuku's feet moved faster than thought. 11th form, Koksu dance. 7, 8, 9, 10. His body screamed, his lungs burned, his shoulder was fire. The Bakken cracked. The Namu's regeneration began to stutter. Skin rippled wrong. Muscle twitched. The exposed brain pulsed. Its arm shot toward Izuku's throat. Transparent world flickered open again, not full. Enough. The hand would close in 0.4 seconds. Izuku stepped inside the reach instead of away. The fingers passed behind his neck, too close for leverage. The Namu could not grab what had already crossed the line of force. 11, 12, 13, final strike. The Bakken shattered against the upper spine. The Namu froze, not dead, not defeated in the heroic, camera-ready sense. It simply stopped, like a machine whose internal command had contradicted itself. Its massive body locked upright. Then one knee hit the ground. The plaza went silent except for Izuku's breathing, ragged now, too ragged. He staggered back, holding half a broken sword. Bakugo stared at the Namu. Todoroki stared at Izuku. Kirishima whispered, "That was the scariest cool thing I have ever seen." Aizawa, barely conscious, forced out one word, "Move." Izuku's instinct screamed half a second before Shigaraki did. The pale-haired villain crossed the distance with terrifying speed. Not Namu speed, human speed, but sudden. Erratic, wrong. His hand reached for Izuku's throat, 4 fingers extended, thumb lifted. Decay. Izuku did not know the name, but he knew the danger. Every line of Shigaraki's body said the hand was death, not a punch, not a grab, a condition. Transparent world opened. 8 seconds, the longest he had ever held it. Shigaraki's muscles appeared under skin like pale threads. His balance was forward, heavy. His right hand aimed high, fingers spread. His left hand hung ready to follow. His neck was tense. His breathing shallow. His body moved like someone who had never been trained properly, because his quirk had always made training unnecessary, dangerous, but not fast enough. Izuku stepped in, not away. Away gave Shigaraki time to place all 5 fingers. Inside the reach, the angle collapsed. Shigaraki's 4 fingers brushed Izuku's collar but could not settle. Izuku turned his wrist, caught Shigaraki's hand from beneath, and rotated. A basic joint lock, not sun-breathing, not ancient swordsmanship, just applied mechanics. Shigaraki's eyes widened behind the hand mask. Izuku's voice came out quiet. "You're not as fast as you think you are." Then he broke the grip, not the wrist. He could have. He did not. He shoved Shigaraki back and retreated 2 steps, broken Bakken raised in his one working hand. For the first time, Shigaraki looked fully at him, not at Aizawa. Not at Bakugo, not at the class. At Izuku, the look was not fear. It was irritation sharpening into interest. "You," Shigaraki said, "you're unfair." Izuku's shoulder throbbed, his ribs screamed, his breath was failing. "I get that a lot." He said, which was not true, but Kaminari had been rubbing off on him, and his brain had apparently chosen this moment to become stupid. Bakugo barked a surprised laugh. Shigaraki's fingers scratched violently at his neck. The Namu twitched behind him, not down forever. System crash only temporary. 2 temporary Kurajiris mist gathered near the plaza. "Tamura Shigaraki," the mist villain said, voice strained, "we should withdraw. The Namu's response has been disrupted and reinforcements may arrive." "No," Shigaraki hissed. Then the USJ doors exploded open, not from villains, from pressure. From presence, from a voice that turned fear into something ashamed of itself. "I am here." All Might stood at the entrance. The atmosphere changed. Izuku had watched hundreds of All Might videos, studied his fights, paused frames, measured punch angles, analyzed rescue timing. None of it prepared him for what it felt like when the symbol of peace entered a room where children were in danger. All Might was not simply strong. He was permission to hope. The villains felt it too. Some panicked immediately. Bakugo's grin returned, wild and relieved and furious that he needed relief at all. Todoroki's shoulders lowered by half an inch. Aizawa finally let his head fall back against the stone. All Might saw everything in one sweep. Aizawa broken, students scattered, Namu kneeling. Izuku bleeding, holding half a wooden sword. For the smallest fraction of a second, All Might's smile faltered, then it became brighter. "I apologize for my delay," he said. His voice shook the plaza. "But you have all done well." Shigaraki's irritation twisted into glee. Finally, the Namu rose. Izuku's heart sank. The damage he had done was already repairing. The cellular hub was stabilizing, slower than before but recovering. "All Might," Izuku shouted. "Upper spine regeneration hub, not brain. Its shock absorption is probably layered with regeneration. Repeated strikes overload it temporarily but won't hold." All Might's eyes cut toward him, then sharpened. "Thank you, young Midoriya." The fight that followed was not a fight in the way Izuku understood the word. It was whether All Might and the Namu collided with force that made the USJ tremble. Shockwaves tore dust from the ground. Each punch sounded like thunder being folded into a fist. The Namu absorbed impacts that would have reduced buildings to memory. Izuku wanted to watch, wanted to study, wanted to understand every angle, every shift, every impossible exchange. Aizawa groaned. "Right, rescue first. Bakugo," Izuku said, forcing himself upright. Bakugo looked at him. "You look like garbage." "Accurate. Help me move Aizawa-sensei." Bakugo's face twisted, but he moved. Todoroki created an ice barrier to shield them from debris. Kirishima carried Aizawa carefully despite his own injuries. Izuku guided them toward cover, every step sending pain through his ribs. 13 was down near the stairs, injured but alive. Iida had escaped to call reinforcements. Other students were regrouping across zones. The attack was failing. But failing villains were not safe villains. Shigaraki watched All Might fight with obsessive intensity. Then his gaze flicked toward Izuku again. That was bad, very bad. Izuku felt it like cold water down his spine. He had entered the villain's attention, not as a target of opportunity. As a problem, All Might's final exchange with the Namu ended in a punch that changed the air. Plus ultra. The Namu flew upward through the USJ roof, launched into the sky like a nightmare rejected by the earth. Silence followed. Then the remaining villains broke. Some fled, some surrendered. Some were trapped by arriving teachers within minutes. Kurogiri opened a portal around Shigaraki, dark mist curling protectively. Shigaraki scratched at his neck until skin reddened. "This wasn't supposed to happen," he muttered. "All Might. Erase her head, that quirkless sword brat." Izuku heard it. So did Bakugo. Shigaraki's eyes found Izuku one final time. "You paused," he said. Izuku did not answer. Shigaraki smiled. 4 seconds, before the Namu. "You looked for the rule." Mist swallowed him, then he was gone. The USJ was full of sirens after that. Teachers arrived. Medical teams flooded the zones. Police secured villains. Students were counted, checked, questioned, and checked again. Izuku sat on the ground with his arm in a temporary sling while Recovery Girl examined his ribs. "Deep bruising," she said. "Muscle tearing in the shoulder. Hairline stress in 2 ribs. Nervous shock in the left arm. Heat strain again. Do you collect injuries as a hobby?" "No, ma'am." "Then stop acting like it." "Yes, ma'am." She healed the worst of it, but not everything. "You need rest," she said. "I know. You do not know. You understand the concept. That is not the same thing." Izuku lowered his head. She sighed. "You saved lives today." His throat tightened. "But if you keep spending your body like pocket change, one day you will reach into the pocket and find nothing left." That struck harder than the Namu's graze. Izuku nodded slowly. "Yes, ma'am." Across the medical area, Aizawa lay on a stretcher, conscious but heavily bandaged. One eye was swollen. His arm was immobilized. He looked like a mummy that had been insulted awake. He turned his head slightly toward Izuku. "Report," he rasped. Recovery Girl snapped. You are not collecting reports right now. Aizawa ignored her because apparently being near death did not improve his survival instincts. Midoriya. Izuku straightened as much as his ribs allowed. Namu was bioengineered. Extreme strength, speed, shock absorption, and regeneration. Brain was exposed but not central control weakness. Regeneration hub appeared concentrated around upper cervical spine. 11th form caused temporary overload by forcing repeated repair events in a small region. Effect lasted approximately 3 minutes before recovery began. Shigaraki's Decay appears contact, based and requires full 5-finger contact, though he can threaten with partial contact to force reactions. Kurogiri's warp body has a solid core or vulnerable point, likely hidden by misdistribution, but I did not engage directly. Aizawa stared. Recovery Girl stared. All Might, standing nearby in his deflated private form hidden under a large jacket and shadows, stared with something between pride and horror. Bakugo, sitting on a bench with burns being treated, muttered, "Damn nerd." Aizawa closed his one visible eye. Good. Then he passed out. Recovery Girl hit the stretcher with her cane. Ridiculous man. That evening, after statements and medical checks and endless reassurance calls to terrified parents, Izuku returned home. Inko opened the door before he could knock. For 1 second, she saw the sling, then she saw his face. Then she hugged him so carefully that it hurt more than if she had squeezed. "You said One Piece," she whispered. "I am technically in One Piece. That joke is not funny today." "I know." He leaned into her. For the first time since the villains appeared, his breathing shook. Inko held him in the doorway and said nothing. That was what he needed, not questions, not fear, just proof that he had returned. Later, after soup, pain medication, and being ordered to sit on the couch like an injured civilian, Izuku opened his notebook with one hand. Writing was difficult. He did it anyway. USJ incident notes. He stopped. The words looked too small, incident, as if language could fold fear into something administrative. He tried again. League of Villains, first contact. Below it, he wrote, primary lessons. 1. Real villains do not move like training robots. 2. Rescue priorities become harder when combat threat remains active. 3. Transparent world can be forced under extreme stress, but cost is high. 4. Forms beyond mastered range are possible in emergencies but dangerous. 5. Shigaraki observed my observation process. This is bad. 6. Aizawa-sensei can be beaten by numbers and physical force despite erasure. 7. All Might is stronger in person than any recording suggests. 8. I need better equipment. Wood is no longer enough. His pen hovered, then he added, emotional note. I was scared. He stared at the sentence. It felt childish. It felt necessary, so he continued. I moved anyway. That does not mean I was not scared. It means the breathing held long enough for me to choose. He closed the notebook. Across the room, the cedar chest sat beneath the window. He had moved it from the storage unit after UA began with his mother's permission. The scroll was locked inside a protective case now. The Hanafuda earrings lay beside it when he was not wearing them. Tonight, he did not put them on. He looked at them from across the room. 4 seconds, he whispered. That was what Shigaraki had noticed. Not the strike, not the form, the pause, the looking that frightened Izuku more than any insult or injury, because it meant the villain understood something fundamental. Izuku did not win by being stronger, he won by finding rules. And now someone dangerous knew to hide them, at UA. Far across the city, Aizawa's private notes were updated by another teacher because he could barely move. Student. Midoriya Izuku USJ performance. Engaged high-end bioengineered villain to prevent instructor death. Identified regeneration hub under combat pressure. Temporarily disabled target through precision trauma. Avoided lethal follow, up from Tamura Shigaraki by entering inside contact range. Concerns. Severe self-endangerment. Escalating villain interest. Technique growth under stress exceeds projections. Transparent perception ability suspected. Must investigate when student recovers. Classification remains unresolved. All Might added one note of his own later, written on a separate file. Young Midoriya does not possess one for all. He does not possess a quirk. Yet today, before I arrived, he stood where a hero was needed. This cannot be ignored, and somewhere far from UA, In a hidden bar wrapped in screens and shadows, Tamura Shigaraki watched the USJ footage again. Once, twice. 17 times. The footage froze on Izuku standing still while the Namu charged. 4 seconds. 4 impossible seconds. Kurogiri stood nearby. "Tamura Shigaraki," he said carefully. "You should rest." Shigaraki scratched his neck. He wasn't frozen, he said. No, he wasn't brave in the stupid way. No, he was reading it. Kurogiri did not answer. On the screen, Izuku moved under the Namu's strike and began the Kokutsu dance. Shigaraki leaned forward. His eyes were wide, irritated, fascinated. "He's not a hero," Shigaraki whispered. The broken light of the screen flickered across the hand covering his face. "He's a natural disaster with etiquette." Kurogiri's mist shifted uneasily. On screen, the quirkless boy struck the monster's spine again and again until the impossible creature stopped moving. Shigaraki smiled, not happily, hungrily, find out everything about him. The order settled into the dark. Back in his apartment, Izuku finally slept. His dreams were full of black muscle, pale hands, broken wood, and a sun rising over a battlefield he had never seen. In the dream, a man with a red scar stood at the edge of the light. He said nothing. He only breathed. Izuku woke before dawn with pain in his ribs and fear in his throat. For a moment, he almost stayed in bed. Then he remembered Aizawa under the Namu's hand. He remembered Yoriichi smiling through dust. He remembered his mother holding him in the doorway. He remembered the scroll's warning, the one he had copied so many times that the words had become part of his bones. If the breath is incorrect, the form is empty. If the breath is correct, even stillness becomes a blade. Izuku sat up slowly, inhaled, held, exhaled. The breath shook, then steadied. The sun had not risen yet, but it would. End of chapter. Now let's begin chapter 5. The selfless state and the war of shadows, the dawn form. Izuku Midoriya and the inheritance of the sun recovery was not rest. Izuku Midoriya learned that the hard way, rest sounded peaceful. Rest sounded like sleeping late, drinking tea, reading hero analysis books, and letting the body repair itself quietly. Recovery was different. Recovery was discipline wearing a softer mask. It was waking up and not training even though his body wanted routine. It was stretching gently instead of testing his limits. It was eating more than felt comfortable, because Ieyasu had given him a nutrition plan with the frightening calm of a battlefield commander. It was allowing Recovery Girl to glare at him twice a week while checking his ribs. It was letting his mother fuss over him without turning every concern into an argument. Most difficult of all, recovery meant patience. Izuku hated patience, not because he was impulsive, because patience felt too much like waiting, and waiting felt too much like being powerless. 3 days after the USJ attack, he sat in UA's medical office while Recovery Girl examined his shoulder. "Lift your arm." Izuku obeyed. Pain pulled across the joint. He did not wince. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes. "Put it down." He obeyed. "You're hiding pain." "I am acknowledging pain without letting it alter facial expression." "That is called hiding pain, young man." Izuku looked at the floor. "Sorry, you apologize like it fixes ligaments. I don't think it does." "Good, then stop using it like medicine." She tapped his shoulder with 2 fingers. Not hard, but directly on the sore muscle. This time he flinched. "Better," she said. "I'm not sure that's better. It's honest." That word followed him for the rest of the day. Honest. His body was honest. His body had been telling him things since the USJ. His ribs still ached during deep breathing. His left shoulder weakened after extended movement. His hands shook sometimes when he remembered the Namu's strike passing close enough to make the air bruise his skin. At night, he sometimes woke with his fingers clenched around nothing, searching for a sword that was not there. He had survived. He had helped. He had saved Aizawa, sensei, from death, maybe. But the cost sat inside his muscles like a warning. At lunch, Class 1, I tried to pretend things were normal. They were terrible at it. Kaminari laughed too loudly. Mina changed topics too quickly. Kirishima kept saying everyone had done great, which was true but also sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Ida sat straighter than usual. Guilt sharpened into posture because he had been sent to get help, and therefore had not been present for the worst of the fighting. Todoroki ate quietly. Bakugo glared at his food as if rice had betrayed him. Uraraka watched Izuku's sling with a worried expression. You're really not training, she asked. Not combat forms, Izuku said. Breathing drills only. Light mobility. Kaminari leaned across the table. Your version of light mobility is probably running up a mountain while apologizing to your ankles. Incorrect, Izuku said. There are no mountains near my apartment suitable for recovery training. Mina pointed at him with her chopsticks. That means he checked. I did check. Kirishima laughed. Man, you're intense. Izuku looked down at his food. Am I? The table quieted slightly. He had meant it as a real question. Uraraka softened. You are, but not in a bad way. Mostly, Kaminari added. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat. Intensity requires structure. Midoriya, have you followed the meal plan? Yes, exactly. Izuku hesitated. Yaoyorozu's eyes sharpened. I made minor adjustments. Adjustments. I reduced the sweet potato portion because I was not hungry. That is not an adjustment. That is non-compliance, Kaminari whispered. She's scarier than Aizawa. Bakugo snorted. It was the first almost laugh he had made since the USJ. Izuku noticed. Of course he did. Bakugo had changed again after the attack. At the USJ, he had seen the Namu ignore his explosions, not resist, not endure with difficulty. Ignore, for someone like Bakugo, that was not merely frightening. It was offensive on a spiritual level. Since then, he trained harder, blasted longer, asked fewer questions. His morning breathing practice became more aggressive, which meant Izuku had to correct him more often, which meant Bakugo threatened to kill him more often, which meant, strangely, that things were almost normal. Almost. But sometimes, Bakugo stared at his own palms with an expression Izuku recognized too well. It was the look of someone discovering that power had limits. That afternoon, Aizawa returned to class wrapped in bandages. The room went silent. He looked like a corpse that had lost a fight with a paper shredder and then decided to teach anyway out of spite, Kaminari whispered. He should be in a hospital. Aizawa's one visible eye shifted toward him. I can hear you. Kaminari sat straighter. Glad your hearing is healthy, sir. Aizawa ignored him. The sports festival is approaching. For half a second, nobody reacted. Then the room exploded. Sports festival. Already. But we just got attacked. Is that safe? Aizawa let the noise run for exactly 3 seconds before killing it with silence. The attack is why the festival matters. UA will not show fear. The public will be watching. Pro-heroes will be watching. Villains will be watching too. His gaze moved briefly to Izuku. The sports festival is an opportunity. It is also exposure. Think carefully about what you reveal. Izuku's fingers tightened around his pen. What you reveal, that mattered more to him than most. Bakugo could reveal bigger explosions and still be Bakugo. Todoroki could reveal ice and fire and still be understood through quirk categories. Iida could reveal speed. Uraraka could reveal zero gravity. Yaoyorozu could reveal creation. Izuku's power was not understood. That meant every public display would define him before he could explain himself. Worse, Shigaraki had already seen him look. 4 seconds. That pause had become dangerous. After class, Aizawa called him aside. Midoriya. Yes, sir. You'll have an observer during recovery training. Izuku blinked. An observer, a retired pro. May I ask who? Aizawa's bandaged face somehow looked even more tired. You'll know when he hits you. That did not answer anything. It did, however, accurately prepare him. The next morning, Izuku arrived at Training Ground Gamma for supervised mobility practice. He expected a teacher, maybe a specialist, maybe someone from medical support. Instead, he found an old man standing in the middle of the training field wearing a yellow cape, a white scarf, and a grin that looked like it had been sharpened on bad decisions. Izuku recognized him instantly. Gran Torino, retired pro hero, former teacher. Known for extreme mobility, unpredictable combat style, and terrifying old man energy, Izuku bowed. Good morning, sir. Gran Torino squinted at him. You the sword kid? Yes, sir. You look breakable. I am currently recovering from multiple injuries. So yes. Before Izuku could reply, Gran Torino vanished. No, not vanished, moved. A blur shot toward Izuku's left side. Training screamed. Izuku shifted, too slow. A cane tapped him sharply in the ribs, not hard enough to injure, hard enough to make him fold with a strangled noise. Dead, Gran Torino said. Izuku coughed. You said observer. I observed you getting hit. Aizawa, standing near the edge of the field like a sleep-deprived witness to a crime, said nothing. Izuku straightened carefully. Gran Torino circled him. Again. Sir, I'm under medical restrictions. Gran Torino struck his calf. Izuku stumbled, dead again. Aizawa finally spoke. No high-impact training. This is low impact, Gran Torino said. He looks like he wants to write a legal appeal. I do not, Izuku said. Aizawa looked at him. Izuku amended. I was considering a medical clarification request. Gran Torino cackled. Good. He's annoying. Annoying ones live longer. For the next hour, Gran Torino did not train Izuku, not in the traditional sense. He attacked, slowly at first, then faster, a cane tap to the ribs, a foot sweep, a flick to the forehead, a sudden burst behind him. A feint that made Izuku turn into the real strike. Every movement exposed a flaw. Izuku could not use full forms, could not overstrain his shoulder, could not rely on speed. That was the point. By the end, he sat on the ground, breathing hard, pride bruised worse than his body. Gran Torino stood over him. You're still fighting like you expect to survive. Izuku looked up. What does that mean? It means every movement you make is arguing with death. I thought that was the goal. No, Gran Torino tapped his own temple. Survival instinct is useful until it starts shouting louder than reality. You hesitate because your body asks, will this hurt me, before it asks, what is happening? Izuku went still. Gran Torino's eyes, old and sharp, seemed to cut through him. At Usht, you looked at that monster for 4 seconds. Izuku's mouth went dry. Yes, sir. Good, then you ruined it. I disabled the Namu. You survived because classmates helped, your teacher distracted it, and the monster was too stupid to understand what you were doing fast enough. Gran Torino leaned on his cane. Don't confuse success with mastery. Izuku lowered his head. He wanted to defend himself. He did not. Gran Torino was right. That was worse. What should I do? Izuku asked. Gran Torino smiled. Stop wanting to live. Aizawa's visible eye narrowed. Izuku stared. Gran Torino waved one hand. Not like that. Don't get dramatic. I mean in the moment. There's a state old fighters talk about. No ego, no fear, no victory, no survival, just action. The words struck something deep in Izuku's memory. He had seen a phrase in the scroll, damaged, difficult. Written beside a drawing of a swordsman standing with lowered blade beneath a rising sun. Mushin, no mind. But Tsuru's journal had used another description, the selfless state. Gran Torino watched recognition bloom on Izuku's face. You know it. I read about it, Izuku said slowly. I didn't understand. You still don't. No, sir. Good. Understanding too early makes people stupid. That became the beginning of a new kind of training, not harder, deeper. Gran Torino did not ask Izuku to move faster. He asked him to move without declaring himself first. When you attack. Gran Torino said, your body announces it. Tiny things. Fingers tighten. Breath changes. Eyes choose a target. Against amateurs doesn't matter. Against predators it gets you killed. He moved behind Izuku and flicked his ear. Izuku yelped, dead. I was listening, to me, not the air, again. Again. Recovery training became perception training. Izuku stood in the field with eyes half lowered while Gran Torino circled him. Sometimes the old hero struck. Sometimes he did not. Sometimes he moved loudly to bait reaction. Sometimes he stood completely still. The goal was not to dodge. Dodging came later. The goal was to stop reacting emotionally to threat. A strike was not danger, it was information. Pain was not failure, it was information. Fear was not command, it was information. At first, Izuku failed constantly. He flinched when the cane passed near his face. He tensed before impact. His breathing changed whenever Gran Torino disappeared from sight. His body wanted to protect itself before it understood what protection required. Gran Torino called him out every time. Too early, too scared, too proud, too polite. Izuku blinked. Too polite. You apologize with your shoulders before getting hit. I do not. Gran Torino hit him. Izuku's shoulders twitched apologetically. Aizawa, watching from a distance, made a note. Izuku did not ask what the note said. He feared the answer. Meanwhile, the world outside UA kept moving. News of the USJ attack spread despite official control. Villains had invaded UA, students had fought. All Might had arrived. The Namu had been defeated. The public response was fear wrapped in argument. Some called UA reckless. Some praised the students. Some demanded tighter security. Some wanted the sports festival canceled. It was not. Hero Society could not afford to look wounded. Izuku understood that logic. He did not like it. At home, Inko watched the news with the volume low. Izuku sat beside her, shoulder wrapped, notebook open but untouched. The screen showed blurred footage of the USJ Dome from outside. Reporters spoke in serious voices. Experts debated security failures. All Might smiled for cameras and promised that UA remained safe. Inko's hand found Izuku's. She did not say anything, neither did he. Some fears did not need words to grow. The League of Villains watched the news too, in a hidden bar with low light and too many screens. Tamura Shigaraki replayed every available clip. Most footage was useless. Distant camera shots, news helicopters, police statements, speculation. But Kurogiri had recovered internal fragments before retreating. Not much, enough. The quirkless boy moving under the Namu's arm, the pause, the spine strikes, the wrist lock. Shigaraki watched the same 8 seconds until the pixels became ghosts. He has no quirk, Kurogiri said. I know. No hidden enhancement detected. I know. Then he should not matter this much. Shigaraki scratched his neck until red lines appeared. That's why he matters. Across the room, Dabai leaned against the wall, blue eyes half-lidded. You got beat by a kid with a stick. Shigaraki's head turned slowly. Dabai smiled without warmth. I'm just checking the report. Toga Himiko sat upside down on the couch, legs over the back, eyes bright. He's cute, she said, but not like normal cute, like scary polite cute. He looked at Tamura like he was solving math. Spinner, newly recruited and still stiff in the room's rotten atmosphere, looked at the screen. He's quirkless. Yes, Kurogiri said. Spinner's grip tightened around his blade. For reasons he did not explain, that answer bothered him. Shigaraki leaned closer to the screen. He stood still before the Namu. Dabai shrugged. Maybe he froze? No. Shigaraki's voice sharpened. Freezing is messy. He wasn't messy. He was empty. That word hung in the bar. Empty. Kurogiri shifted. All for One has requested patience. Shigaraki's fingers twitched. Sensei knew about the breathing style. The room quieted. Dabai's eyes opened slightly. Toga rolled upright. Kurogiri did not speak for several seconds. What did he say? Shigaraki's voice lowered, imitating the calm, ruined voice of his master. Old sunlight. A dead swordsman's arrogance. Do not let the boy look too long. Dabai let out a soft laugh. That's ominous. Shigaraki smiled. It means Sensei remembers. He froze the footage on Izuku's face, not during the strike, before it, those 4 seconds of stillness. He's not strong because he attacks, Shigaraki said. He's strong because he deletes everything except the answer. Toga's smile widened. Can we meet him? No. Kurogiri's answer was immediate. Shigaraki ignored them both. If he deletes himself from the fight, how do you catch him? Nobody answered. That question became the League's private war. Not against UA, not yet. Against the idea of Izuku Midoriya. They began collecting information. Aldera Middle School records, local rumors, old bullying incidents, entrance exam witness reports, support department filings, medical classification documents, public training footage from UA. Was inaccessible, but people talked. Students had families. Families had neighbors. Neighbors had social media. Little pieces gathered quirkless, obsessive note-taker, old family scroll, breath technique, wooden sword, warm body temperature could not be erased. Could see movement before it happened. That last rumor was wrong, but not wrong enough. At UA, Meihatsum kicked open a support lab door and shouted, "Who is my antique sword problem child?" Izuku, who had been invited by Power Loader for equipment consultation, slowly raised his hand. I think that may be me. Meihatsum was already in front of him before he finished speaking. She wore goggles, grease stains, and the expression of a person who considered personal space a design flaw. You broke a reinforced Bakken against a bioengineered villain, deflected a falling girder with rotational force, and need a weapon that can survive high-impact precision transfer without becoming splinters. Congratulations, you are interesting. Izuku blinked. Thank you. Power Loader sighed from behind a workbench. Hatsum volume. My babies require enthusiasm. Izuku looked around. The support lab was chaos pretending to be invention. Machines sparked. Half-built armor frames hung from racks. Mechanical legs walked in circles without bodies attached. A tiny drone flew into a wall, exploded, and was immediately ignored. Mei grabbed Izuku's wrist and examined his forearm. Grip calluses, tendon stress, shoulder asymmetry, you need shock distribution. Yes, Izuku said, instantly engaged. The main issue is force transfer. Wood allows feedback but fails under high mass. Metal risks excessive rebound and could become lethal depending on edge geometry. I need something legally classified as support equipment, non-lethal by default, but structurally capable of channeling the forms. Mei froze. Her goggles gleamed. Power Loader muttered, "You've activated her." Mei's smile became terrifying. "You understand design constraints." "I try to, marry the lab. I'm sorry, not me. The lab, it deserves appreciation." "I appreciate the lab, good enough." Power Loader stepped between them before Mei could start measuring Izuku's soul. "We are not building you a sword," he said. Izuku nodded. "Understood." "We are building a collapsible support baton with sword-based handling characteristics, reinforced spine, kinetic dampening, and a non-sharpened impact edge. No lethal blade." "That would be ideal," Mei bounced on her heels. "Boring description." "My version has telescoping segments, grip sensors, heat, resistant alloy lining, and modular inserts." Izuku tilted his head. "Heat, resistant?" Power Loader looked at him. "Your reports mention internal temperature spikes during high output breathing." "Yes, but external heat transfer remains minimal. For now." "That was fair." Mei leaned close. "Also, trace Nichiren alloy." Izuku's breath stopped. "How do you know that word?" Mei grinned. "I don't sleep when mysteries exist." Power Loader gave Izuku a look that said he had also tried and failed to stop this. Mei pulled up a screen showing metallurgical research, old sword, making records, and speculative historical analysis. Nichiren isn't recognized as a modern industrial standard, obviously, and most historical references are buried in folklore. But there are alloys with unusual solar absorption properties tied to specific iron sand sources. We can't reproduce ancient demon, slaying sword nonsense, because demons are not in the equipment budget, but we can embed trace composition into the impact edge. Izuku stared at the screen. The old scroll felt suddenly less alone. What would it do against normal people? Mostly nothing special except look cool under spectroscopy. Against regenerative biological tissue with Quirk-based reconstruction. Maybe disruption at point of contact, assuming the regeneration depends on unstable cellular signaling and not pure magic. Quirks are not magic. Everything is engineering if you yell at it long enough. Power Loader rubbed his helmet. "We are not promising results, but after the USJ, UA wants options in case another Namu appears." Izuku looked down at his hands. The memory of the Namu's spine under the broken Bakken returned. Damage. Repair, damage, repair. He had forced a stutter. A better weapon might let him do it without destroying his body as badly. That was useful. That was dangerous. "Can we make it non-lethal by default?" he asked. Mei's grin softened into something almost respectful. "Yes. It will hit like a very angry piece of engineering, but it won't cut unless the emergency edge is deployed." "No sharp edge unless authorized," Power Loader nodded. "Locked mechanism. Teacher approval required during school training." Izuku exhaled. "Then yes, please." Mei threw both arms into the air. "Baby number 47 has a user. Do not name it baby number 47, Izuku said quickly. Mei gasped. "It heard you." Thus began the Nichiren protocol. While Mei built, Gran Torino dismantled. While Power Loader tested materials, Aizawa tested Izuku's judgment. While Recovery Girl yelled at everyone, Ieyasu adjusted his meal plan again. The selfless state remained the hardest piece. Mushin was not calm. That was the first misconception Izuku had to abandon. Calm was still a self. Calm was still Izuku saying, "I am calm, I am not afraid. I am controlling this." The selfless state was stranger. It was a moment when even that voice stepped aside. During one session, Gran Torino launched a surprise attack from behind after standing silently for nearly 10 minutes. Usually, Izuku would sense movement and react. This time, something different happened. There was no spike of fear, no thought of being hit, no need to prove he could dodge. The cane moved, his body shifted. The cane passed through empty air. Izuku did not feel proud, not immediately. There had been no one inside the movement to feel proud. Then the self returned. His eyes widened. Gran Torino smiled. There, Izuku swallowed. That was uncomfortable. Yes, good. Aizawa, watching from a nearby wall, asked, "How long?" Gran Torino shrugged. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. It felt like stepping outside his own shadow. The next time took 3 days to reproduce, then a week. Then it came during sparring drills against classmates, not fully, never fully, but enough. When Izuku entered the selfless state, something about him vanished, not visually. He still stood there, still moved, still breathed. But people stopped reading him correctly. Kirishima said it felt like punching at someone who was not trying to win. Mina said it was super creepy, but in a respectful way. Todoroki said, "Your presence becomes quiet." Bakugo hated it. Of course he did. During one morning spar, he blasted toward Izuku, only for his attack to miss by inches because Izuku had moved without any readable tension. Bakugo landed, furious. "Do that again." "I don't know if I can on command yet." "Then learn. I am trying. Try faster." That is not how selflessness works. "Then selfless harder." From the sidelines, Kaminari whispered to Siro. Bakugo yelling selfless harder is going in my diary. Bakugo heard him. The chase that followed counted as unofficial cardio, but the selfless state had another effect, 1 UA. Discovered by accident, during a stealth detection exercise, students had to cross a training zone monitored by sensors tuned to motion, heat, sound, and quirk activation. Izuku expected to fail. His body temperature ran warm during breathing. His movement was good, but not invisible. Instead, he reached the far side with only 2 minor alerts. Power loader checked the system, then checked it again. Aizawa's expression darkened thoughtfully. "The aggression sensors didn't flag him," Power loader said. "What aggression sensors?" Kaminari asked. "Experimental threat detection system," Power loader replied. "It reads micro, movement patterns, stress markers, hostile acceleration, and quirk activation signatures." Mina pointed at Izuku. "So why didn't it catch him?" Izuku looked down at his hands. Because in the selfless state, he had not been attacking the exercise, he had not been trying to beat it, he had simply crossed. Aizawa understood first. Predatory detection fails when there is no predatory intent. That sentence traveled farther than anyone expected, because UA tested it again. Then again, support sensors that tracked aggression struggled with him. Combat prediction programs misread him. Students with emotion, sensitive quirks in other classes reported that his presence became difficult to grab during the state, not invisible, not undetectable, but strange, quiet. Ambient. To a system designed to detect threat, Izuku in the selfless state did not look like a threat until he was already moving. That was the good news. The bad news was that UA systems were not the only ones watching. Somewhere far away, in a room where machines breathed and wires hung like veins, All for One listened to Kurogiri's report. His body was ruined, his voice was not. "Selfless state," he said softly. Kurogiri bowed his misted head. "That is what UA appears to be calling it." Tamura Shigaraki stood nearby, arms folded, fingers twitching. "You know it." All for One was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, there was something old beneath the words. "I know of something like it." Shigaraki leaned forward, the dead swordsman. "Yes." The machines around All for One pulsed. Yoriichi Tsugikuni moved as though the world had already forgiven him for violence. It made him difficult to sense, difficult to predict. Men with killing intent announce themselves to those who know how to listen. He did not. Shigaraki scratched his neck. "You fought him?" A long silence. "No." The answer surprised everyone. All for One continued quieter. "I survived the age that feared him." That was enough. For the first time, Shigaraki did not speak immediately. All for One's ruined face turned slightly toward the frozen image of Izuku on a screen. "This boy is not Yoriichi." Shigaraki's mouth twisted, obviously. But inheritance does not require equality. A spark is not the sun, yet under the right conditions it can still burn down a house. The room went still. All for One's voice lowered. "Do not let him become calm near you, at UA." Izuku knew none of this. He only knew that training had become more complicated. His support weapon arrived 2 weeks before the sports festival. May presented it like a newborn prince. The baton was matte black with heat, resistant wrapping around the grip, and a faint red, gold line running along its length. Collapsed, it fit along his forearm. Extended, it approximated the length and balance of a short sword, though its edge remained blunt. Internal dampeners reduced rebound. Sensor locks prevented unauthorized edge deployment. Trace Nichiren alloy lined the striking ridge, almost invisible unless caught by sunlight. Mei named it the solar baton. Izuku negotiated it down to support blade, prototype 1 in official paperwork. Mei continued calling it Sunny. The first test nearly made Izuku cry, not because it was perfect, it was not. The balance was slightly forward, heavy. The extension delay was 0.2 seconds too slow. The grip sensor overcorrected when his palms sweated. The dampener reduced feedback more than he liked, but it did not break. He ran first form at half speed, then second, then third. The weapon flexed, absorbed, returned. By sixth form, he stopped holding back. The baton met the training pillar with a clean crack and remained whole. Izuku stared at it. Mei bounced beside him. My baby lives, Power Loader nodded. Structural integrity acceptable. Izuku bowed deeply to both of them. Thank you. Mei leaned close. Make it do something insane at the sports festival. Power Loader said, do not. Izuku said, I will use it responsibly. Both support engineers looked unconvinced for opposite reasons. That night, Izuku updated his notebook. Nichiren Protocol, operational. Blunt by default improved durability under Forms 16 Forms 7-9. Require recalibration emergency edge locked potential anti. Regeneration effect unconfirmed name dispute ongoing below that. He wrote, selfless state. Achievable in controlled conditions. Up to 3 minutes under combat stress. 15-40 seconds reliable. Longer unstable reduces readable aggression, disrupts some threat. Detection systems emotional aftereffect. Disorientation, delayed fear response risk. May ignore injury signals. He paused. Then added, Gran Torino says I am still too attached to outcome. Aizawa says that is good because heroes should care what happens. Both are probably right. This is inconvenient. The day before the sports festival, Gran Torino gave him one final session. No cane strikes, no insults. They stood at dawn on the training field, the air cool and pale. You'll be watched tomorrow, Gran Torino said. Yes, sir. Heroes, civilians, villains, people who want to hire you, people who want to own you, people who want to break you. Izuku's fingers tightened around the collapsed baton. Comforting, Gran Torino snorted. You don't have the luxury of being ordinary anymore. I was never treated as ordinary. No, you were treated as less. The old man looked at him sideways. Different problem. Izuku lowered his eyes. Gran Torino's voice softened, but only slightly. The selfless state is not about becoming empty forever. Remember that. A tool with no self can be used by anyone. A hero needs a self to choose who he protects. Izuku breathed in slowly. That was what had been bothering him. The selfless state felt powerful because it removed fear. Removed hesitation. Removed ego. But if he stayed there too long, what else might it remove? Anger at cruelty. Love for his mother. The desperate, stubborn desire to save people. The boy who cried when he got into UA. Would Yoriichi have understood that had he paid that price? Izuku did not know. I'll remember, he said. Gran Torino struck him lightly on the forehead with 2 fingers. Oh, remember faster. That evening, Class 1, gathered in the dorm common area before the festival. Nobody had ordered them to. They simply drifted there, one by one, pulled by the strange gravity of the coming day. Kirishima declared that everyone should do their best manfully. Mina wanted to make a hype chant. Ida tried to organize a formal motivational statement and was ignored lovingly. Kaminari asked if anyone else felt like throwing up, but in a heroic way. Uraraka admitted she was nervous. Todoroki said nothing for a long time. Then he looked at Izuku. You will use the sword techniques tomorrow, the support baton. Izuku corrected automatically. And yes, if needed. Todoroki's gaze sharpened. I want to fight you. The room went quiet. Izuku blinked. Me. Yes. Bakugo slammed his cup down. Get in line, half and half. Todoroki did not look away from Izuku. You fight without relying on what you were born with. That sentence landed heavily. Izuku understood immediately that Todoroki was not really talking about him, or not only him. I rely on what was left for me, Izuku said carefully. And what I trained. Todoroki absorbed that. Bakugo looked irritated by the seriousness in the room. Doesn't matter, I'm winning the whole thing. Kirishima grinned. There it is. Uraraka smiled, but her hands were clenched in her lap. Izuku noticed that too, everyone had reasons: money, pride, family, freedom, proof, recognition, survival. The sports festival was not a game, it was a mirror. That night, Izuku slept badly. He dreamed of the USJ again. But this time, the Namu did not move. Shigaraki did. He stood across the plaza with one hand extended and asked, "What happens if there is no rule?" Izuku woke before dawn. His room was dark. The Hanafuda earrings rested on his desk beside the support blade. He sat up, breathing carefully. Fear was information, not command. He dressed quietly, clipped on the earrings, and picked up the weapon May had built. In the mirror, he did not look like All Might. He did not look like Yoriichi. He looked like Izuku Midoriya, too thin in some places. Too tired under the eyes, hair impossible, hands calloused, shoulders still carrying old tension. A quirkless boy wearing the inheritance of a dead swordsman and the expectations of a world that had not made space for him. He inhaled, held, exhaled. For one brief second, the selfless state opened. No fear, no pride, no dream, only breath. Then he let himself return, because Gran Torino was right. A hero needed a self. Izuku looked at his reflection and spoke softly. "I want to save people." The words were not dramatic, they were not new, but they were his. Outside, morning light touched the city. At the same time, in the hidden bar, Shigaraki watched the public broadcast preparations begin. The UA Sports Festival would show everything: quirks, weaknesses, ambitions, rules. He leaned forward, fingers still against his neck. "Let's see what you reveal," he whispered. On another screen, All for One listened through darkness. At UA, the stadium gates opened, crowds roared. Cameras turned, pro heroes watched from private boxes, students gathered beneath the arena lights. Izuku stood among Class 1. A support blade collapsed against his forearm, Hanafuda earrings swaying beside his face. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Todoroki's right side frosted. Uraraka bounced once on her heels. Ida adjusted his glasses. Aizawa watched from the teacher area, bandaged and silent. Gran Torino watched from somewhere unseen, probably standing on a chair and judging everyone. Present Mike's voice thundered over the stadium. "Welcome, everybody, to the UA Sports Festival." The crowd became a storm. Izuku closed his eyes, inhaled, held, exhaled. The breath steadied. The war of shadows had already begun. The sun stepped into the arena anyway. Chapter 6 will jump forward through the sports festival aftermath into Kamino, while briefly showing how Izuku earned the 13th form before using it. The key idea: he cannot beat All for One, but he can become the 4-minute opening All Might needs. This is Chapter 6, Kamino Ward. 13th form at the edge of the world, the Dawn form. Izuku Midoriya and the inheritance of the sun. The sports festival taught Izuku Midoriya one lesson he had not expected. Being seen was its own kind of danger. Before the festival, he had been strange. After it, he became a question the entire hero world wanted to answer. The cameras had loved him for all the wrong reasons. A quirkless boy in UA's hero course, a student with Hanafuda earrings and a collapsible support blade. A fighter who did not glow, explode, transform, stretch, freeze, burn, harden, or fly, yet moved through battle with terrifying precision. The public did not know what to call him. That made them call him everything. Some news channels called him inspirational. Others called him reckless. One commentator called him proof that quirkless children should still dream, which made Izuku uncomfortable because it sounded beautiful while skipping all the pain required to make it true. Another called him a safety concern with good footwork. That one, Bakugo admitted, was not completely wrong. Izuku did not win the sports festival. That mattered. It mattered because stories were dangerous when they became too clean. In the cavalry battle, he had been targeted early. Not because he had the highest points, but because nobody understood his threat category, and people feared what they could not classify. In the tournament, he beat Ida by reading engine timing and forcing him into predictable lanes. He lost to Todoroki in a match that left half the arena frozen and the other half silent. Todoroki had used fire. Not because Izuku forced him with speeches, because Izuku fought him without resentment. Because every form, every breath, every step said the same thing: you are not only what your father made. When Todoroki's flames rose, Izuku smiled despite the heat. Then he lost, spectacularly. The final exchange blasted him out of bounds, cracked his support blade's outer casing, and gave Recovery Girl another opportunity to threaten him with a cane. Bakugo won the tournament. He hated that his victory felt incomplete. Everyone knew it, especially Bakugo. He stood on the podium, medal around his neck, scowling like success had insulted him. Todoroki stood second, quiet and conflicted. Izuku stood third, one arm wrapped, Hanafuda earrings swaying in the stadium wind. The cameras captured the image, the world consumed it. And somewhere in the dark, all for one watched. Months passed, training did not become easier, it became less forgiving. Izuku's world narrowed into school, recovery, patrol studies, combat drills, rescue simulations, equipment upgrades, and the old scroll. The first 9 forms were fully operational now. The 10th, 11th, and 12th had come through pain, reconstruction, and mistakes. The scroll was damaged, but not empty. Tsuru's journal helped. So did movement logic. So did the transparent world, which slowly became less like a flash of impossible clarity and more like a door he could open if his breath stayed pure enough. The 13th form remained different. It was not written clearly. It was not drawn in full. It appeared only in fragments around the margins of other forms, as if the original author had assumed any true practitioner would understand without instruction. Izuku did not understand, not at first. Then, during one late night study session, he realized why. The 13th form was not a separate technique. It was a circle, forms 1 through 12, connected without pause, no beginning, no end, a sun path, a full rotation, a body turning itself into dawn again and again until the enemy had no direction left to escape. Izuku wrote one sentence at the top of a fresh page, 13th form, not power. Continuity that made sense. It also made it almost impossible. The body wanted moments: strike, recover, dodge, reset, attack, breathe. The 13th form denied that. It demanded that every ending become the next beginning. First form became second, second became third, third became fourth. Footwork changed without conscious thought. Breath never broke, angle never died. The fighter became a moving horizon. The first time Izuku tried it, he made it halfway through the sequence and collapsed, not dramatically. His legs simply decided they no longer wished to participate in hero society. Gran Torino laughed for 30 seconds, then told him to try again tomorrow. Bakugo watched one attempt and said, "That looks like dying with choreography." Izuku, lying on the ground, replied, "That is not inaccurate." Even Todoroki looked concerned. Yaoyorozu upgraded his nutrition plan again. Recovery Girl banned heroic stupidity phrased as martial arts from her office. Aizawa read the training report and wrote one comment: use only if no rational alternative exists. Izuku underlined that, then, after a moment, wrote beneath it, define rational. Aizawa saw that note later and stared at him for a full 10 seconds. Do not become clever with safety warnings. Yes, sir. Then came the training camp, then the attack, then Bakugo was taken, the night became a wound. It happened too fast and too slowly at once. Villains in the forest, smoke, fire, screams, students scattered, teachers fighting in the dark. Izuku moving through trees with the selfless state flickering around him like a candle in wind. The League had learned since the USJ. They did not give him 4 seconds if they could help it. Dabai kept distance. Toga attacked from angles that forced emotional reaction. Twice created confusion. Mr. Compress waited for the correct moment, and Bakugo, loud, furious, brilliant Bakugo, vanished into a marble. Izuku was 20 meters away. 20 meters, that number carved itself into him. 20 meters too far. By the time he reached the clearing, the villains were gone. Bakugo was gone. Only scorched earth remained. Izuku stood in the forest, breathing so hard that the technique almost broke. Kirishima shouted Bakugo's name until his voice cracked. Todoroki's ice spread uncontrolled across the ground. Uraraka covered her mouth. Ida gripped Izuku's shoulder and told him not to move. That was when Izuku realized he had already taken a step toward the empty space where the portal had closed, not by choice, by instinct. Aizawa found him like that. Midoriya. Izuku did not look away from the clearing. I can track them. No. I saw Compress's escape vector. Kurogiri's mist residue has a dispersal pattern. Dabai's fire left chemical traces. If we cross, reference known villain sightings after the USJ. No. The word hit harder than a shout. Aizawa stood in front of him, bandages gone now, but eyes just as exhausted. You are injured, you are a student, the pros will handle it. Izuku's hands shook. Aizawa-sensei, I was 20 meters away. I know. I could have, no. Aizawa's voice sharpened. That sentence kills heroes, do not build a shrine to it. Izuku's breath stopped. Aizawa lowered his voice. Bakugo is alive because they wanted him alive. That gives us time. Use it by not doing something stupid. Izuku nodded, he meant it, at the time. But guilt was patient, it waited until night. It waited until he saw Kirishima staring at his own hands. It waited until Todoroki said nothing for 6 straight hours. It waited until the news called Bakugo, the explosive student with villainous potential. And Izuku saw the old rage flash behind Bakugo's public image. Then guilt whispered, 20 meters. Izuku did not break Aizawa's order immediately. He did something more dangerous. He investigated, not as a vigilante, not exactly. He gathered open source data. News footage, known league movement patterns, old USJ portal residue reports, police press conferences, hero agency patrol gaps. Support department sensor maps that may absolutely should not have shown him and definitely did while saying, this is not me showing you classified patterns, this is my baby appreciating geography. He did not plan to go. That was what he told himself. He planned to understand. Understanding, unfortunately, often brought him close to action. Camino Ward appeared in the data first as an absence. Too quiet. Too many minor property records under shell names. Too many utility spikes in supposedly abandoned buildings. Too many reports of people hearing machinery at night and then deciding not to report it twice. Izuku stared at the map until dawn. Then the police operation began. He was not supposed to know. But heroes moved differently when a rescue was about to happen. Traffic changed. Patrol routes bent. Certain agencies went silent. All Might disappeared from public view. Camino Ward was no longer a theory. It was the battlefield. Izuku stood in his room wearing his training clothes, support blade mounted along his forearm, Hanafuda earrings cold against his neck. His mother knocked once and opened the door. She saw the map, saw his face, saw everything. Izuku, she said softly. He closed his eyes. I'm not going there to fight. That was the truth. It was not the whole truth. Inko stepped inside. Then why are you dressed like that? Because if something goes wrong, I might need to move. Her hands curled at her sides. You are 17, I know. You are my son, I know. You are not responsible for saving everyone. That one hurt. Izuku looked down. No, he said. But if I know where someone is suffering and I can do something, I don't know how to stay still. Inko's eyes filled with tears. For a moment, he thought she would forbid him. Maybe she should have. Instead, she walked forward and fixed the collar of his training jacket with trembling fingers. That is the part of you I am proudest of, she whispered, and the part that scares me most. Mom, if you go, she said, voice breaking, you come back, not technically, not in one piece as a joke, you come back to me. Izuku's breath shook. I'll try. No. Her hands tightened on his jacket. Promise badly if you must, but promise, he swallowed. I promise I will do everything I can to come home. It was not enough. It was all he could honestly give. Inko pulled him into a hug. For 1 minute, he was not a student, not a fighter, not a question haunting hero society. He was her child. Then he left. Camino Ward smelled like smoke before the battle truly began. Izuku arrived on a nearby rooftop as the operation unfolded. He did not enter the first fight. He stayed hidden, selfless state wrapped around his presence, watching from a distance as pro-heroes struck the League hideout with terrifying precision. Mount Lady, Edgeshot, Best Jeanist, Grand Torino, police units, All Might. For one glorious minute, it looked like it would work. Bakugo appeared. Alive, angry, unbroken, relief hit Izuku so hard his knees almost weakened. Then the world changed. A pressure bloomed over Camino Ward, not sound, not heat, presence. A black shape tore into reality, all for one arrived. Izuku had felt powerful villains before. Shigaraki was decay wearing skin. The Namu was violence built into meat. Dabai was hate pretending to be boredom. All for one was different. He felt like history refusing to die. The pros moved, they were brave, that mattered. They were also outclassed, that mattered more. all for one's quirk stacked like layers of impossible law. Air pressure blasts, strength enhancement, search, forced quirk activation, warped impact, sensory fields, defensive reactions. He did not fight like Bakugo, burning hot and direct. He did not fight like Todoroki, controlled and elemental. He fought like someone who owned options. Every time a hero created a problem, All for One selected an answer from a century of stolen lives. Best Genist was struck down. Mount Lady tried to shield others and fell. Gran Torino moved like a bullet and was swatted aside. All Might arrived like the last hope in the world. The battle became something beyond Izuku's notes. Air cracked, buildings shook, people screamed below. Bakugo was still trapped in the center of it, surrounded by villains. Izuku's first instinct was to move toward Bakugo. Then he saw Kirishima, not physically, in his memory. Kirishima reaching out, shouting for Bakugo during the training camp. Bakugo would reject most hands. He might accept Kirishima's. Izuku changed the plan. He sent one message, Kirishima. Left building line. 3rd floor billboard. He'll jump if it's you. Then he moved toward the real problem. All for One. Every rational part of Izuku's mind knew this was absurd. He could not beat All for One. He could not outpower him. He could not survive a direct hit. He might not even be noticed until it was too late, and if he was noticed, that could become worse. Aizawa's warning echoed. Use only if no rational alternative exists. Izuku looked at All Might. The symbol of peace was slower than the videos, not slow, never slow, but not endless. His time limit was real. His injuries were real. All for One knew it. Worse, All for One enjoyed knowing it. The villain fought while speaking, and each word seemed chosen to cut deeper than any quirk. Izuku could not hear all of it from the rooftop. He did not need to. All Might's shoulders told enough. Then Bakugo escaped. Kirishima's hand reached. Bakugo took it. For one bright second, Izuku smiled. Then All for One turned his full attention toward All Might. The air darkened. All Might was going to lose time, not the fight, perhaps. But time, and time was the only resource Izuku could give him. He stepped to the edge of the rooftop, inhaled, 4 counts vanished. This breath went deeper. Past ribs, past fear, past self, the selfless state opened. The city's noise fell away, no glory, no victory. No Izuku Midoriya who wanted to be seen, only the battlefield, distance, 40 meters, landing zone, unstable, All for One's detection web, active, layered through stolen sensory quirks. Selfless state interaction, unknown, survival chance, low objective, 4 minutes, Izuku jumped. He landed between All Might and All for One like a shadow cast by sunrise. The pavement cracked under his feet. His support blade extended with a clean metallic sound. For half a second, nobody moved. All Might's eyes widened. Young Midoriya, Izuku did not look back. If you can recover, he said quietly, I can buy time. All Might's voice hardened. You should not be here. No, sir. All for One tilted his ruined head. The mask hid his expression, but amusement entered his voice. Well. The word rolled through the street. What an unexpected inheritance. Izuku's breath did not change. All for One's attention settled on him like a weight. You are not the holder of One for All. No, you are not born with a quirk. No, and yet, All for One paused. Old sunlight clings to you. All Might's eyes sharpened. Izuku's grip tightened once. All for One noticed. Of course he did. Ah, he did leave something behind. The temperature inside Izuku's chest rose. You knew Yoriichi. Knew. All for One's voice became almost fond. No. I knew the shape of the fear he left in powerful men. That was enough. All Might stepped forward. Izuku lifted one hand slightly, not to stop him, to ask. 4 minutes. All Might understood. He hated it, but he understood. All for One raised one arm. Let us see how much of the sun survived. The first blast erased the street. Izuku moved before it fired, not because he was faster than the attack, because the transparent world opened and showed him the shoulder alignment, the pressure gathering, the direction of release. He slid under the blast path, heat and force ripping past his back. First form, dance. The support blade struck All for One's wrist casing, no damage, not the point, contact, angle shift. Second form, rising scorching sun, upward diagonal toward the elbow joint. All for One blocked with a reinforced forearm quirk. Third form, scattering mist. Izuku's footwork split his intention. All for One's sensory web twitched toward where aggression should be, but in the selfless state, there was no aggression, only movement. For the first time, All for One's counter arrived late, only by a fraction enough. Fourth form curved around the return strike. Fifth carried Izuku over a pressure burst that would have broken his legs. Sixth redirected a small air cannon into a nearby wall. Seventh and eighth came as transitions, not attacks. The 13th form began. All for One stopped smiling in his voice. Izuku did not overpower him. Every strike was blocked, avoided, or absorbed, but every strike demanded an answer. That was the purpose. Not victory, occupation. All for One tried to ignore him and fire at all might. Izuku's 9th form struck the side of the targeting arm, not enough to injure. Enough to alter aim. The blast went wide. All Might used the opening to breathe. 30 seconds, All for One shifted tactics. Search quirks spread outward. Izuku felt them like cold fingers passing over water. In the selfless state they slipped. He was not hidden, he was worse. Uninteresting until he moved, a blank space with a blade. All for One's voice lowered. How unpleasant. 10th form came from below. 11th targeted sensory equipment at the edge of the mask. 12th forced a defensive step. Then first again, circle complete, no pause, 13th form. All Might watched from behind broken smoke, horror and awe mixing in his chest. Young Midoriya was not winning. That was the terrible beauty of it. He was losing perfectly. Every exchange cost him. A bruise along the ribs, a cut across the cheek from flying debris. A shockwave that numbed his left leg, a blocked strike that sent pain up his shoulder, but he did not stop. He did not allow the battle to become still. All for One had spent a century collecting answers. Izuku became a question that refused to end 1 minute. 2, All for One's patience thinned. A black tendril, like Quirk, shot from his hand. Izuku saw it too late. It pierced the support blade's outer casing and wrenched him off balance. Danger, not information, danger. The selfless state cracked, fear rushed in. All for One's hand opened. A blast gathered. Izuku was in the air, no footing. No angle, no answer. Then a piece of concrete, wrapped in blue-white ice, slammed into the tendril and shattered it. Todoroki stood at the end of the street, breathing hard. You are not doing this alone. Bakugo landed on a nearby rooftop with Kirishima and Ida behind him, fury blazing across his face. You damn nerd, Ida shouted. This is an illegal battlefield entry, Kirishima yelled. We can discuss that later. Uraraka floated debris behind them, face pale but determined. Yaoyorozu had already created support cables for evacuation teams. Izuku's breath caught. They had followed. Of course they had. Heroes were terrible at staying where told. All for One's attention widened. That was bad. Izuku landed hard, rolled, and forced himself upright. No, he shouted. Evacuation only. Do not engage him. Bakugo looked ready to argue. Then he saw Izuku's face, not fear, command. For once, Bakugo listened. TCH. You heard him. Move people. Class 1, scattered to support civilians and fallen heroes, not to fight All for One directly. That choice saved lives. It also gave All Might another minute. Izuku returned to the circle. 13th form again, his body screamed now. The support blade's casing sparked. The Nichiren trace along its ridge glowed faintly under friction heat. All for One caught one strike barehanded. His fingers closed around the blade. You have his rhythm, the villain said softly. But not his body. Izuku looked up through sweat and blood. No. All for One tightened his grip. The weapon cracked. Izuku stepped closer. Instead of pulling back, transparent world opened fully. For 8 seconds, All for One's body became structure. Ruined lungs supported by quirks, layered strength in artificial channels, sensory web pulsing around his skull, old injuries, too many stolen pieces, too much power held together by will and theft. And behind him, All Might, recovering, coiling, almost ready. Izuku released the blade. All for One's grip closed on empty leverage. Izuku dropped under his arm and struck with his palm, not a form, a breath transfer, solar plexus, no damage, but All for One's sensory rhythm broke for half a second. Izuku grabbed the broken support blade as it fell, spun, and began the final rotation. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. 11th, 12th. All for One blocked each one, but his feet moved backward, 1 step, 2, 3. For the first time in decades, someone had forced him to defend for an entire sequence without giving him a clean opening to speak. Izuku's lungs burned like open flame, his vision blurred, selfless state collapsed. Only will remained, 13th form completed, first form returned, dance. The broken support blade shattered against All for One's forearm. Izuku fell to one knee, 4 minutes, not exactly 4 minutes and 12 seconds. All Might moved, thank you, he whispered as he passed. Izuku smiled weakly, go beyond, All Might did. The final clash dwarfed everything before it. All for One gathered power into an arm swollen with stolen strength, a grotesque tower of quirks built for one purpose: to crush the symbol of peace. All Might, weakened, wounded, nearly empty, pulled the last embers of One for All into his fist. Izuku watched from the broken street, unable to stand. He understood then. All Might's punch was not just force, it was inheritance, not like the scroll, not like blood, like responsibility passed from one era to the next, carried until the body could no longer hold it. All for One struck. All Might answered. United States of Smash, the world became wind. The shockwave blew dust, glass, smoke, and fear out of Kamino Ward. When Izuku opened his eyes, All for One was down. All Might stood above him, arm raised. The crowd, the heroes, the students, the entire country watching through cameras and broken screens, saw the symbol of peace point toward the future. You're next. Most people thought he meant villains. Izuku knew better, so did Bakugo, so did All for One. As police surrounded the fallen villain, All for One's masked face turned slightly. His detection web, frayed but not gone, brushed across the battlefield one final time. It found All Might, it found Bakugo, it found the watching heroes. Then with effort, it found the quirkless boy kneeling in the dust. All for One spoke so softly only Izuku heard. You're the one he left behind. Izuku's breath stopped. All for One laughed once, not loudly, not happily, like a man recognizing an old wound in a new century. Then the police sealed his restraints. The battle was over. The consequences were not. Izuku woke in a hospital bed with his mother asleep in a chair beside him, and Aizawa standing near the window like a sleep paralysis demon with a teaching license. Izuku blinked. Aizawa said, "You are in trouble." Izuku closed his eyes again. That seems fair. You disobeyed direct orders. Yes, sir, you entered an active villain battlefield. Yes, sir, you engaged All for One. Yes, sir, you bought All Might enough time to win. Izuku opened his eyes. Aizawa's expression did not change. That does not erase the first 3 points. I know. Good. Silence settled, then Aizawa sighed. It was a small sound, but it carried exhaustion deeper than anger. 4 minutes, he said. Izuku looked down. 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Do not sound proud, I'm not. Aizawa studied him. This time, Izuku was telling the truth. He did not feel proud. He felt emptied. He felt grateful. He felt terrified by how close everything had come to ending. Aizawa walked to the door. Before leaving, he paused. Your 13th form report is due when you can hold a pen. Izuku stared. You still want a report? You used an undocumented technique against the most dangerous villain in modern history. That is true. Under 20 pages. Izuku hesitated. Aizawa's eye narrowed. Midoriya. Yes, sir, under 20. When Aizawa left, Inko woke. For a moment, she simply looked at him. Then she cried. Izuku accepted that quietly. He deserved the tears, maybe not as punishment, but as proof that coming home mattered. Days later, when he was allowed to sit up, All Might visited. Not as the symbol of peace, as Toshinori Yagi, thin and tired, carrying a weight no smile could hide. He stood beside Izuku's bed for a long time before speaking. Young Midoriya, he said, what you did was reckless. Yes, sir, it was dangerous. Yes, sir, it was heroic. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might looked out the window. I have spent many years being the one who arrives. At Kamino, for 4 minutes, I was the one who needed someone else to hold the line. His voice trembled slightly. You did. Izuku could not speak. All Might turned back to him. But listen carefully. You are not my replacement. You are not Yoriichi's shadow. You are not proof that pain is useful just because you survived it. Izuku's eyes burned. You are Izuku Midoriya. That must be enough, even when everyone asks you to become a symbol. The words settled deeper than praise. Izuku bowed his head. I'll try. All Might smiled faintly. That is usually where heroes begin. Outside the hospital, the world changed. All Might's true form had been revealed. All for One had been arrested. The symbol of peace had won and ended in the same breath. Hero society shook. Reporters screamed questions. Villains grew bolder. Civilians grew afraid. UA students were moved toward dormitory plans, and in hidden corners of the world, people replayed Camino footage, All Might's final punch, Bakugo's rescue, All for One's defeat, and the strange 4 minutes before it. The quirkless boy with broken sunlight in his hands, forcing the demon lord of quirks to defend, in Tartarus, All for One sat restrained in darkness. Machines monitored every breath. Guards watched every movement. He did not resist. He did not need to. The world outside was already cracking. In that darkness, he remembered a man with Hanafuda earrings whom he had never dared face directly. Then he remembered Izuku Midoriya's eyes, not the same, not yet, but growing toward the same unbearable light. All for One smiled behind his mask. "The sun rises again," he whispered. Back in the hospital, Izuku opened his notebook with bandaged hands. The first lines were shaky. Camino ward report, personal record. He paused, then wrote, "Objective achieved. All Might given recovery window. Cost, support blade destroyed, multiple injuries, emotional distress to mother, violation of direct orders, increased public exposure, probable villain attention escalation. 13th form, functional but unsustainable beyond 4 minutes under extreme conditions. All for One recognized Yoriichi's inheritance. Statement, you're the one he left behind. Meaning unknown. Concerning, he stopped, his hand hurt. Still, he added one final line. Lesson, I cannot become the sun by burning everyone who loves me. For a long time, he stared at that sentence. Then he closed the notebook. Outside, morning light spilled through the hospital window. It touched the bandages, the broken support blade resting on the bedside table. The Hanafuda earrings his mother had carefully placed beside him. Izuku breathed in, held, breathed out. The sun had risen over Camino, but its shadow stretched farther than ever. We are so close to end this story. Chapter 7, The Curse and the Purification, the Dawn Form, Izuku Midoriya and the Inheritance of the Sun after Camino. The world learned that peace could retire. It did not happen all at once. At first, people pretended. They pretended All Might's final victory meant everything would be fine. They pretended All for One's arrest meant the worst was over. They pretended the symbol of peace pointing toward the future was only a promise, not a goodbye, but pretending was fragile. Villains noticed the cracks first, small crimes increased, then organized attacks, then public unrest. Heroes who had once stood confidently beneath All Might's shadow began to realize that the shadow had been holding up more than morale. It had been holding up an entire structure of belief. And now that structure shook. Izuku Midoriya watched it happen from UA's dormitory common room with a notebook open on his lap, and bandages still wrapped around 2 fingers. The television showed another debate panel. A former sidekick argued that hero agencies needed stronger patrol coordination. A legal expert discussed support item restrictions. A retired hero warned that students were being pushed too quickly into war-level situations. A journalist replayed Camino footage again, slowing down the 4 minutes Izuku had spent against All for One. Izuku closed his notebook. He hated that footage, not because he was ashamed, because everyone edited out the fear on television. The fight looked almost clean. Dramatic, heroic. A quirkless student stepping into history with a blade of old sunlight. Commentators loved that phrase, old sunlight. They used it like poetry. They did not show his hands shaking afterward. They did not show his mother crying beside his hospital bed. They did not show Aizawa telling him that heroism without survival became a burden other people had to carry. They did not show the sentence he had written after Camino. I cannot become the sun by burning everyone who loves me. That sentence had become harder to live with than any injury. Across the common room, Bakugo stood with his arms crossed, glaring at the screen. They keep replaying the part where he catches your blade, Bakugo muttered. Izuku looked up. All for One. Yeah, it was tactically significant. It was stupid. Also tactically significant. Bakugo turned his glare on him. Izuku did not flinch. That was progress. After Camino, Bakugo had stopped pretending Izuku's training was a joke. He still called him Deku, still shouted, still treated emotional sincerity like a disease, but something fundamental had shifted. Bakugo had been rescued. That was a wound to his pride, but he had also taken Kirishima's hand. That was a door. He did not know what to do with either, so he trained harder than ever. And sometimes, when he thought no one was watching, he practiced the breathing rhythm Izuku had taught him. His shoulders barely rose now. Izuku pretended not to notice, mostly. Todoroki sat near the window, one side of his face lit by the television glow. Shigaraki has not appeared publicly since Kamino, he said. The room quieted, Uraraka's expression tightened. Iida adjusted his glasses. The police believe the League is reorganizing after all for one's arrest. No. Izuku said softly. Everyone looked at him. He wished they had not, but the word had come out because it was true. They're not just reorganizing, he continued. They're changing. Kirishima frowned. You mean getting stronger, maybe, but more than that. Izuku opened his notebook again, turning to a page titled Tamura Shigaraki, Behavioral Pattern Update. At USBCRIBE, Shigaraki treated the attack like a game with rules he barely respected. At the training camp, the League adapted to specific student behaviors. At Kamino, All for One used Shigaraki's capture plan to force All Might into public exposure. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Izuku continued anyway. If All for One is imprisoned, Shigaraki has two choices: collapse without him or become something that does not need him. Silence settled. Mina, sitting upside down on the couch, spoke quietly. That second option sounds bad. It is, Izuku said on television. The Kamino footage showed All for One's final defeat again. Izuku looked away. Some victories were not endings, some victories were inheritance events. All Might had passed something to the world when he raised his fist, so had All for One when he fell. The question was what Shigaraki would do with it. The answer came months later, not in a speech, not in a declaration, in dust. A city block vanished during what was supposed to be a minor villain containment operation. Not exploded, not burned, not crushed, decayed. The first reports were confused, the second were worse. By the third, everyone knew the truth. Tamura Shigaraki's quirk had evolved. Decay no longer required direct full-hand contact with every object it destroyed. It could propagate, through surfaces, through connected matter, through streets, walls, pipes, vehicles, debris. What he touched could carry death outward like a command. Heroes did not understand it fast enough. Some survived because they were lucky. Some survived because others pulled them into the air. Some did not. UA changed overnight. Training became evacuation-focused. Ground stability drills, airborne rescue, contact avoidance, dust inhalation protocols, quirk interaction studies. Support item redesigns. Every student learned one truth. Against awakened decay, dodging was not enough. Izuku understood that faster than most. Speed solved directed attacks. Decay was not directed anymore. It was a condition. If the ground became death, footwork lost meaning. If buildings carried decay, cover became a trap. If debris spread it, rescue turned into a puzzle with no safe pieces. For 3 nights after the first major decay incident, Izuku barely slept. On the 4th, Aizawa found him in the training yard before dawn. The air was cold. Izuku stood barefoot on reinforced stone, eyes closed, breath slow, support blade extended at his side. The Hanafuda earrings moved faintly in the wind. Aizawa watched for a full minute, then said, "You're trying to solve him." Izuku opened his eyes. "I have to." "No, you want to." Izuku did not answer. Aizawa walked closer, capture weapon hanging loose around his neck. "Explain." Izuku looked down at the training floor. Decay propagates through contact and material continuity. If Shigaraki touches the ground becomes the medium. If he touches debris, debris becomes the medium. If the attack spreads faster than people can move, rescue depends on interrupting propagation. Known problem. Yes, known solutions: air mobility, isolation, erasure if line of sight is maintained before activation, material separation. Possibly temperature extremes, depending on how decay interacts with molecular bonds. Aizawa's visible eye narrowed. Possibly. Izuku hesitated. Then he lifted the old scroll from a protective case near his bag. Aizawa looked at it. "You brought the original outside. It is sealed." "That was not my question." Izuku lowered his head. "Sorry," Aizawa sighed. "What does the scroll say?" Izuku turned to a damaged section near the end. Most of the writing there was incomplete, burned at the edges, faded in the center. But over months, through comparison, reconstruction, and careful translation, Izuku had uncovered one phrase repeated 3 times. Hinokami, not as a dance, not as a form, as a rhythm. The combat forms are techniques, Izuku said. The base breathing improves body function. The selfless state removes readable intent. The transparent world reveals structure, but this section describes something different. Aizawa waited. Izuku swallowed. The sun's rhythm. It says the breath can become total enough to synchronize with the body's heat, pressure, and circulation. Not producing fire, creating the conditions fire comes from. That sounds like poetic nonsense. Yes, and Izuku looked up. I don't think it is. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment, then he said, medical supervision. I expected, no, you hope to negotiate. I am not negotiating. Medical supervision, support sensors, recovery girl approval, power loader present, and no attempts alone. Izuku opened his mouth. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. Midoriya, he closed it. Yes, sir, good. Aizawa turned away. Also, under 20 pages. Izuku blinked for the theory report. Aizawa said. Izuku looked at the scroll, then back at his teacher. I may require appendices. Aizawa kept walking. You may require self-control. The Hinokami rhythm nearly killed him the first time he touched it, not dramatically. Not with flames bursting from his skin or sunlight flooding the training room. It started with heat, too much heat. The test took place in a reinforced UA chamber with recovery girl, power loader, Aizawa, Meihatsum, and 3 medical monitors present. Yaoyorozu had insisted on helping design hydration and mineral protocols. Todoroki stood outside the chamber in case emergency cooling was needed. Bakugo was not invited and came anyway. I'm here to watch the nerd cook himself, he said. Nobody believed him. Izuku stood in the center of the chamber, wearing sensor bands across his chest, wrists, throat, and temples. Mei adjusted one monitor, grinning too widely. If your lungs explode, try to do it near sensor array 3. Do not say that, recovery girl snapped. Power loader checked the thermal display. Baseline elevated but stable. Aizawa stood with arms folded. Begin at 10% theoretical output. Izuku nodded. He inhaled. The first layer was familiar. Base breath, ribs open. Heart steady, heat beneath navel. Second layer, total concentration. Oxygen efficiency rising. Muscles warming. Third layer. Transparent world near the edge but not open. He did not need sight. He needed rhythm. The scroll's reconstructed line echoed in his mind. The sun does not burn by anger. It sustains the law by which burning is possible. He breathed deeper. The warmth spread, not like fever, like pressure. His blood seemed to carry sunlight. The air around his skin shifted. Power loader's voice came through the speaker. Surface temperature rising. Recovery girl said, Midoriya status, stable. Izuku answered. His voice sounded strange to himself. Too calm, he continued. For 11 seconds, everything aligned. His breath, pulse, body heat, and the air immediately around him became one cycle. The chamber sensors registered a thin field of high temperature pressure variance close to his skin, not fire, not even visible, but real. Then his control slipped, heat spiked, pain stabbed through his chest, his knees hit the floor. Todoroki's ice slammed across the chamber window from outside on instinct. Aizawa was already inside, catching Izuku before he struck his head. Recovery girl shouted orders. Mei yelled something about beautiful data, and was immediately removed from the room by power loader. Izuku woke 2 hours later with Enroman 4 in his arm and Bakugo sitting in a chair nearby, scowling hard enough to keep death away through intimidation. That was stupid, Bakugo said. Izuku blinked slowly. Good morning. It's afternoon. Oh, you overheated yourself in 11 seconds. That is not ideal. Bakugo leaned forward. No, Deku, not ideal is burning toast. You almost became toast. Izuku looked toward the ceiling. The attempt had failed, but it had worked. For 11 seconds, he had created a field. Small, unstable, dangerous, but real. Bakugo saw the thought forming. Don't, he snapped. Izuku looked at him. Bakugo's fists clenched. You get that face when you're about to turn almost dying into homework. Izuku closed his mouth. For once, he had no defense. The training continued anyway. Because the world did not stop getting worse just because something was dangerous. Shigaraki disappeared for a time, but his absence felt less like hiding and more like a storm pulling water from the sea. The League changed shape around him. Villains who had once followed All for One's shadow began to follow Shigaraki's ruin. Some feared him, some worshipped him, Some simply wanted to stand near the collapse of the old order and call it freedom. By the time the final war began, Tamura Shigaraki no longer looked like the twitching young man from USJ. He had become still. That frightened Izuku most. The old Shigaraki scratched at his neck, snapped at irritation, and moved like a child breaking toys because the world had annoyed him. The new Shigaraki did not waste movement. His body had been rebuilt, modified, strengthened. All for One's power moved inside him like a second shadow. His decay had become vast enough to redraw battlefields. His hatred had matured into something colder than tantrum. He was no longer trying to destroy because he was angry. He was destruction given direction. The final battle opened under a gray sky. The heroes chose the location carefully. An evacuated industrial district near the coast, cleared of civilians, reinforced with separated platforms, aerial rescue routes, underground isolation trenches, and support barriers designed to break material continuity if decay spread. It was the most prepared battlefield hero society had ever built. It failed within 4 minutes. Shigaraki touched the ground. The first decay wave moved faster than models predicted. Concrete became dust. Steel frames screamed apart. Support barriers collapsed as the decay transferred through buried anchor points nobody had thought to isolate. Heroes took to the air. Those who could not were pulled up by cables, gravity quirks, ice platforms, engines, tape, vines, anything that could create distance from the dying ground. Izuku stood on a floating support platform built by Yaoyorozu and Mei, eyes fixed on the center of the destruction. Shigaraki walked through dust, not ran, walked. Every step erased the world beneath him. Bakugo hovered nearby with controlled explosions, face grim. Todoroki maintained ice bridges only long enough for evacuation, before severing them manually. Uraraka coordinated floating debris platforms. Ida carried injured heroes between safe points. Aizawa, supported by Monoma and other heroes, kept erasure ready when possible, but Shigaraki's body had grown monstrous even without quirks. Line of sight broke constantly through dust clouds and collapsing terrain. All Might was not there as the symbol of peace. That age was over. This was the age after. Izuku inhaled. The air tasted like powdered concrete and metal. Aizawa's voice crackled through the calm. Midoriya status, observing. Do not engage alone. I won't. Bakugo snorted through the channel. Liar. Izuku almost smiled. Then Shigaraki looked up. Through the dust, through the battlefield, directly at him. Found you, Shigaraki said. The words were not loud. Izuku heard them anyway. A black-red pulse of decay spread through a rising slab of concrete, then leapt through connected debris toward the floating platform. Move, Izuku shouted. Uraraka released the platform. Bakugo blasted it sideways. The decay consumed the edge, turning metal to powder in a line that passed inches from Izuku's foot. He jumped to another debris platform. Shigaraki watched with empty amusement. You still look for rules. Izuku extended his rebuilt support blade. This one was stronger than the Kamino model. No nickname, no decoration, trace Nichiren alloy. Shock distribution. Emergency edge lock. Heat, resistant grip. Designed by Mei after 3 all-nighters and 1 emotional threat from Power Loader. Izuku's fingers settled around it. And you still have them. Shigaraki smiled. Do I? Then the air near him decayed, not fully, not like ground, but dust carried the effect outward in a choking wave. Heroes scattered. Izuku's eyes widened. Airborne particulate propagation, not air itself. Worse than expected, dodge paths shrinking, rescue platforms unsafe. Decay could not be avoided forever. The battlefield became a countdown. Every surface Shigaraki touched became temporary. Every structure near him became a weapon. Every rescue route risked contamination. Izuku moved through it with transparent world open in flashes, reading Shigaraki's body, the spread patterns, the dust currents, the collapsing ground. 10 seconds. 20, 30, too much. Even his perception could not solve a condition that filled the space around the fight. He landed on a steel beam floating under Uraraka's quirk. Shigaraki appeared beneath him, too fast. A hand reached up. Izuku jumped, the beam decayed into dust under his feet. Bakugo's explosion caught him midair, redirecting him sideways. Focus, damn it. I am focused. Focus better. Shigaraki rose from the dust on a pillar of collapsing debris, his hand extended toward Bakugo. Izuku's heart lurched. No, he threw his support blade, not to strike Shigaraki, to intercept the debris path between Shigaraki's fingers and Bakugo's landing point. The blade spun, struck a broken pipe, and severed contact between two connected surfaces. Decay stopped short by less than a meter. Bakugo landed hard, eyes wide for half a second, then furious. "I owed you one from USJ," Izuku said through comms. "Not the time. It was bothering me. I will kill you after we survive. Acceptable." For 1 second, Class 1, A's channel crackled with strained laughter. Then Shigaraki raised both hands. The laughter died. The ground beneath the entire central district pulsed. Aizawa shouted through comms, "He's expanding propagation." Everyone airborne now. But airborne was no longer enough. Dust rose, structures crumbled upward. Decay moved through falling particles, broken supports, shattered pavement, old wires, hidden pipes, everything. The battlefield became a storm of contact. Izuku saw the truth. There was no safe distance left that still allowed close engagement. Heroes could retreat and bombard from afar, but Shigaraki's durability and stolen quirks made that temporary. Aizawa could erase, but not forever. Bakugo could blast him back. Todoroki could freeze zones. Endeavor could burn dust clouds. Hawks could carry injured. Best Jeanist could bind. Edgeshot could pierce. All of them could buy moments. None could occupy the propagation space itself. Izuku looked at his hands. His body remembered 11 seconds. Then 30. Then 1 minute. Then the longest training attempt. 3 minutes and 42 seconds before Recovery Girl shut it down and threatened to retire just to avoid treating him. The scroll's line returned. The sun does not hurry. It does not need to. Everything that grows toward it anyway. He finally understood. Hinokami rhythm was not an attack. It was an environment, a small sun, not flame, condition. If Shigaraki's decay made the battlefield a condition of collapse, Izuku had to become a condition of continuity. He opened the comm. "Aizawa-sensei." "No," Izuku blinked. "I haven't said it yet. I know your voice." The battlefield shook. Another hero platform fell. Izuku watched Todoroki catch 3 people on an ice ramp while Bakugo detonated the contaminated debris before it reached them. "We're losing space," Izuku said. "I know. Decay is propagating through particulates and connected structures. He's turning the whole area into a medium." "I know. I can counter it." Silence. Then Recovery Girl's voice cut into the channel from the medical command station. "Absolutely not," May's voice followed. "Technically maybe," Power Loader shouted in the background. "Hatsum." Aizawa's voice was deadly calm. "How long?" Izuku looked at Shigaraki. The answer frightened him. "As long as I can." "That is not a number." "No." Aizawa did not speak for 2 seconds. On a battlefield, 2 seconds was a lifetime. Then he said, "Objective, occupy the propagation zone, force close quarters, give erasure and strike team stable windows." "Exit plan," Izuku swallowed. "Class 1 pulls me out when I drop." Bakugo's voice exploded through comms. "When?" Izuku did not answer. That was answer enough. Yoriichi spoke next, voice shaking but firm. "We'll get you." Ida said, "We will not fail the extraction." Todoroki said, "I will control external temperature." Yaoyorozu said, "I can prepare cooling and stabilization equipment." Kirishima said, "And if he tries to get past you, he hits us first." Bakugo was silent. Then he said, low and furious, "You better not die doing breathing homework." Izuku smiled faintly. "I'll do my best." Worst possible answer, Aizawa exhaled through the comm. "Midoriya." "Yes, sir. 11 minutes maximum. Not 1 second beyond. If your core temperature passes the medical red line, we pull you out whether the fight is over or not." Izuku looked toward the dust storm. Understood. He removed the broken outer guard from his support blade, exposing the heat, resistant inner grip. Then he stepped off the platform. Yoriichi caught his weight with 0 gravity before he fell. "Midoriya," she said through comms, voice small. "I know. Come back." This time he answered differently. "I will." She released him. Izuku dropped into the dust. He landed 10 meters from Shigaraki. Decay raced toward his feet. Izuku inhaled, not base breath, not total concentration, not selfless state, all of them. Then beyond. The breath moved through him until the boundary between lungs, blood, heat, and air thinned. His heartbeat slowed, then deepened. Warmth became pressure. Pressure became rhythm, the air around his skin shimmered. Decay reached him. For one terrible instant, the ground beneath his sandals began to crumble. Then stopped. A circular field of superheated, high-pressure air formed around his body, so tight it barely extended beyond his reach. Dust entering the field lifted, spun, and burned clean of Decay's active propagation before it could settle. Not fire. Not visible flame. A structure of heat and pressure that disrupted the chain reaction at the molecular edge. Shigaraki stopped walking. For the first time in the battle, he looked surprised. Izuku raised his support blade. The Hanafuda earrings glowed red in the storm, filtered light. Now, Izuku said. He stepped forward. The ground decayed behind him, but not under him. Hinokami rhythm held. The battlefield changed shape around a circle of dawn. Shigaraki attacked. Close quarters against Tamura, Shigaraki was madness. That was why it worked. He had grown used to people fleeing his touch, avoiding the ground, retreating from propagation zones. Even the strongest heroes treated his reach as a law. Izuku stepped into it. Transparent world opened. Shigaraki's body was horrifying inside, strength layered over stolen power. Regeneration, artificial modifications, all for one's influence coiled through his nervous system like black roots. Decay pulsed from his hands, but the propagation rhythm changed whenever his fingers flexed. Izuku did not aim to kill, he aimed to occupy first form. Dance. Shigaraki blocked with his forearm, the impact cracked the street. Second form, rising scorching sun. Shigaraki leaned back, hands sweeping down toward the ground. Izuku's Hinokami field flared. Decay tried to spread, stopped. Pain lanced through Izuku's chest. 1 minute. Aizawa's erasure caught Shigaraki for 3 seconds. Endeavor struck from above with controlled flame. Bakugo blasted from the side. Todoroki froze the outer dust ring. Uraraka lifted contaminated debris away. Ida evacuated 2 injured heroes from the edge. Ieyasu deployed cooling pylons that kept Izuku's escape route from collapsing. For the first time, the battle had rhythm, not safe. Never safe, but rhythm, Shigaraki snarled. There you are. His voice shifted for a moment. It was not only Shigaraki, all for one's cadence slid underneath. Always standing where you should not. Izuku's grip tightened, the heat spiked, no anger. Anger disrupted rhythm, he exhaled. I've heard that before. Shigaraki lunged, third form, scattering mist. Izuku shifted past the hand by less than an inch. Fourth form redirected a strike into empty ground. Fifth carried him over a decay sweep. Sixth spun through falling debris, pushing it outside his field before it could contaminate the support line. 2 minutes, core temperature rising. Recovery girl's voice snapped through comms. Midoriya, reduce output. Can't. Do not make me come out there, Bakugo shouted. Old lady, if you can yell, yell at Dust Face. I can yell at multiple idiots. Izuku almost laughed, almost. Shigaraki noticed the flicker. His hand shot toward Izuku's throat. At Usj, Izuku had stepped inside because Shigaraki needed 5 fingers. Now that was no longer enough. Decay could propagate through partial contact if the chain connected. Izuku twisted, but 2 fingers brushed his collar. The fabric began to crumble. Hinokami rhythm flared violently. The decay stopped at the edge of his skin. Pain exploded across his neck like heated needles. Izuku cut the collar away with the support blade and stumbled back. 3 minutes. Shigaraki smiled. You can stop it. Izuku breathed hard, some of it. Not forever. No, then this is just another delay. Izuku looked at him. The dust storm roared around them. Heroes fought at the edges. Friends held the line. His body was already overheating, muscles screaming, vision bright at the corners. Yes, Izuku said. Shigaraki's smile faltered. Izuku stepped forward. That's what heroes are sometimes. 4th minute, 5th, the battle narrowed. Erasure windows opened and closed. Each time Aizawa's gaze caught Shigaraki, Izuku pressed harder. Each time dust broke line of sight, Izuku held the propagation zone alone. He did not win exchanges. He survived them, but survival had purpose. Shigaraki could not expand decay freely while Izuku occupied the space. Could not turn the entire battlefield to dust without first dealing with the boy who stood inside the chain reaction and refused to break. 6 minutes. Izuku's core temperature passed 40 degrees Celsius. The medical channel erupted. He heard none of it clearly. The world had become structure. Shigaraki's shoulders, his fingers, his breath. the pulse of decay, the interference pattern of Hinakami rhythm, the old scroll's words, the faces of his friends, his mother's hands fixing his collar before Kamino, all might saying he was not a replacement. Aizawa saying a hero needed to know the difference faster than his body moved. Gran Torino saying a tool with no self could be used by anyone. Self. That mattered now. The selfless state tempted him. It would reduce fear, increase efficiency, make him harder to read. But if he let go completely here, inside this heat, inside this condition, he might ignore the body until it died. So Izuku did something harder. He stayed himself. Afraid, in pain, determined, present. 7 minutes, Shigaraki's movements began to change, not slow, never slow, but constrained. He could not rely on wide decay waves. Every time he tried, Izuku's field occupied the propagation point long enough for Todoroki to freeze or Bakugo to blast apart the medium. He could not easily retreat, because heroes had formed a ring. He could not focus on Aizawa, because Izuku punished every turn. For the first time, Shigaraki had to fight like a person, close, precise, limited. That was where the transparent world became overwhelming. Izuku saw the left hand before it rose, cut the angle, saw the right shoulder dip. Step inside, saw decay pulse in the fingertips, strike the wrist, not the palm, saw all for one's influence attempt to force a different movement through Shigaraki's spine. There, a conflict, tiny, almost invisible. Shigaraki and All for One were not perfectly aligned, two wills in one body. Two rhythms. Izuku's eyes widened. Shigaraki saw him see. Stop looking at me. The decay pulse exploded outward. Hinakami rhythm flared to meet it. 8 minutes. Izuku screamed, not from fear, from heat. The field held barely. Todoroki's ice surged around the outer ring, steam exploding upward as it met the pressure. Bakugo dove in, blasting contaminated debris away before it could strike Izuku's back. Uraraka lifted whole slabs from the collapsing ground, teeth gritted. Ida carried Aizawa to a better line of sight at engine, burning speed. Ieyasu deployed the last cooling pylon, Class 1, did not save the world from a distance. They held the shape of the battlefield so Izuku could stand in the center of it. 9 minutes. Aizawa's voice cut through. Midoriya, exit now. Izuku could barely hear him. Shigaraki staggered. Just once his right hand spasmed. Decay flickered. The conflict inside him widened. All for One's presence pushed destruction outward. Shigaraki's own hatred pulled toward Izuku, not because Izuku was the greatest threat. Because Izuku had done the one thing Shigaraki could not tolerate. He had stood inside the end and made it wait. I hate you, Shigaraki whispered. Izuku's breath shook. I know. You don't get to purify me. I'm not trying to. Liar. Shigaraki lunged with everything, no wide decay. No battlefield wave, a direct attack, a hand reaching for Izuku's face. 10 minutes, the world slowed, transparent world opened fully. Izuku saw the hand, saw the decay pulse, saw the stolen strength behind it, saw the conflict in Shigaraki's spine. Saw All for One's shadow trying to turn the strike into a killing blow, saw Shigaraki's own will beneath it, not innocent, not redeemable by a speech, but separate. Human, ruined, still human. Izuku shifted, not back, forward. He stepped into the space before the hand completed its path. Support blade rising, no 13th form, no complex sequence, no endless circle. The scroll's words from the final form returned. It is used when all other answers have been tried and the truth remains simple. Second form. Rising scorching sun, a single upward diagonal, clean, precise. The support blade struck under Shigaraki's arm, across the line of his chest and shoulder, not cutting deep enough to kill, but disrupting the body's motion at the exact point where decay, stolen strength, and will converged. At the same moment, Aizawa's erasure locked on. Bakugo's explosion drove Shigaraki's balance sideways. Todoroki's ice sealed the ground behind him. Uraraka lifted the collapsing debris field. Ida pulled two heroes clear of the final pulse. Ieyasu's last pylon vented cold pressure into the zone. Everything arrived together. The truth remained simple. Shigaraki fell, his hand struck the ground. Nothing happened. For one impossible second, the battlefield was silent. Then the decay propagation stopped. Izuku stood over him, support blade lowered, Hinakami field flickering around his body like an invisible sunrise about to go out. Shigaraki looked up, His eyes were full of hate, but also exhaustion. "Why?" he rasped. "Won't you just break?" Izuku tried to answer. No sound came out. His body had reached the end. The Hinakami rhythm collapsed, heat rushed inward, the world tilted, core temperature, 41.8 degrees Celsius. Recovery Girl's voice screamed through comms. Bakugo moved first. He caught Izuku before his head hit the ground. Deku, Izuku's vision blurred. Above him, the gray sky looked almost white. He felt hands. Bakugo gripping his jacket, Yoriichi crying. Ida shouting medical instructions too fast. Todoroki cooling the air around him with terrifying care. Aizawa saying his name. Mei yelling that the sensors were still recording and then immediately sobbing, which confused him. Recovery teams arrived. Izuku tried to breathe. For the first time in years, the breath did not obey. Panic rose. Then a voice, thin and tired, cut through. All Might. "Not on the battlefield as a symbol. There as a man." "Young Midoriya," he said, close now. "You did enough. Let them carry you." Izuku's eyes moved toward Shigaraki, restrained, alive, defeated, Decay silent, then toward his classmates, alive, exhausted, holding the line. He looked at Bakugo. Bakugo's face was twisted with fury and fear. "You idiot," Bakugo said. Izuku's lips moved. "What?" Bakugo leaned closer. Izuku whispered, barely audible. "You breathed correctly." For half a second, Bakugo looked like he might explode from emotional damage. Then Izuku passed out. He woke 3 weeks later, not fully. Waking came in pieces. A ceiling, hospital light, the beep of monitors, his mother's hand holding his. Aizawa sleeping in a chair, which was so alarming that Izuku briefly wondered if he had died and entered an alternate dimension. All Might stood by the window. Bakugo was asleep against the wall with his arms crossed, refusing even unconsciousness the satisfaction of looking peaceful. Yoriichi had left a charm beside his bed. Ida had left a written schedule for recovery. Todoroki had left a note that simply said, "You are not allowed to train yet." Ieyasu had left a meal plan. Kirishima had left a card reading. That was manly, but never do it again. Mei had left a small metal plaque from the destroyed support blade labeled, "Sunny died heroically." Izuku stared at that one for a while, then he laughed. It hurt. His mother woke immediately. "Izuku." He turned his head. Her eyes filled. This time he did not make a joke about being technically in one piece. "I came back," he whispered. Inko broke. She hugged him carefully, crying into his shoulder. Izuku closed his eyes. Recovery would be long. His body had crossed limits it should not have touched. His lungs were strained, his heat regulation unstable, his muscles damaged. Recovery Girl banned all advanced breathing for months and threatened to haunt him if he disobeyed. The world outside called him many things: hero, miracle. Quirkless legend, the sun breather, the boy who stopped decay. Izuku ignored most of it. The official reports were complicated. Shigaraki was alive, restrained under specialized conditions, separated from all for one's remaining influence as much as science and quirks could manage. The League was broken. All for one's legacy had been wounded in a way deeper than imprisonment. Hero Society did not become perfect overnight. That would have been too easy. But something had changed. Not because Izuku defeated Shigaraki alone. He had not. He had stood at the center, yes. But Class 1 ahead held the field. Pro-heroes had created the openings. Aizawa had erased at the critical moment. All Might had carried the meaning of peace long enough for others to inherit it. Every person mattered. That was the truth the news struggled to understand. The sun did not rise by defeating the stars. It rose, and everything became visible. 1 month after waking, Izuku opened his notebook again. His handwriting was weak but steady. Final battle report, personal record. He paused, then wrote, "Hinakami rhythm sustained for approximately 11 minutes. Maximum documented core temperature, 41.8 degrees C. Medical consequence severe. Do not repeat without life or death necessity. Preferably do not repeat ever." He imagined Recovery Girl reading that and still hitting him with a cane. He continued. Decay countermeasure. Localized high-pressure thermal field disrupted propagation through particulates and surface contact within limited radius. Effective but unsustainable. Required external support from classmates and pro-heroes, not a solo solution. Then final strike, second form, rising scorching sun. Simplicity mattered after complex conditions were controlled. Lesson: the answer at the end does not need to be grand. It needs to be true. His pen hovered. The final section was harder. Shigaraki asked why I would not break. I do not think the answer is strength. I broke many times. Doctor's office, Aldera, Camino, final battle. Maybe not breaking is the wrong idea. Maybe heroes break and then choose what shape to heal into. He closed the notebook. Outside the hospital window, dawn spread over the city. Not dramatic, not loud, just light, arriving without hurry. Izuku breathed in, slowly, carefully, no advanced rhythm, no heat, no battle, just breathe. For now, that was enough. This is final chapter, chapter 8. The morning after the sun, the dawn form. Izuku Midoriya and the inheritance of the sun. The world did not become peaceful after Tamura Shigaraki fell. That was the first thing Izuku Midoriya had to accept. As a child, he had imagined victory as something clean. The villain went down, the hero stood tall, the crowd cheered, the sky cleared. Everyone smiled because danger had ended and the world understood finally that justice had won. Reality was messier, reality had hospitals, reality had hearings. Reality had reconstruction budgets, trauma counselors, public arguments, legal committees, damaged hero agencies, frightened civilians and students who woke up at night because their dreams still sounded like collapsing concrete. Reality had survivors who did not know what to do with being alive. Izuku spent 3 weeks unconscious, 2 more barely awake, and another month under strict medical supervision that recovery girl enforced with the terrifying power of an elderly woman who had seen too many heroic idiots attempt early recovery. No advanced breathing, she said. Yes, ma'am. No forms. Yes, ma'am. No light sparring. Yes, ma'am. No testing whether your core temperature regulation has improved. Izuku paused. Recovery girl raised her cane. Yes, ma'am. No writing more than 1 hour at a time. This one hurt. May I negotiate? The cane lifted higher. No, ma'am. His body had survived the Hinokami rhythm, but survival was not the same as escape. His lungs tired quickly. His hands trembled if he wrote too long. His internal temperature regulation remained unstable, leaving him too warm some nights and shivering on others. His muscles had lost strength from bed rest. His right shoulder clicked unpleasantly when he moved too quickly. For the first time since he began training, breath itself felt fragile. That frightened him more than he admitted. Breathing had become the one thing he trusted. When the world mocked him, he breathed. When the Namu charged, he breathed. When All for One stood before him, he breathed. When Shigaraki turned the battlefield to dust, he breathed until the air around him became a wall against death. Now even breathing had limits. The first time he tried the bass rhythm after waking, his chest tightened halfway through the count, 4 in, 2 hold. 6, he coughed, not dramatically, not dangerously, just enough that the rhythm broke. Izuku sat on the edge of the hospital bed, hands gripping the blanket, staring at nothing. For several seconds, he was 10 years old again in a doctor's office, body failing, future shrinking, a door closing. Then his mother touched his shoulder, not asking, not correcting, just there. Izuku inhaled again, this time only 3 counts, no hold, 4 out, smaller, humbler, enough. Recovery was not returning to who he had been. It was learning who he could become after the cost. Class 1, visited in waves because the hospital staff quickly learned that allowing them all in at once was legally similar to inviting a controlled disaster. Yoriichi came first. She brought Machai, a small good luck charm and a smile that lasted exactly 8 seconds before she started crying. I said I'd get you out, she said, wiping her face angrily. I did technically, I mean we all did, but you were so hot, Midoriya, like scary hot, not cute hot, emergency hot. Izuku blinked. I understood what you meant. Good, because I heard it after I said it. They laughed quietly. Then they sat in silence for a while. That was new. Before the war, silence often felt awkward. Afterward, it sometimes felt like the only honest language left. Ida came with printed recovery schedules, breathing restriction reminders, approved walking times, and a handwritten apology for not preventing Izuku from exceeding the 11-minute limit. Ida, Izuku said gently, you were carrying injured heroes out of a collapsing decay zone. That does not remove my responsibility as class representative. You saved at least 6 people. I should have saved 7 and reduced your thermal exposure by 40 seconds. Izuku stared at him. Ida, did you calculate my overheating window? Ida adjusted his glasses. As a friend, yes. Izuku looked down at the schedule. It was color-coded, extremely color-coded. Thank you. You are welcome. Also, if you attempt unauthorized training, I will inform your mother. That is excessive. It is efficient. Todoroki came with soba. Cold soba, because he had asked Recovery Girl what foods would be least likely to interfere with Izuku's temperature regulation. He placed it on the table without ceremony. My sister made it, he said. Izuku stared at the container like it was a sacred relic. Please thank her. I will. Todoroki sat beside the bed. For a long time, neither spoke. Then Todoroki said, when you used Hinokami rhythm, the heat was different from Endeavor's flames. Izuku nodded slowly. It did not feel like fire. It looked like the air was obeying you. That sounds more impressive than it felt. How did it feel? Izuku thought about it. Like holding a door shut during a storm, except the door was my own body. Todoroki's eyes lowered. You should not have had to do that. No, Izuku said, but none of us should have had to do any of it. Todoroki accepted that, then he said, my father wants to speak with you eventually. Izuku's spoon froze. For training. No, to apologize. Izuku stared. Todoroki looked mildly uncomfortable. He is doing that now, sometimes badly. Izuku absorbed this. The world truly had changed. Kirishima came with snacks, 3 cards, and a firm declaration that Izuku was the manliest sun ghost ever, which made no sense but felt emotionally supportive. Mina brought a playlist titled Hospital Vibes for people who almost became solar phenomena. Kaminari brought a portable game console and immediately lost to Izuku in a puzzle game, then complained that near-death experiences should not improve strategy skills. Yaoyorozu brought a revised nutrition plan and asked permission before handing it over, which made Izuku realize she had been worrying about overwhelming him. Shoji brought a book. Suyu brought tea. Gyro brought headphones and said, hospitals are noisy. This helps. Bakugo did not visit for 5 days. On the 6th, he entered without knocking. Izuku looked up from his notebook. Good afternoon, Kaken. Bakugo clicked his tongue. You look less dead. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. You came to the hospital to inform me I look less dead. Bakugo glared. Izuku waited. Bakugo looked toward the window, then at the floor, then at the medical monitor as if considering challenging it to a fight. Finally, he said, you scared everyone. Izuku's fingers tightened around the pen. I know. No, you don't. Bakugo's voice sharpened. You know, like a nerd, you wrote it down and made it a lesson. I mean, you scared everyone. The room went quiet. Izuku set the notebook aside. Bakugo's fists were clenched. You dropped, Bakugo said. You stopped breathing right. Your eyes rolled back. Half and half was freezing the air. Round face was crying. 4 eyes sounded like he was giving a speech at a funeral. The old lady was yelling. All Might looked like someone shot him. Izuku could not look away. Bakugo's voice lowered. And I caught you. Izuku remembered fragments, heat, sky, hands. Bakugo's voice calling him an idiot. Yes, Izuku said. You did. Bakugo's jaw worked. You don't get to make people catch your corpse because you decided the only answer was you. The words hit harder than expected, because they were unfair, because they were true, because they were both. Izuku looked at his hands. It wasn't only me. I know that. Bakugo's shout shook the quiet room, then he stopped himself, took one breath, a correct one. Izuku noticed despite everything. Bakugo hated that he noticed. It wasn't only you, Bakugo said, quieter. So stop acting like you're the only one allowed to pay. Izuku's throat tightened. For once, no analysis came, no report, no careful answer, just a small, honest sentence. I'm sorry. Bakugo looked away. TCH. He reached into his pocket and tossed something onto the bed. Izuku picked it up. A small grip wrap, black, reinforced, heat-resistant. For your next stupid stick, Bakugo muttered. Your grip slips when you overheat. Izuku stared at it. You made this. Don't be stupid. I told support what was wrong and yelled until they fixed it. That sounds like making it emotionally. I will leave. Izuku smiled, not wide, not teasing, grateful. Thank you, Kaken. Bakugo turned toward the door. Before leaving, he stopped. And Deku. Yes, Bakugo did not look back. Next time, we both stand in the center. Then he left. Izuku sat very still. The grip wrap rested in his palm. For years, Bakugo had wanted him behind, then wanted him as a rival, then wanted to beat him. Now, in the only language Bakugo truly trusted, he had said something different. You do not stand alone. Izuku wrote that down later. Only after crying a little, which he decided not to include in the official record, the legal debate began before he left the hospital. Hero Society loved categories: emitter, transformation, mutation, licensed, unlicensed, support gear, weaponry, quirk use, non-quirk physical ability. Izuku Midoriya sat outside every clean box they tried to place him in. He had no quirk. That part was medically confirmed, but his abilities exceeded ordinary athletic classification. Sun breathing enhanced his oxygen efficiency, recovery, movement precision, and heat control. The transparent world was not a quirk, but it functioned like perception beyond normal human limits. The selfless state interfered with aggression-based detection systems. Hinokami Rhythm had countered one of the most dangerous quirks in history. A committee of very serious adults spent 3 months arguing what to call him. Some wanted to classify sun breathing as a hereditary non-quirk martial system. Some wanted to register it as a support-dependent combat method. Some wanted to restrict the advanced forms under weapon law. One official, whom Aizawa privately described as a chair-given anxiety and paperwork, suggested Izuku be treated as a special case quirk, equivalent operator despite being quirkless. Izuku hated that phrase, quirk equivalent. As if the law could not respect something unless it pretended to be a quirk. At the hearing, he wore his UA uniform, his Hanafuda earrings, and no weapon. Aizawa sat behind him. All Might sat to one side in his thin form, officially as Toshinori Yagi, unofficially as moral reinforcement. Inko sat in the front row, hands folded tightly around a handkerchief. The committee chair adjusted her glasses. Midoriya: Izuku, do you understand why your classification matters? Yes, ma'am. Explain. Izuku looked at the microphone. He had prepared 27 possible answers. Aizawa had told him to choose the shortest. That had been painful. It matters, Izuku said, because classification decides what future students like me are allowed to attempt. The room stilled slightly. He continued. If you call what I do a quirk, equivalent ability, then quirkless people remain exceptions only when they become strange enough to resemble quirks. If you call it only weapon use, then you ignore the years of physical conditioning and rescue application. If you call it martial arts, you risk letting people copy dangerous techniques without medical supervision. The committee chair leaned forward. And what do you suggest? Izuku inhaled. No special rhythm, just breathe. A new category. Licensed non-quirk hero methodology, strictly evaluated. Medically monitored, equipment regulated, not treated as lesser than quirks, not treated as the same as quirks, treated honestly. Whispers moved through the room. One committee member frowned. You understand this could encourage quirkless children to pursue dangerous hero training. Izuku looked at him. Yes. The man blinked. Izuku's voice stayed steady. But quirkless children already live in a world built around danger they are told they cannot answer. Some of them will train anyway. Some will do it badly. Some will hurt themselves trying to become proof that they matter. His mother's handkerchief tightened in her hands. Izuku continued. I am not asking you to tell children that effort replaces quirks. It does not. I am asking you to build safe paths for the ones who cannot ignore suffering. Aizawa's visible eye softened by perhaps 1 millimeter. For him, that was basically sobbing. The debate did not end that day. But something shifted. The phrase licensed non-quirk hero methodology entered official discussion. Yaoyorozu helped Izuku draft a formal proposal. Ida helped make the language legally precise. May tried to add a section titled Cool Gear for Quirkless Maniacs and was stopped. Bakugo said the entire committee needed to be yelled at more. Uraraka said that was not a legal strategy. Bakugo said it should be. Eventually, provisional guidelines passed, not perfect, not broad enough, but real. Future quirkless applicants would be allowed structured evaluation paths if they demonstrated approved training methods, medical oversight, and relevant application. UA created a pilot support program for non-quirk combat and rescue methodology. Izuku read the announcement 3 times. Then he closed his laptop and cried again. This time when his mother found him, he did not pretend otherwise. Teaching began accidentally. The first student was Uraraka. Not because she wanted to learn forms, because after the final battle, she had trouble sleeping. When I float things now. She admitted one evening in the training yard, I keep thinking about the debris during the fight. Like if I drop something at the wrong time, someone gets hurt. Izuku understood, so he taught her the base breath, nothing advanced, no forms, just inhale, hold, exhale. Slow enough for the body to remember it was not still under attack. Yoriichi cried halfway through the third round, then apologized. Izuku passed her a towel. Breathing does that sometimes. Soon, Ida asked whether the rhythm could improve emergency response clarity. Then Yaoyorozu asked for physiological data. Then Todoroki asked if it could help regulate his fire and ice balance. Then Kirishima asked if breathing could make hardening more efficient. Then Mina wanted to use it for dance control. Then Kaminari said he wanted to stop short, circuiting after big discharges, but mostly he wanted to breathe like a mysterious sword guy. Bakugo kept pretending he was not part of the group while standing close enough to hear every correction. Aizawa watched the first full-class session from the edge of the field. "You are not teaching combat forms," he said. "No, sir. You are not creating a secret sword cult. No, sir. You are not assigning homework longer than mine." Izuku hesitated. Aizawa's eye narrowed. "No, sir." So at dawn, Class 1, I learned to breathe. It was awkward. Kaminari inhaled too dramatically and got dizzy. Mina kept making jokes until Tsuyu calmly told her that humor was also a form of tension. Ida counted out loud like he was leading a military parade. Todoroki mastered the rhythm quickly but controlled the exhale. Kirishima tried too hard and made his shoulders rise. Yoriichi improved fastest once she stopped apologizing to her lungs. Bakugo was best at hiding progress, worst at accepting correction. "You're forcing the hold." Izuku told him. "I'm not. You are. I'm breathing normally. You are threatening the air." Kaminari fell over laughing. Bakugo chased him for 2 laps. Aizawa marked it as cardio. The sessions spread. Not everyone wanted to learn. That was fine. Izuku made that clear from the start. Breathing was not a miracle. It did not replace quirks. It did not make everyone a fighter. It did not erase trauma, fix society, or guarantee survival. But it gave students a place to begin when fear made their bodies feel like enemies. That mattered. One morning, a first-year support student with no combat quirk joined the group. Then a general studies student. Then one quirkless applicant who had entered UA's new pilot program stood at the back of the training yard, shaking with nerves, and asked if she was allowed to watch. Izuku looked at Aizawa. Aizawa sighed, then said, "If she fills out the medical form." That was how the circle grew, not into an army, not into a replacement for hero society, into a door. Months after the final battle, once Recovery Girl finally allowed limited travel, Izuku took the train to Hi Prefecture. His mother came with him. So did All Might, though he insisted it was just a quiet trip. Despite wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a scarf indoors, which made him look more suspicious than if he had simply arrived as himself, Aizawa claimed he was only attending for supervision. Nobody believed him. Bakugo came because, in his words, "Someone has to make sure the nerd doesn't bow so hard he injures himself." Yoriichi, Ida, Todoroki, and the rest of Class 1 wanted to come too, but Izuku asked to keep it small, not because they were not important, because this part belonged to silence. The shrine was smaller than he expected. That felt right. It stood near a wooded hill, tucked away from main roads, old stone steps leading to a modest wooden structure weathered by rain, wind, and time. Moss grew between the stones. A bell rope hung beneath the shrine roof. Paper fortunes fluttered nearby. Sunlight filtered through cedar branches in thin gold lines. According to Tsuru Midoriya's journal, the man with the red scar had rested here once. Not fought, not saved a village, not performed some great legendary act, rested. That detail had always stayed with Izuku. Even Yoriichi had needed to sit somewhere. Even the strongest swordsman in history had once been tired beneath trees. Izuku carried the Hanafuda earrings in a small wooden box. He no longer wore them every day. That had been a difficult decision. For a long time, they had felt like proof. Proof that the inheritance was real, proof that he had a path, proof that quirkless did not mean empty. But after the final battle, the earrings began to feel different, not heavy exactly, finished, as if they had brought him where they needed to, and now he had to walk the rest as himself. At the shrine, Inko squeezed his hand. "Are you sure?" she asked. Izuku nodded. "Yes." All Might stood back with his head lowered. Aizawa leaned against a tree, pretending not to be emotionally present. Bakugo looked away, hands in pockets. Izuku climbed the final steps slowly. His body was stronger now, but not fully recovered. Maybe it never would be exactly the same. That was all right. Scars were not failures. They were records. He approached the shrine and bowed. Then he opened the box. The Hanafuda earrings caught the morning light. For a moment, the red sunburst seemed impossibly bright. Izuku thought of Tsuru Midoriya opening her home to a wounded stranger, thought of the scroll surviving time, dust, and silence, thought of the doctor's office, the storage unit, the first leaf split by a wooden sword, the entrance exam. Aizawa under the Namu's hand, all for one saying, "You're the one he left behind." Shigaraki asking why he would not break, his classmates holding the battlefield around him, his mother saying he had to come back. Izuku placed the earrings at the shrine, not as surrender, as gratitude. "Thank you," he said softly. The wind moved through the cedar trees. No ghost appeared, no ancient voice answered. But Izuku felt something settle, not power. Peace. On the train ride home, Bakugo sat across from him with arms folded. "You done being dramatic." Izuku looked out the window. "For today. TC." A pause, then Bakugo said, "You looked weird without them." Izuku touched his ears. "Bad weird, different weird." "That is very specific feedback. You want an essay?" "No." "Then shut up." Izuku smiled. Outside, fields passed under afternoon sunlight. Life continued. That remained the miracle. Not victory, continuation. Years later, people would argue about Izuku Midoriya. Historians loved arguments. Was he the first true quirkless hero of the modern age? Not technically. There had been rescue workers, support specialists, underground operators, and ordinary people who had done heroic things long before him. Was sun breathing a martial art, a spiritual discipline, a physiological anomaly, or a lost pre-Quirk combat system? Yes, depending on who was writing the paper. Was he Yoriichi's successor? Izuku always rejected that title. "I inherited a path," he would say, "not his life." That answer frustrated interviewers. Aizawa approved. The hero world changed slowly, too slowly some days, but it changed. UA's non-Quirk methodology program grew carefully, with strict safety standards. Support companies developed tools for non-Quirk rescue workers. Hero law expanded to recognize disciplined physical systems that were neither quirks nor ordinary athletics. Quirkless children were still rare, still vulnerable to cruelty, still faced unfair limits. But now, when someone told them there was no path, the answer was no longer silence. There was a door, narrow, difficult, not guaranteed, but real. Izuku became a pro-hero after graduation. His hero name caused more debate than his legal classification. Some wanted Sunblade. May wanted Solar Baton Man, which was rejected with great urgency. Kaminari suggested Breath Boy and was banned from naming discussions. In the end, Izuku chose simply Dawn, not because he was the sun. He had learned better than that. Dawn was not the sun itself. Dawn was the promise that darkness was no longer complete. On his first official day as a licensed hero, he visited the UA training yard before sunrise. He was not alone. A new group of students stood waiting. Some had powerful quirks. Some had modest ones. One boy had a quirk that made his fingers glow faintly but did little else. One girl had no quirk at all. She stood near the back, shoulders tight, eyes fixed on the ground like she was trying not to take up too much space. Izuku recognized that posture. It hurt to recognize it. He walked to the front of the group, older now, stronger in quieter ways. His support blade rested at his side, rebuilt but rarely drawn without need. His breathing was steady but not forced. His scars remained, so did his smile. Aizawa stood nearby, still tired, still impossible to impress. All Might watched from the edge of the yard, thin and proud. Bakugo, now a pro-hero himself, had arrived by accident and was leaning against a wall with the worst attempt at casual indifference ever performed by a human being. Uraraka waved from beside the rescue equipment. Iida had brought attendance sheets. Todoroki carried cooling packs because he trusted no one's temperature regulation. Some things changed, some things blessedly did not. Izuku looked at the students. "Before we begin," he said, "I need to make something clear." The group straightened. "This will not make you invincible. It will not make you better than people with quirks. It will not replace your quirk, fix your quirk, or give you one if you do not have one." The quirkless girl's shoulders lowered slightly. Not disappointment, relief. Truth was kinder than false hope. Izuku continued, "Breathing is not power by itself. It is how you meet power, your own, someone else's, a disaster's, a villain's, fears." He placed one hand over his chest. "You will learn to listen to your body before you command it. You will learn that panic is information, not failure. You will learn that strength without purpose becomes damage, and if you learn nothing else, learn this." He looked toward the horizon. The first line of sunlight touched the edge of the training yard. The goal is not to burn. The students watched him. Izuku smiled softly. "The goal is to arrive in time." Then he sat. The students followed, some awkwardly, some seriously, some trying very hard not to look confused. "Back straight," Izuku said. "Shoulders relaxed, do not force the breath, you are not fighting the air." From the wall, Bakugo muttered, "Some of them are losing." Izuku ignored him mostly. "Inhale slowly," he said. The yard filled with uneven breath. "Hold." The sun rose higher. "Exhale." A dozen students breathed out together, not perfectly, not impressively, not as warriors, not as symbols. Just people at the beginning of a path. Izuku looked at them and thought of the storage unit, the cedar chest, the cracked scroll, and a boy who had once believed the future was a locked door. Now dawn touched the faces of students who had not yet learned what they could become. Some would become heroes, some would not. That was all right. The breath was still worth learning. At the end of practice, the quirkless girl lingered. Izuku waited. She approached with trembling hands. "Midoriya-sensei," he nearly looked behind him. Bakugo made a strangled noise from the wall. Izuku recovered with great dignity, which meant only slightly visibly panicking. "Yes," the girl looked down. "My doctor said I can't be a hero." The training yard went very quiet. Izuku knelt so they were closer to eye level. He did not say, "Of course you can." That would have been easy, too easy. Instead, he said what he had needed to hear. "Your doctor may be right about your quirk." Her eyes lifted. Izuku smiled. "But no one can diagnose your courage from an X-ray." The girl's mouth trembled. "What do I do?" Izuku looked toward the rising sun, then back at her. "Start with one breath." She nodded, small, serious. Enough. That evening, Izuku returned home and opened his 18th notebook. The cover was plain green, not black like his first Hinokami training log. Green, because he had finally stopped treating hope like something that needed hiding. On the first page, he copied the final line from Yoriichi's scroll in careful handwriting. "The sun does not hurry. It does not need to. Everything that grows, grows toward it anyway." Below it, he added his own note, "But people are not the sun. People hurry. People stumble. People arrive late. People break. So we train not to become the sun, but to become the morning after the longest night, proof that light can return, even if it arrives shaking." He closed the notebook. Outside his window, the city glowed. Somewhere, sirens moved through traffic. Somewhere, a hero answered. Somewhere, a child took one careful breath and wondered if the future might still open. Izuku Midoriya stood by the window. No Hanafuda earrings at his ears, no ancient proof needed, and breathed quietly as dawn became day. The path continued. And this time, he did not walk it alone.